give him a chance to play around the bomb or anything, and they're shouting.
been a juggernaut of a game for more than a decade. Simple on the surface, but deeply complicated mind twister if you get it on a good level. The game never gets old, and always delivers the emotions and challenges for the players. For the most part, because of the young guns like these guys. Creative, deadly skilled, ready to achieve greatness at all costs. Watch out for the 3rd season of the WePlay Academy League in January.
Hello everybody and welcome to the VP Academy League Season 3. Today is an incredibly important day because after the 2 series we'll find out which 2 teams are going to join bo3 Academy and MOUZ NXT at the LAN Finals in Kiev, Ukraine. My name is Heku, I am your host, but I'm never alone. I always have Alex and Jacob, but you probably know them as MOUZ, Nick and Pimp.
It's been 14 days of good Counter-Strike, back and forth Counter-Strike. There's been some highlights, but there's been some lowlights. I think one of the lowest lights we got yesterday was the VP game on Inferno. That was a wild one, yet exciting one. And as you said, Heko, today we have to finish it all up. We have to figure out who are the 2 teams who will join bo3 Academy and MOUZ NXT at the LAN Finals. 2 clear favorites in the 2 games today, but still I expect we'll get some good and potentially close Counter-Strike as well.
It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. I'm just noticing Pimp and I are kind of like reverse colors. Like Pimp is actually let's get the wide shot on us. You know, let's get the shot on us too. Look at this. I got the top. I got the bottoms that are yellow. Pimp's got the top. It's like if we switch clothes, our outfits would actually match. But you know, this is how we have synergy on the desk right here. This is it.
Complement each other well.
Exactly. We're made for. We fit like puzzle pieces together. Okay. Yeah. These matchups, though. I mean, this is the highest stakes it gets in the group stage. It's really exciting. Super glad to be here. All the work, the culmination of the efforts of the teams throughout the season. It's finally here, and making it to the LAN is everybody's goals. It's everybody's first step in order to really punch their ticket for one of the best Academy League teams. There's already 2 that are waiting there, Big and MOUZ, but there's 2 teams that want to challenge them, and I'm excited to find out who those are going to be.
Yeah, you're probably really excited to see like more maps today, maybe night 6, but who knows, who knows. Let's first maybe make a recap of what actually happened yesterday, because once again, Astralis talent really surprised us. Like we kind of thought that maybe they will lose to fnatic Rising in their series before, but like this time, again, they win, and they win against NAVI Junior.
Yeah, and it didn't start out well for Astralis talent. I thought coming into the game that, without a doubt, after knowing the video, Overpass being map number 1 and then NAVI Junior picking MOUZ, I thought to myself, if Astralis talent want to have any shot, any chance of winning this series and booking a spot in the final game today, they would have to win Overpass. They got off to a decent start on the T side, but it slowly but surely ebbed out, and it actually was NAVI Junior who I felt, you know, were in charge of that game, especially when you get over to the second half. You see the scoreline right here, 12-6, and you're thinking to yourself, this is now NAVI Juniors to lose. It was a close game, and a game I thought Astralis talent had to win in order to be able to win the series, but oh dear, was I wrong.
Oh yeah, this was a game that definitely surprised us in a lot of different ways, because we saw how Astralis talent at the beginning of the gauntlet was able to beat fnatic on Overpass with a really solid CT side, but they couldn't quite muster the same defense here against NAVI Junior. So credit to NAVI Junior. Some of these B hits were really explosive. It looked like they actually had quite a few strategies, some variations, but then once again, Astralis just kept on surprising us because they were able to take down NAVI Junior on Mirage, and I had no expectations about them doing such coming into this one. They never really even played the map. It was surprising, but players like Fesser, players like Vigo, Breezer, they showed up in this one massively for their team, and I might say this is one of the few times where Astralis talent's individual ability really helped them out.
Yeah, I mean, Astralis talent, they kept on banning Mirage in Season 1 and Season 2, even in Season 3. Right now, they decide kind of like to risk, to leave it open. Navi tried to punish them, but they didn't succeed.
Yeah, and it may sound controversial when you see the scoreline right here and how much Astralis were in front of that game, winning the first half 12-3, but I think they were not good on Mirage. It was just NAVI Junior being terrible. I think that Astralis talent obviously played a good CT side, and they gotta get credit for that, but on their T side, they won a pistol round they never should have won. They won 2 eco rounds, or 4 spies, call it what you want, Tech 9 Deagles, they never should have won, and outside of that, it didn't look like Astralis talent had any idea of how to approach Mirage. kind of as we expected. So that was more Navi Junior losing that one. When it came to Vertigo, though, when we got into this third deciding map, that's where the playing field kind of was leveled out. That's why I expected that both teams would play toe-to-toe. But to my surprise, I guess, and to everyone else's surprise, Astralis Talent were just the better team yesterday. Overall, I really do think that was the best performance we've seen from Astralis Talent in any best-of-3 games in the history of WePlay Academy League team. And I am happy to say that they fully deserve to book that spot in the game today, because they were the better team yesterday against NAVI.
Absolutely. I mean, the individuals from Astralis Talent and their teamwork really helped them out there. But going into the second series of the day, VP.Prodigy versus Eternal Fire. During the group stage, these two teams met up and Eternal Fire took it 2-0. But this time around, I mean, it was a different story. We had some absolutely crazy games. I don't know if I want to recommend people to go back and watch this Inferno game, or I want them to just delete that VOD from the history of just existence in the WePlay Twitch channel, because this was a crazy game. I guess you guys got to see it for yourself a little bit, but these highlights, honestly, they just won't do it justice. There was so much pandemonium in this game, so many crazy things that went on, so many man advantage turning into man disadvantages, so many leads thrown in round after round. I don't even know what was going on in half the rounds, and I watched all of it. So Heku, I mean, save me. Like, this game was crazy, right?
I can't say if this was a good game or a bad one. It was an experience. That's for sure.
Yeah.
It was an
It
experience.
wasn't
Like,
even a game at that point.
I mean, there was like multiple overtimes, and it kind of felt that it will never end. And this was the first map of the series, which like kind of gave us already, I don't know what kind of expectations for the rest of the series.
I guess it was the best entertainment we've had all season, you know, in terms of losing our minds, in terms of thinking, what on earth is going on? You know, individual players stepping up and making clutches. And overall, it was just, if I gotta be honest, it was probably the most ugly game as well. You know, the quality of Counter-Strike we saw in Inferno was abysmal. It was not worth the WePlay Academy League, to be completely honest. That being said, though, it was entertaining. The problem is that kind of meant that since Eternal Fire ended up winning, that we would then have to move into Ancient, the map pick of VP.Prodigy. Another map Eternal Fire have not practiced or played at all, and that really showcased in this game. Even though Eternal Fire had a lot of rounds where they were up man advantages, as you see right here, every single time there was a possibility for VP.Prodigy to clutch or win a round, they would. The problem is, Eternal Fire, they made that first game on Inferno very, very competitive, which gave us a bit of a hope that this series could be competitive, but end of story is that VP.Prodigy just dominated Eternal Fire ever since they lost in Inferno.
Clearly the better team, VP.Prodigy. I think that the results spoke for themselves in terms of just how much stronger they were. Map 3, I mean, Lamek just went absolutely ballistic. I think that Cheerful had a pretty good day overall, but Delusion on top of that was a very solid piece on the opping side for VP.Prodigy. Really, there's a lot to praise for VP.Prodigy in maps 2 and 3. It's just that map 1 is now seared into our brains for eternity. And I wouldn't be surprised if teams maybe in future seasons do test them on Inferno, because they were kind of trying to expand their map pool by playing it out. But yeah, on the maps that VP.Prodigy were comfortable on, they showcased that they were clearly the stronger between them and Eternal Fire.
Yeah, but this means that VP.Prodigy is going to play today, and today they will face Team Spirit Academy, a team that managed to win against MOUZ and XT with a score of 1-1, so they managed to take at least like one map against them. Previously, when those two teams played against each other, Team Spirit Academy, they won with a score of 2-0. So right now the question is like if, for example, VP.Prodigy will be able to get revenge.
I think it's going to be tough for VP.Prodigy. I'm not going to lie. It's going to be a very tough matchup. I would give Spirit Academy the favorite role in that one, just as I would give Young Ninjas the favorite role in the Gauntlet A bracket. I think we have two clear favorites today in both Spirit Academy and Young Ninjas. Two teams who, during the season, have provided more quality Counter-Strike than both VP and Astralis Talent, for that matter. So it's going to be up to the underdogs, I guess, today to pull up an upset. Astralis Talent have done it twice. I didn't believe them to beat against fnatic Rising. I did not believe they were able to beat NAVI Junior, despite that being a much closer game on paper. If they can do it 3 times in a row, then we seriously have to start consider that Astralis Talent is one of the teams that is making themselves, you know, proud in this league. We made some predictions as well coming to the playoff, and I don't know if you want to take it from here, because there's a lot of red X's right there.
Yeah, it's not looking too good for our predictions, Pimp. We haven't gotten too much right overall in this one. In fact, we kind of got decimated on Gauntlet A's predictions, because we thought that fnatic Rising was going to make the Cinderella run from the lower tier game, the first match, and make it all the way to the finals of this one, but that's just not the case. It's actually Astralis. So props to Astralis for actually making it as far as they have. They've shown that they're a more well-rounded team than I think we had at first glance, because they kind of lured us into this idea that their only map was probably going to be Vertigo, but as it turns out, they actually have probably one of the better map pools of the teams in the Academy League. I would probably rate it in the upper half at the very least. And when we go to Gauntlet B here, we can see that I'm actually kind of killing it right now in terms of my predictions. I even got the map numbers right. But Pimp, you got them right. You got the winners right.
I got the winners right, not the map. I'm glad they fixed the fixed the graphics, so I got half a point, I guess.
Yes.
That's something.
Yeah. I'm curious what's going to happen today, though. I think it's going to be a close game between VP.Prodigy and Team Spirit. Map pool-wise, you know, is it going to be 2-0, 2-1? I'm not quite sure. I think that is a 50-50 in itself, but I do expect Spirit to win and qualify for the LAN finals. I think Spirit have been a pleasant surprise in this league so far.
Yeah, they definitely were surprised, and this is their first season in this league. Our first series of the day will be actually the first series that we saw in the beginning of the season. It is kind of, you can say, maybe like a Scandinavian derby because it's like Danish players against Swedish players. Of course, I'm talking about Astralis Talent and Young Ninjas. We actually prepared a short video for you just to tell you the story behind Young Ninjas. Let's check it out.
Young Ninjas is a team that was seen as clear favourites coming to the first season. The Swedish roster had already been climbing up the HLTV rankings and looked to ascend even higher. The core of Nilo, Sapek and Fozy added Rolf and ZTR, who already had experience with the main Ninjas roster. The team has faced an obvious breakdown in gameplay before the 5th round of the league, piling up losses against NAVI Junior and one loss each versus MOUZ NXT and fnatic Rising. What happened after the 5th round? In 9 matches with 8 confident wins, including the wins over the aforementioned teams, NIP ended up in 2nd place and got a direct invitation to the LAN finals in Kiev as a result. Coming into the offline stage, Ninjas were hit with a disaster. Nilo was unable to attend the event because of school, and Manon had to come from the bench replacing him. In the first series in the playoffs, Nip left no chance to fnatic Rising. With a final score of 16-3 on both maps. The win streak kept rolling for the Young Ninjas, and even MOUZ NXT couldn't break the streak in the upper bracket finals after a close series, but the Young Ninjas still got the job done. That was the path of the Young Ninjas before reaching the finals without much resistance. The only team that was left to beat was MOUZ NXT in a best-of-5. Taking care of business on the first map, something went wrong for the Swedish boys. Giving up Mirage without a fight and losing Nuke in the equal battle, it all came down to Inferno. But the Young Ninjas couldn't get their things together and lost the finals, taking home 2nd place. The 2nd season of the WePlay Academy League had started with the new roster changes for the Young Ninjas. A promising rookie, Debo, had replaced the LAN veteran Manon. The group stage for the Swedish team passed without a single defeat. It may seem as if it was an easy stroll in the park for the Young Ninjas, but it was far from the truth. If you take a deep look at any series, whether it's 2-0 against Astralis Talent or both meetings with NAVI Junior with the final scores of 2-1, in every series the team had to push in the last rounds to secure the win. You couldn't witness the same level of dominance that was on display during the first season. When the Young Ninjas reached the LAN finals, they didn't leave chance for the outsiders of the tournament, Big Omen Academy, who were facing a rough patch caused by roster changes. However, in the game versus a more serious opponent, all of the issues of the Swedish squad became apparent. First, it was a decent performance by the Ninjas on Nuke, even though they were facing MOUZ. But it was a completely different team when it came to Ancient. They only managed to win 1 round. Quite a similar situation happened in the semi-finals match against NAVI Junior. A very convincing first map was followed by a completely blank Mirage that led to the decider on Inferno. The Swedish roster couldn't bring their A game, and Inferno marked the end of their 2nd season journey. 2nd place in the first season and 3rd place in the 2nd isn't bad, but the question still remains if the downfall of results will continue, or has the team had enough time to fix their issues?
Young Ninjas, our Swedish team, they went through so many changes Season 1, Season 2, Season 3, we never saw the same roster. In the first 2 seasons, they would get a direct invite to the LAN. They had like no problems qualifying. In the first season, they finished in the finals, the second place, in the second season, third. And right now, it kind of feels like even though they managed to improve their roster, their like, results are kind of going down.
I think that's the point I want to hit right there. I think coming into Season 3, that's where we as an audience, we as experts, could allow ourselves to have the highest expectations when it comes to Young Ninjas. They've had a good Season 1, they had a decent Season 2, and as you said, Heku, they actually upgraded the roster quite significantly, bringing in LNC. I know Maui said it to begin with as well, that this Young Ninjas lineup, when you look at the players, when you look at the experience and compare them in the context of this league, that's a team that should be able to qualify directly for the LAN finals. That's a team that should only be able to be contested for real by MOUZ NXT. Yet we've seen Young Ninjas show some weaknesses throughout the league. They weren't good against Big Omen Academy. They've been struggling against a team like NAVI Junior as well, playing overtime on Inferno. So right now, Young Ninjas is in a place where their shape is far from 100%, and that could be the way in for Astralis talent.
In fact, Young Ninjas should actually just flat out, in my eyes, with the experience they have, be the best. It shouldn't even be contesting with MOUZ NXT. They should be the best team. ZTR played for the main roster for an RMR event. LNZ played at the Major. FUZI played at the Blast Global Finals. When you think about the caliber of opponents that this trio has faced recently, there's no reason that MOUZ should even be better than them, actually. But it's not the case at all. In fact, like Pimp said, they've sort of regressed. And LNZ right now, the guy that just played at a Major, was instrumental in taking down Copenhagen Flames to qualify for the top 8. He's the worst rated player on this team right now. It makes no sense right now. It has to be, the only thing I can really think of is that the downgrade in his teammates has somehow affected his motivation, the demotion to the lower academy level team maybe has him questioning his own ability a little bit. But honestly, you can't really think like that if you want to progress in Counter-Strike. You need to still just work with what you've got, keep doing better, and even if the pieces around you get a little bit weaker, that's when you need to rise up, and that's when you need to be a stronger player. So right now, my expectations of Young Ninjas are that they'll squeak into the LAN, but I don't see them going that deep. And that's a crazy statement to make from what I thought from the beginning of the season was supposed to be a #1 or #2 team in this league.
Yeah, in the beginning of the season, we predicted that Young Ninjas will finish first in their group, and that Astralis talent, again, unfortunately, will be in the bottom. But right now, the last day of Gauntlet, and we see those 2 teams that we kind of feel like will be on the polar opposite sides, are going to battle for a spot at the LAN. And we actually have a special video about Astralis talent, about like what happened to them, because they went through a lot of changes. So let's check it out.
The road for Astralis talent on WePlay Academy League has been nothing but tough. After having a rough start versus Big Omen Academy and Young Ninjas, the Danes had a hell of a victory against NAVI Junior. Unfortunately, despite close matches, the team has only managed to reach the Gauntlet stage. During the Gauntlet stage, Astralis talent didn't manage to prevail over VP.Prodigy, missing the chance to get to LAN. For the second season, the lineup had changed. Vesta and Novi had been substituted for Mr., Fezzor and Bazaar, while Void had been benched, making Altex and Vigo the only 2 players that played for both academy seasons. In the second season online stage, the team had faced off against Young Ninjas and Big Omen Academy again, only to have the same result, making them miss the LAN finals. Despite the lackluster experience, the team is on track for positive results coming into the 3rd season with a refreshed lineup, and they can't afford for these terrible results to happen once again.
Astralis talent did not surprise us in the beginning of the season, but when it comes to the Gauntlet, by winning against fnatic, by winning against NAVI Junior, like it was definitely not something that we kind of expected. Right now, we kind of feel like they are in a great mindset because they are boot camping, they're winning, they're finally not on the bottom. When it comes to Young Ninjas, even though like we had an interview with them after they won 2 maps against NAVI Junior, it kind of felt that they were not happy with their results.
Yeah, Astralis talent is a special case right now because in the beginning of the season and throughout this season, I guess, the whole Vertigo conversation has just been annoying to witness, both as a fan, I guess, but also as an expert. When you look towards Astralis talent, we kind of wondered, there must be more to this team, right? You're not coming into a Season 3 with a new coach, a lineup where I felt that you upgraded the firepower and you're only able to play one map, or you're only willing to play one map. They just played Vertigo over and over and over.
Oh, look at
getting
that.
seed right here. And they didn't find much success. A single win against NAVI Junior, congratulations with that, but that wasn't impressive. Now, if they had to be pushed out of that comfort zone to finally start winning on Vertigo, you see a nice win right here, 16-6 against fnatic, rising in that one. Then they won it again later on in the tournament, and we start to see more diverse maps, Overpass, Nuke, etc., etc. We saw Vertigo being played again yesterday, where they won it again, so you can say that now they're 2 for 2 in the last 2 games on Vertigo. So that's sort of the story for Astralis talent. They had to be pushed out of their comfort zone for them to realize themselves, I guess, and for us to see that they can more than just play Vertigo at a decent level. So I've been impressed with what I've seen from Astralis talent the last couple of days, but there's no doubt in my mind that if they want to stand a chance of beating Young Ninjas, even though Young Ninjas are only in a shape of 60-70% of their normal self, they still have to play better than they've done at any point in this season.
Young Ninjas are, in comparison, a team that's willing to play quite a few maps. Their win rate isn't necessarily high on some of these, but it has to be stated that they are playing in other Tier 2, Tier 3 qualifiers and cups. So the results right there aren't solely in the WePlay Academy League. They are facing off against teams that are a little bit more known for people that are kind of following the CS space closely in the Tier 2 area. I mean, so Young Ninjas are, right now, they're the favorites in this matchup. And Astralis talent, like Pimp said, they've kind of shedded that whole Vertigo narrative, and they've shown that they can diversify their map pool. But the thing is that they haven't faced an opponent such as Young Ninjas. Young Ninjas are led by one of the best in-game leaders here in ZTR. They have players that have played Tier 1 Counter-Strike, legitimate Tier 1 Counter-Strike, and Astralis talent, they're still very rough around the edges. They've been better as a team than their last 2 opponents in fnatic Rising, who seemingly capitulated after they kind of just couldn't find ways to win man advantage 2v1s, 3v2s. It was a kind of a flawed fnatic that looks like it was on the downturn. And then NAVI Junior is a lineup that also is fairly new. So Astralis talent, they've surprised us in this bo3 format, but this is by far their toughest opponent yet, and they're definitely going into this one as underdogs. I would be pleasantly surprised if they're able to take a map, because I don't even think they were supposed to be here, honestly.
Yeah, yesterday Astralis talent surprised us by not banning their permaban, which is Mirage. Today they're going back to their traditions. I just really hope they are not planning to pick Vertigo, because even though they won this map in the last 2 times, they lost 2 Vertigos against Young Ninjas, and it's so good to see that they are going to Nuke.
I think I wouldn't say it's a mistake, but I actually, for once, would have applauded if Astralis talent would have picked Vertigo.
Yeah.
I think Astralis talent, out of the last 3 games they've played on Vertigo, they've actually been good,
Yeah.
In the beginning of the season, it wasn't looking too good. They couldn't win the games, but as of recently, they found success on the map, and Young Ninjas, on the other side of the hand, haven't really been that impressive on Vertigo throughout this season. So, in my mind, that would have made sense. Now, the fact that they picked Nuke, I like that they dared to do it, but Young Ninjas, they've played it once, I believe, in this league, where they lost to Big Omen Academy, 16-14, and Young Ninjas were even down 11-0. As Fusi said, they got off to a very, very bad start, but as soon as they picked up the pace, they were the better team, even better than Big Omen Academy. So I'm afraid on behalf of Astralis talent right here. You can see Young Ninjas picking into Overpass, so it's kind of like a shared map pool sense. They like to pick each other's favorite maps. I
like the Overpass pick for Young Ninjas because they have a little bit of data to work with. I think for the final map, briefly, I think that Young Ninjas would have wanted to go to Inferno, so that's a good veto out by Astralis. And I think Young Ninjas should ban out Ancient. They haven't shown me that they're confident on it, so we will get the Vertigo Decider. This is, for me, I think that Young Ninjas are going to win 2-0. I think that's what I'm reading from this veto. The parry match odds show that they're the pretty heavy favorites for map number 1, 1.27. And I will say, to touch a little bit more on Overpass, I'm sure we'll talk about it more later, but I think that right now, there's just the right amount of information that Young Ninjas can use. They're a team that's going to be pretty solid at prepping. They know what they saw from the previous games from Astralis talent. They see what the win conditions are on the T side, especially where it's a lot of Fesser just trying to go up by himself. So I think that when it comes to Overpass, Young Ninjas, they know exactly what to expect. And on Nuke, I almost feel like Astralis talent right now are probably overselling themselves. They might think that they're a little better than they are right now because they were able to squeak out 1 victory on it recently. So I'm not too sold on it. I kind of agree with Pimp. I wish Vertigo were the first map here, because then I think we would have had a competitive series.
I would agree. I think Nuke is a ballsy pick. It's a very, very ballsy pick, and I kind of applaud it in a sense that, okay, if you want to win this game, that you're underdog, so you gotta you got to take a gamble, you know, you got to do something about it, and you can see, you know, towards Young Ninjas, the stats on Nuke recently have been abysmal, but we've only seen them play it once in this league, and as I said, they were down 11-0 against Big Omen Academy, and I felt from that point and onwards, they were by far the better team in that game.
They barely lost it, 16-14.
They barely lost it, right, 16-14, almost pulled it back. Now they also get to start on that CT side, so they get gifted a chance to get off to a good start as well. So I'm afraid that Astralis Talent are going into this matchup, you know, with giving themselves the, I guess, the hardest work conditions possible by playing Nuke T-side against a team like Young Ninjas, against FUSI, who during the Blast finals and during IM Winter on CT side Nukes, he was the best player on NIP, and not NIP, you know, as in Young Ninjas, but NIP as in the main roster. He was shutting down Yard, he was making zero mistakes, he was really good in Heaven, and FUSI is a player that I will look forward to in this game, especially when it comes to CT side Nuke.
I really hope that Astralis Talent will actually watch the world, because during the whole season we were saying, like, stop picking Vertigo, stop picking Vertigo. Right now they pick Nuke, and Pimp is like, why don't you pick Vertigo? Like, we'll have like kind of like maybe like kind of.
They finally gave themselves a good argument for picking Vertigo by playing well on Vertigo, and as soon as that happened, they picked Nuke. So yeah, I'm again. If we go to a third map, if Astralis Talent were able to take one of the first two maps, then they're in a fine position to potentially win the game. So they've given themselves a bit of a leeway here, but as you said as well, I would have liked Vertigo to be the first map.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, we will not have Vertigo. We will have Nuke, a map that we didn't see too much during the season. And I'm sure that Harry and Hugo will be really excited to see those two teams play this map. So let's not delay it any longer.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, baby. Look at this. We're ready to get into this one. I've got to say, it's looking good. I predicted that this is what would happen, Hugo. Right. I said I think we're going to have a Vertigo third map. I think I'm buying into like the Giga Brain Astralis game plan that I pitched to you the other day. I said that, you know, I think they've spent the entire group stage learning how teams play Vertigo, how they want to approach it, and now it's coming out. It's this consistent third map where they look really, really good. Dude, I'm all in Astralis Talent right now.
My question,
all in Astralis Talent,
my question
Hugo.
for you is, do we even get to Vertigo? Because you're playing so far in the future. I think this might be a 2-0. Young Ninjas, they've had days to watch. They've had days to sit back and see Astralis run these maps like Overpass, right? Where we saw the changes against Fnatic Rising and how Astralis, you know, used them in the future, how they were almost used against them in that Navi game, but they still came out on top with clutches and some sick comebacks. So I don't know. I can't disrespect you for picking Astralis, but at the same time, you've
got to give me credit as well. I've been all in on this now for like 48 hours.
I'll give you credit if they win today.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's how you get credit out of me.
Well, I just want it to be known as well. Pimp laughed at me when I said I thought they were going to win this. He laughed the other day.
Yeah.
So I can't... dude, I love proving him wrong. I love it. I love it. I bought into the Giga Brain Astralis meta.
Well, let's see how things
Maybe
go. I'll
burned.
try and keep him away from the bias in this cast, because Young Ninjas, they deserve our respect
I actually
as well.
love Young Ninjas as a team.
They've rolled through this tournament, right? As they often do, especially in those online stages. You know, this team have had troubles at closing those finals or even making it into those grand finals once they're on land. But for the Young Ninjas, coming to online stage, this is their bread and butter. This is where they always do well in the WePlay Academy League. So here we go. Group A, Season 3, the final gauntlet match for this first spot. I said so that worded awfully, but you know, there's 2 spots left, Harry. This is one of them. Only one of these teams can make it. Pimp, he's buying up Nuke. Does it every day, man. Sinking my elo.
Yeah, no, Pimp's actually a beast, dude. Let's not badmouth Pimp, okay? The Pimp stream, it'll be popping off, guys. No,
true that.
Love that man. Also really like MOUZ.
Yeah, he's all right.
My only issue with anyone is with Heku. Just the nicest person. Like, unequivocally.
Impossible to dislike.
I just singled her out, yeah.
Yeah, well, you've been wrecking me on Twitter today, but don't worry.
It's a T-side start for Astralis Talent. Dual Berettas on Rolf.
All right. Ninjas always go for this. I mean, it's more FUSI who runs Julies with the AWP a lot as well, like, unironically. It's a quick main drop, but it's actually a ramp take. Astralis fooling Young Ninjas and pulling them out of the ramp room. They're going to get a free B. Linus getting the early kill, though. Altek's dead outside, and there's one more man. Mister doesn't need to move. He can just cut off rotates. He gets a dink. Nice damage. 1 health on ZTR, but just living here is enough. They're going to dedicate time to hunting him down, and they do it easily. Now the retake's on, but no kit.
Yeah, so they've got to be pretty quick here, pretty pacey. And with how this little crossfire's set up, it's not so much now. As Big O whittles down the first man in. Here's Breezer emerging from the vents. Lovely post plant for Astralis Talent. Ooh, here's Linus trying to make matters more complicated. The tap on the bomb while it's baited peaks. FUZI is a dead man, and there's the pistol. Astralis talent able to recover that one in a 3-on-5.
And again, we talked about pistols for Astralis. It was their main problem on first day of Gauntlet. They lost all 6 of them in the 3-map series that they did eventually win out against fnatic Rising. They went a lot better against NAVI. 5 out of 6 there. We know NAVI have struggled with pistols at the same time, but they've also got one of the highest rated pistol players in their team. So good pistol locking for Astralis, but parry match have the odds in favor of Young Ninjas right now. Just about with 1.8 to 1.95. So if you're looking for that 100% deposit bonus, click the banner below. It's easy as that. As long as you're 18 or over, no complaints.
Yeah, otherwise, I think you get tased.
Oh.
ZTR.
Woo!
Woo! Drop it into the MAC-10. They're ready for it. Alltech's ain't going to fall for that, baby.
Yeah, this is perfect. He's cut off the rotates, right? Obviously, ramp players coming down, but for by and large, Young Ninjas cannot drop vent. They cannot get a safe way to be. It's essentially all on Linus. Get a multi-kill with a deagle or save what you have, and it's not a lot. Now, if they try and stick in the smoke without clearing dark, there could be a way in, but Mr. climbs up and over. Damage done. Linus closes. Oh, he's aiming at the head through the smoke, but he'll never know. FUZI's picked one off of ramp. Linus does get cleaned up, but a 3-on-3 will tempt you in.
But will it? That's the big question. Okay, that smoke, that definitely makes it a little more interesting now. Oh, but with the vent player dead, it's no longer that interesting now, as it will just be this, if they're able to get away with it, which they are.
Always scary, always stressful. Dude, Astralis just looks so confident from the get-go
They
on the
do,
T
don't
side.
they? They do.
Yeah, again, you're doing it again,
Buy
Harry.
the tickets, take the ride. Come on now.
You're doing it again. Well, we're 2 rounds in and you're acting like a BO3's over. Okay.
Have I been wrong thus far?
Oh, that's such a false equivalency. That's such a... Ooh, you're going to make me mad, Harry.
No, look, man. There is no denying. Young Ninjas are very much the team in a lot of people's eyes that should be making it through to the LAN playoffs, right? When you look at this squad, tenured, experienced, and they sound really good as well. They've got those wonderful Swedish accents, so let's hear them.
Jag hoppar upp i gula. Jag lägger döda han som
Jag
väntar.
så sticker dem.
Jag kommer sätta mig bakom sidan.
Jag har typ 2, 3, 5
Håll vänt i början, Kalle. Dörr.
Right.
Jag har smokes igen. Jag landar i... Jag kommer gå in i smoken.
Smokes. De lag smoke.
Jag har nedgång.
Jag har sen
nedgång.
Han är.
Ingen går ner secret.
Kom ramta. Ja, de kan pika dig. Jag står
Han går
sticker.
in main. Han går in main.
Jag är nere visst.
Målar jag
Målar
för?
för.
Jag tror de vill gå main.
En ut. Han var ensam ut.
Han är nere.
De
Jag är bakom han nere.
Han står höger i vänt.
Utav mycket.
Eller bara yardlock. ATM.
Han har gått upp vänt, tror jag.
Vi går typ för att döda några litas.
Ja.
En taggad.
Du taggade en yard.
Vi mig nu.
Jag kommer smyga nära min.
Han dog.
Nice.
Jag gick ner vänt. NS till vänt.
Jag smyger nära min.
Ja.
Jag går höger.
Han är över min
Enter.
vänt till vänten.
Jag pikar.
Den tar honom.
Han är död.
Han är kvar till vänt.
I love the smell of Danish in the morning. Those pastries, Harry. They're fresh off the counter.
They are hot, fresh, and delicious, but no, not the arcade game. 3-0 now. And here comes that first investment. A lot of eyes going to be on FUZI here, and I think justifiably so, right? We've always been impressed with his AWPing. I don't think we've really had like his crazy pop-off game just yet, and if there ever was a time to get it, it's in this one.
For sure. Fast outside. FUZI's gone hellbound. He's got the smokes to worry about, though. Already lineups from his spot to stop that cross, but all it will do is delay it for Astralis. And that's if they even want to go behind the smokes. Right now, coming up from Secret is ZTR. Astralis are waiting patient at red. They're holding they're holding quad nades for Secret. Bye-bye! Thanks for coming. Thanks for trying. The read is in, and ZTR is miffed. Oh my goodness. I'm sold. I'm sold.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, yes! We're converting them one at a time!
Unbelievable. That's like a Young Ninja strat.
I'm telling you, the group stage was info gathering and a suppression of information for Astralis Talent. These guys, geniuses. Sapek going to get re-flashed in through Hut. But they're out on the side of the door right now. Fuzi with this AWP. That's a tag to Altex. Barely even sees the guy. Ulf is mollied at the back of the site, but it might lull you into a bit of a false sense of security. That Molotov slightly too shallow, and this is a really nice recovery from the Young Ninjas. Right, they might lose ZTR early, but everyone else is able to hold the line. And I mean, you know, this is something, it's clear that Astralis Talent have done homework, they've got ideas, but although that's well and good, there's still no taking away from the individuals on Young Ninjas. They're incredibly good. They're great in these mid-rounds. And so, you know, I do think even with all this prep, even though you're going to have nice stuff to show, you're still going to really have your work cut out for you and actually getting through, in spite of, you know, going 5-on-4 up here with no chance at trading that out or finding an equalizer. So,
talking of trades, I mean, like, look at those crossfires on the A side for Young Ninjas. That's a perfect round. Fuzi is just, you know, swinging in and out, baiting them at top heaven. Sapek inside her heart gets a kill, and then suddenly all eyes are on that position. That allows the guy at the back of the site to just farm as well. And everyone from Young Ninjas gets a pick on A, and Astralis just gets shredded. So, yeah, you know, it was a great start, but they won't commit with a lower take. And you can understand why they wanted A after, you know, killing ZTR. He is the guy who's going to be dropping down vent in that position, so it's a read for Astralis. But, you know, even with the homework, you still got to hit your shots. A nice hold on the A site. Young Ninjas come in with a key round. You don't want to let this swell out of control, so getting an early one is nice. Breeze is going to have heard that Hut player. Oh, and he's ready for top silo as well. All these little grimy things that Astralis are doing show the level of preparation that's gone into this game. And they've not had a lot of time either, right? They've had to focus on match to match, map to map, day to day. For Young Ninjas, they've had a whole 3 days in a row to watch these matches for Astralis and figure out what they're going to come up against. For Astralis, hey, maybe it's the warm-up. Maybe this gauntlet stage has kept them, you know, with their head to the ground. Fuzi's going to be forced out, but it's a main split again, and Sapek shoots the legs of two. He can't finish
nice
either.
reposition.
Yeah.
ZTR, it's good spacing on the push, right? They send Mr. in, and now they learn about this man at the vents and are able to swing out for the trade. By the way, this doesn't even have to be the commitment into the A site right now. Still 50 seconds left, and everyone's just grinded to a halt. They're waiting to see what the next move is out of the Young Ninjas, giving time for Altex to get set up over in Hell as well. And if he peeks Garage... I was going to say the Garage player's dead, but a bit of a whiff. The bomb down over here inside of the A site. Still, with the presence of a Hell player and this AWP outside, you are pretty screwed.
Haha, trick shot, but... Yeah, Breeze behind red with 30 seconds. That's crazy. It's not what they were ready for. And Fuzi's just trying to save, man. He's just trying to get away, and they want to get this AWP out of play. They know the impact that this guy can have on the ramp rotates in that heaven position, and Fuzi can't survive the shot.
I do want to explain, because obviously, like, I keep, you know, just bringing up the grandiose point of, like, I think Astralis are going to win, but let me just explain actually why that is, right?
Okay.
I think genuinely, maybe they've been more clever than we were giving them credit for with consistent Vertigo picks. Now, as to whether or not that was the initial game plan, who knows? But it's clear that whenever they've played teams on other maps, they've done a lot of research. They've done a lot of work. And as we noted in the Fnatic Rising game, for example, whenever they reface a team or they've got stuff to learn from, they looked a hell of a lot better. Think back to Overpass, right? At the same time, this team doesn't have an identity on any map other than Vertigo. And even then, it feels like right now they're almost playing like counter-strat up against their opponent. And so I think for Young Ninjas, how do you even prepare for a nuke versus Astralis? You know, I think instead, you've just got to double down on your game plan and your ideas. And if they have done research, that'll only make it easier to read. So
and the biggest worry about that, Harry, because I completely agree, the biggest worry about that is, especially on a map like Nuke, which, you know, Astralis have picked into Young Ninjas, we saw those troubles the other day when Young Ninjas took on Big. Of course, Big were the team to really impress this season with a new roster and go through to those LAN finals at top of their group. But for Young Ninjas, they had an awful T side. They couldn't get through Big's defense. They couldn't win any of these upper XX. And it was up to the CT side. They pulled a massive comeback. They still lost that game in round 30. So, yeah, you know, this isn't exactly a flawless map for the NIP side either. I'd like to clarify something. While Rolf got AWP'd off of the silo in Hut last round. Astralis this round double naded through the rafters and killed him in the same position. So same spot 2 rounds in a row and same result, but they do a different method. Astralis, they know what they're up against. They've done their homework, and that can always be said about many a team, but I've never seen it so well displayed in the first 5 rounds of a match.
And I mean, there's just such an asymmetry of information. Like, you can't do the same to them as what they can do to you. And don't get me wrong, that's risky. You know, like, it's risky not having played maps in officials, but hell, thus far, if you know, the results we have are anything to go off of, which is all we have to go off of, it's been working for Astralis. And now they're up 5-1. I do just want to reiterate, Pimp laughed at me when I said this the other day. So I'm going to make you eat them words, baby.
Oh, dear. They don't go down tasting too good. All right, though. I'm not sitting here at 5-1 going, this game's over.
No, I just wanted to justify like, why I'm hyping up the underdog so much. So, you know, now we can home in on Young Ninjas, talk about the tenure, the experience, and all the good things about this squad. I'm just letting you know why Astralis might give them a run for their money.
Well, they're already starting to prove that on their T side. And yeah, Young Ninjas, you know, they don't need any introduction, right? These guys have been so good at staying calm, staying...
consistent placings at the playoffs as well, right? Always making a deep run. So this would actually be pretty monumental if that doesn't happen.
Yeah. And it's not just the dethroning of the Young Ninjas who have made it to both previous LAN finals, but it's also Astralis who have come in either 7th or 8th, or 7th and 8th every time here at WePlay Academy League, never getting out of bottom. And now, not only are they already exceeding previous placings, but they are fighting a bo3 for a LAN spot here in Kiev in just a few weeks' time. Teams already qualified there in Big and in MOUZ NXT, and then one more team later on. But right now, Fuzi, he's got that up. He's not the outside guy, though. He's back towards Hell. Does he have that set molly? Yes, it goes out to delay the cross. ETR, he didn't want to come up from secret and get quad-naded again. That's a second molly for Fuzi, so he's really trying to stall out these smokes. Someone dropped that over. ZTR has the Hell wrap at least to see if Astralis get weird, but this time they will be going B, and so the ramp player's been dispatched. It's a big gap that luckily isn't being exploited for the moment. Fuzi, he locks out that AWP. Mister's picked it up, but he can't double back. And with Linus in B, right now, Young Ninjas have every reason to be happy. They have Astralis locked into a box with nowhere to go. The only hope is a player like Altex, who's lurking back in door. Hard to get impact here, though. And Young Ninjas, they're aware of the possibility of this lurk. If you know Altex is still up, you know this guy's somewhere on his own.
Yeah, Fuzi's to come back outside now. They still don't know about ZTR. He's been waiting in garage all damn round, and that's the bomb. Fuzi going to find himself another in the meantime, and Altex,
sleepy.
Nice swing, but he is left in this all alone. 1 versus 3, and the bomb outside under the prying eyes of Fuzi's AWP. Altex really does just kind of become maybe a damage-dealing mission here. Alternatively, could elect to save, would be able to drop an AK over, and that might be his best play. He's just going to back out and concede, and yeah, man, you know, as is kind of the nature, you're 5-1 up, you're only going to be getting 1,400 at the end of this. He's got way more than that in equipment, right? Currently sitting on, what, 4,200's worth, so he's going to bow on out. And he'll be able to drop an AK over to someone like Vigo in this next round if you wanted to commit to the buy, which I imagine they do.
4,300's worth, Harry, but nice try. It was pretty damn close.
Oh, it's a sorry, I thought it was a smoke. That is my bad.
Of course he did.
No, dude, I thought it was smoke flash.
Nice try. 5-2 though, and yeah, Young Ninjas, perfect round, right? One where that's the other thing about these guys, like their comms are just so clean when we listen in. So yeah, they just keep Astralis boxed in there, and they don't let them wrap Hell. Let's flip sides though. Let's go back to the Danes and listen in for this gun round.
Jeg kan bare lave heroic nu. Bare smid etteren, Victor. Jeg smider træeren her. Jeg smider etteren. Du skal gå først her, Frederik. Ja. Hvem smider toren? Skal jeg gøre det før nu? Ja. Jeg gør træeren her. Ja. Får lige smuk. Jeg er rød. Det er slet dårligt. En tæt floor. En ud gate. Godt gå igennem, Frederik. Ja. Der er en Mac 10. Floor han smukket der. Den er ikke klar. Bare kom nu. Ruller her. Han flasher udenfor. Flasher. Op på hot, tror jeg. En på floor. Han målede hot. Hold secret, hold secret. Ja. Jeg er under højre. Dosia på A. Kan vi komme ud her?
Nej, vente. Jeg er under hånd.
Okay.
Hold rampe med nu.
Jeg holder ramme. Han står Dosia på A.
Vi sidder fint på A, gutter. Bare sidde i en lobby sådan her.
Rampe død!
Opholdet Dosia. Løb rampe.
Mørk rampe.
Under vinduer.
Kom her.
Flashback op, Mikkel.
Flasheren her.
Bakker ned, måske.
Bare hop ned.
Jeg holder vent. Kan du holde vent? Ja.
Jeg holder vent. Jeg tror dog, han er nede.
Han er norden. Jeg holder over dig.
Bare stå sæt op.
Det er nice at gå sige.
Jeg går op nu.
Ja, jeg ved ikke, jeg vil gerne stå bare dark her. Jeg har sgu ikke så meget. Jeg har kun McT. Af ved rampen. Ja, han sidder bare og holder. Han går ikke videre. Han står bare deroppe og holder. Der går lang tid før han er der, Mikkel. Han står helt oppe bag den røde gas.
Jeg har ikke noget andet hold alligevel. En D, eller vinduer. En kommer rampe. Flash i mig. Jeg kan holde over. Højre rampe. Jeg bliver ikke mod. Rammer mig. Kæmp dig. Det tager
jeg. Bagved.
Great reaction for Astralis Talent. They actually bail back from what looked to be an A play, even though they get the pick out main. Vigo's sitting there to cut down vent rotates, and even though he's not able to, a drop into lower and pretty safe post plants. One thing we've seen problematic a lot in this Academy League, Harry, and this maybe comes from inexperience, maybe overconfidence in some of these individuals, especially in the CIS teams, is overfacing a post plant. Astralis make sure that does not happen. They lock in as tight as they can, and look what they've done alone in this T side to the parry match odds. This is for map 1, and Astralis are now favoured at 1.5. Nice little round there. Mr. clutching out FURIA. And FURIA, he's having a good game. He's hit the shots when needed to, but couldn't get that 1v1 on. Needed the instant kill. Now we have back to outside for Astralis, a good bit of utility, and Ninjas aren't armed to deal with this. They're trying to crunch Hut together with 2, but look how patient Astralis are being. It's a bit of a gap, yeah. Mr. goes back to hold door, and Altex wasn't able to stop them getting in through Hut, so there is an AK available if they want to double down. But Astralis will do the opposite. They'll, well, I guess, go down themselves.
Yeah, but it's really not uncommon to see young ninjas try to get a little bit finicky now, right, and be pretty fluid all around the map. They don't really have a lot to lose here. And so we're going to see like this immediate triple drop to lower that's now been reduced to 2 after that kill to FURIA.
TTR should hear this.
Going up and over him. But as you say, should be aware, and he's going to try and hit this timing. ZTR, this is a thing of beauty. Knives are out for Mr. Oh, ZTR gets that. That's the bomb. There's the trade for Breezer at the very, very least. He does what he had to do there. These remaining 2, both on the rotation. Going to get caught with knives out. And there's Fessa with the closer, 7-2.
Really, really nice stuff. Not getting flustered on the eco despite the lobby crunch.
I mean, dude, so even if I kind of go away from like my Giga brain thinking of the Astralis route, if you just look at how these last few days have gone, like they're coming into this series really warm on a bit of a hot streak, like dropping out teams that could have and in previous seasons would have beat this squad, right? And they're coming into this like pumped. I've been checking their Twitters every night, man. Like they're ecstatic with how they're playing right now. And so, you know, that kind of feeling of like riding the high, when the going's good, it's really good.
Yeah, you didn't come this far to get in your head. Say, oh, but they're the better team. They beat us before. And, oh, that's a weird one. The smoke hits the door, and then they open it up. It opens inwards. Altex gets pushed back.
Stuck.
That was wild.
Super odd.
Too many nades at all the same time. And whatever the game plan was for Astralis, forget it. It's failed. Bail down to ramp instead. There's no one actually here. Linus is holding onto Hell to deny the Heaven Wrap, and I like this as well because it means young ninjas want Astralis to hit B. They're welcoming them into the lower site. If Astralis make the mistake of going to Hell and trying to wrap A, we've got a nice off angle for Linus, who will surely get another 1-for-1 and keep Nip up. Go B, say the ninjas. Do Astralis take the bait? Do they walk into the trap? There's only one man there, but it is ETR with a full belt of nades. Does he have a window open to drop mollies? Does he even want to give away his position? Astralis creepy crawl down. They don't have a lot of utility as well, but a molly and a smoke is perfect. Molly in the window can cut off double door. Smoke on single can buy you time and give you some space here. ZTR just trying to hold on to said space, and that molly falls a bit short. Theirs, as in Astralis's, he can deny from double if he wants. He won't choose to, though. Setting up 5-on-4 for the retake. Door swung both ways, and that's a nice kill for Fessa. Bomb cancelled. Fuzi drops it through the door, and now things get weird.
Oh my god. They see the legs. I don't know how. Fuzi's now very, very low.
TikTok.
Breeze is starting to re-aggress, but you're running out of time. You need this plant eventually. And really now, ideally. The ramp flank should be good to deny it, and it's Linus winning the round. Just getting there with seconds to spare to deny that bomb plant and put a third on the board for Young Ninjas. It's a good recovery.
Nade almost did it.
Yeah.
After time.
You know, considering that gets down to the wire and it all gets a little bit wild with the very, very good rotations out of Young Ninjas and the fact that they've got that early 5-on-4 after this weird door interaction. Look at that!
What a strange... Yeah, it's because the CT smoke hit it. What if that happens? It's like the worst timing ever.
Yeah, but dude, I mean, I've never seen someone like jitter about the place like what just happened there.
It's because both nades from both sides hit it, right? Like he was also trying to open it while the door got hit with a nade. Just like... bonkers. What do you even do about that? You can write that one off if you're a Astralis.
Yeah, right.
Like you said, you made the best out of a bad situation. So.
Yeah, exactly, right. Your thought at the end of that is, God knows what happens with the opener. and then we still almost got the bomb down.
Yeah, it was that hesitation on ramp, but Astralis, you know, they realized what they were being given. They just wanted to work out their protocols down on B. This time it's a little faster. We still have that ramp rotate down. ZTR has dropped a vent early, and he is here, ready to play, but not to stay. Traded after one. This AK chasing, and it does provide the goods. A couple of guns gifted now to Astralis. Can they get a handle on them? Can they be thrown over? Hello, mister. Please arm me, my friend. And he will. Drops the AK on. And now 3-on-3. Astralis are in a fantastic position for what was just a deco.
Yeah, important to remember, that kit is dark as well. And with everyone coming from double door, you're not going to be able to really get that. There is another one over towards control, and that's going to get retrieved by Rolf, who does also win the open. Now you're aware of players going window. Vigo's got to reposition. Tries to get into the best possible spot here, and he's done a lot of damage. Still gets knocked out. Breezer.
No time.
Time is a problem. Time is your enemy. And they swing out. It's going to be close. And no, they don't.
Oh, swap
I think they got it. Yeah, the kit's on it. Woo! 4 on the board for the Young Ninjas.
That's terrifying. Yeah, it was great.
Dude,
call
I
for
saw
Rolf.
Linus getting on it. I was like, oh, no.
Great call for Rolf to swap that out quickly. What did they have? I didn't think they had a kit in the 3-on-3. Did they pick that up in double door? Maybe it was.
Yeah, there was the one control room that Rolf was able to grab, and then there was one dark.
Okay, well that's a perfect grab. Yeah, Astralis, they did their best to buy as much time there in that 2-on-2.
Dude, once again, like considering that's pistols, you almost win the round on the back of it. You're still keeping it very, very competitive, keeping it costly, never letting Young Ninjas get comfortable.
At the same time, Young Ninjas are pulling out these sick last-second retakes, and you know you got to give it to them. They are winning rounds that, you know, in that 4-on-5 definitely shouldn't be theirs. But nonetheless, oh sorry, 4-on-4 after the B trade. Smokes outside, but Astralis, they've been foolish, trying to fool, rather, Young Ninjas with this all half. They throw the smokes. It's been spotted by Fuzi. It's really an AX egg. They're going to have 2 splitting through main as well. Young Ninjas, their A-holds were good in the past, but it all comes down to this main split, whether the timing is hit. Fuzi won't see a damn thing from this position, and no one's actually in mini. No one's even looking at mini. They're going to walk through and take 2. Fessa with a double opener. The orb swings out, but he's dead from the site, and that is it. No one in main, and look at what the difference it makes. That's that early vent drop. That's the effect of the smokes that Astralis keep throwing outside. Whether or not they're using them doesn't matter. ZTR goes through his protocols, and you just lack the A-hold. When we've seen 3, sometimes even 4 players on that top site, Young Ninjas have had no problem taking it flawlessly with crossfires.
And I mean, dude, if you watch the big demo, which I can assure you Astralis did, based on how they're playing, one of the comments we kept making about the T side was that, like, Big were using these smokes, but never actually playing behind them, and it lowered the effectiveness. ZTR is someone who plays off of tendencies. He's a very cerebral player, right? And thus far, because every time we've seen these smokes, it has normally culminated in like a lower play in some form.
Yeah.
he's been dropping for those early rotations. And so at this point in the game, Astralis know they've got him conditioned to go for that vent drop. And so it's a really nice detail. You can see where they've built upon what we learned from that Big Omen Academy versus Young Ninjas matchup.
Mate, think back to first gun round for Young Ninjas. Astralis, who hadn't done smokes because it was until first gun round, they sat 4 red with nades. They know the protocols. There's no question. They know what ZTR is going to do. So now you got to switch things up on the fly. You got to play a game you're not used to if you're the Young Ninjas to get around this. You know, even when it hasn't been like it's not been like 4 players crossing behind smokes. It's more often than not been like Fessel lurking through them and Astralis either dropping a vent player or going for a ramp hit. But they are ending lower a lot, and that is scaring ZTR. Now you just run out hut like a bunch of madmen. And Young Ninjas are not playing for it. They have 3 here, but ZTR's been locked out by main. He does get a kill on Fade Out. Molly in Heaven with the AWP covering. Fuzi's not got a chance with the USP. Saving for AWP as Astralis plant the bomb. They just muscle their way into A, and it works perfectly. Still, Young Ninjas want to throw themselves into the fire. They've got the money to do so. They've got nothing to lose and everything to gain.
Yeah, no, I mean, I love that they're going for this. A lot of teams in the Academy League would have just saved here. You know, just playing the damage is huge, but thus far it's looking like they could still win the retake. They stick the, they tap the bomb to try and bait peaks. It's on it. Now they are sticking it. This time it's for real. There's the stick. There's the commit. Young Ninjas, they go all in for that retake, knowing the buy was coming in anyway. It's a very freeing feeling in that situation there. And I feel like, dude, we would have seen so many other Academy teams save. That is something that Young Ninjas are a little different in, right? ZTR isn't afraid to call these ballsy retakes.
Did ZTR just spam out with no info into that hot player? He was playing that angle where you have a little, you know, almost like a, it's not a pixel gap, but you have a bit of a look onto default and you can cover someone crossing back sight. ZTR just spams out a player through that hut wall, and great that he had the kit as well. Makes all the difference. Astralis try and spam back. In fact, they're pissed after that one. They want to go right into A, and they catch Rolf completely unprepared, unexpected, quick round out of Astralis. They know they had A site for free last round, and they want to do it again. It's once more going to force a retake situation. A man down in doing so. Lots of damage done by utility, however, for the Young Ninjas, and that might tempt them back in. They don't know about it, but those assists, oh my god, they're going to be everywhere. Everyone getting tagged up. 2 from Heaven. ZTR and Linus getting a kill apiece. ZTR will forward to 3-on-3 with a ramp flank for Heaven. And is the plant for him? It doesn't look to be so. It might not matter if time ticks so quick. Fuzi's got another kill. They're on the stick again. Mister's got to swing wide. He needs a frag right now, and he's got it. His teammate gets the defuse off, and Sapek, he's got to be fast. He might just have it.
He's got it. He's got it. This is a 6th round for Young Ninjas. That is sick, man. Really kind of devastating for Mister. He's swinging because he wants to stop the defuse, but his teammate beats him to it, and he can't tuck back in time.
Just
if he gets around that corner, mate, that's an Astralis round all day long.
Too many comms.
Gotta give credit to Young Ninjas here for still finding rounds up against an evidently very prepared Astralis. And on top of that, that kill, I saw it come through with him tucked at vent. That's just wild. Fuzi's like, nah, that doesn't sit right with me.
Here's the mind game for round 15. Astralis are going lower, or are they? These A retakes have been phenomenal for Young Ninjas, so they know what Astralis are going to want to do in this round. It's just how do they get there is the question. ZTR says, you know what? You want to cross with your smokes or you want to fake them? I don't care. I'm going to find out how and why. Sapek, that first contact, drops the bomb. They all look his way, and ZTR shoots him in the back of the head. It is a perfect setup for Young Ninjas, who come in right at the end of the half swinging. Regardless, a very strong T-side for Astralis, but Young Ninjas are waking up to it.
Yeah, I mean, dude, in the same way, you know, I've been giving all this credit to Astralis for this, like, master game plan. You've got to shout out ZTR. He's had to make a lot of adjustments on the fly here. He's had to do a lot of reads up against a team that it's been very hard to prepare for, and he's countered this brilliantly in the last few rounds. He's also been a driving force in a lot of these retakes, normally the guy to tip the scales in the advantage of Young Ninjas. So they do really well to find a 7-8 half here. You know, it could have been so much more one-sided. Think about if those 2 post plants on A had ended differently. Suddenly, this is like a 10-5 half, and you're laughing all the way to the bank.
You know, all those retakes on A, plus one of them was an eco win as well, right, where they had a couple of saved rifles and the kit on ZTR. Yeah, real hero, the CT side. No doubt ZTR. Fuzi hit some big AWP shots, definitely, when we saw Astralis try and get tricky with it and wrap hell in some rounds through Garage, but at the end of the day, if you're Astralis, you go, you know what? We did our homework and it paid off. We've aced the exam. We're 8 rounds on the T side. It's just about holding off against what Young Ninjas have. And they didn't have a lot last time. We've already talked about that big matchup. It's the best one in recent memory. Nuka's been pretty rough for the Young Ninjas as of late against teams like MOUZ and teams like Big. So, yeah, Astralis, I can't wait to see how they're going to decide to deal with this aggressive T side. 1.5 in the favor for Astralis at the parry match odds, but new half, new nip, anything can change.
We've seen some pretty fast, pretty speedy gameplay thus far. You know, if you love speedy gameplay, then you're going to love our new sponsor, Western Digital, a new Black Series of SSDs. Ooh, if you're looking for a bit of pace, I'd recommend it. Young Ninjas, though, let's listen in.
Holla.
Lyssna högt, Lennis.
Japp. Okej där. Plocka inte min nöjd.
En är på hut,
Jag ser ingen.
Jag kommer flasha, vänta då. Låt han spraya lite.
Gå nog före mig.
Okej, jag kommer flasha nu. Flasha där.
Stevan, nice. Jag lost secret. Jag lost
vi
secret.
köper den, vi köper den.
Jag lost secret.
Nere.
Jag fastnar i väntarnas.
Jag
Jag smakar ut.
Jag stannar och håller vänt, jag stannar och håller vänt. Love, ruschar du north? Ruschar
Secret boys, en secret, en ramp.
Jag flattar i smoken.
Vänt boys.
Jag är till långa.
Secret, vänta ramp.
Singel.
Secret-killen kommer till er.
Singel.
Jag kommer gå ner delayed vänt.
Jag är till långa här.
Ja, jag är med dig
Kom
north.
till, en kommer långa. Var beredd att öppna dubbeln.
Jag pushar ramp. Dubbel.
Singel, ramp.
Ramp, ingen cap låg. Singel. Han går ut.
Han är ute, sängen.
Ute.
Håller ramp, håller ramp.
Låg.
Ramp, vänster.
Ingen cap låg.
Träffar han inget tror.
Nice, bra Erik.
Oh, a very scary round, but decisive still for Young Ninjas. Right down the vent. I would have loved to see Breezer spam that smoke, right? USP up close. We had, obviously, I think it was Linus who couldn't get down the vent. Not that you can see that, but it would have been, you know, potential kills there for free and very limited risk. The only danger is a player runs through, but hey, you'd take those odds. Either way, close on the B-bomb site. The fake tap from Mr. and it won't do it. CTR now got to lead this T side to victory. Astralis go for a full eco and come in with guns in the next.
Yeah, I think T side you get a lot of room to flex all your research. CT side it can be a little more tricky, right? For a number of reasons, really. Mainly because you're just the ones reacting a lot of the time, right? And so you might know tells, you might have ideas as to what certain smokes mean or what plays they like to... Oh, it's a nice flash! Everyone's blind!
Uh-oh.
But it should get cleaned up. Should. Yeah, it is.
It will.
But yeah, no, so you might know like what certain tells are for a play, but that can also work against you, right? I think... you know, you're always going to be kind of hesitant to call some, you know, ballsy stack after seeing a specific round ran by your opponents. Because at this point, I think it's pretty clear to ZTR that they know what he knows. And so
he knows that they know.
Exactly. I don't want to run around in that circle forever.
Can I?
Nope.
Okay.
And, you know, he can use that to his advantage as well.
Yeah, I'm sure he knows that. Down on beat. No one knows. Mister. Holding out, hiding out, pitching a tent. Young Ninjas, they are roasting marshmallows on the top site right now, and with the Heaven Plant, all is fine, all is well. Mister maybe can go for a gun outside. I'm not sure what Linus has dropped, but Ninjas will not be giving it away for free. Might only be a Mac anyway, and that doesn't matter because Astralis will be buying up full. Going to have a pretty healthy investment. Oh, I like this. Yeah, tap the bomb last second. You know you've not won the round, but if you can force anyone back into the bombs site, I mean, you may... Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter. I'm nitpicking, but if you go tap the bomb there, like, Mr. saving nothing but his stats. If you go tap the bomb there, Nip have to run back in to check that you don't have a kit. They don't know. They don't know whether you have a kit. And it'd be foolish for them to not check it. So someone will die if you go back in there. That's just a little detail. But I would have liked to see it, considering Mr. literally didn't save anything. We've seen people ninja out of heaven. We've seen that happen. But all in all, gun rounds out
Yeah,
now.
I mean,
time to
especially
buy.
with where the bomb was planted.
Yeah.
Like, would have really loved it even more.
I don't know.
So.
I just really thought that was the plan, but it doesn't matter. 9 to 8. Forget about it. Come in with your gun and get it done.
Yeah, feigning some lobby aggression early on, going back to throw these late outside smokes. You're going to send someone across with this, and it looks like Linus and ZTR are going to be the two entrusted with it. I like this. I think it's really, really good to set the precedent early on that, like, these outside smokes aren't just pretend. They do represent a threat whenever you see them. Astralis talent. This is what I mean about the reads, right? You might feel like you know what certain smoke lineups mean or what the response is going to be, the protocol. But in dropping a player down now, right, you've had to give up ground elsewhere, especially after losing Vigo outside. And the area that's been given up is ramp, and that is now where Young Ninjas are leaning. Altec's here alone. Oh, he's gonna... He should be screwed here, mate. Like, you're fighting to the death.
Sick.
Oh, double up! That is all you could have asked for and more. Bit of lobby re-aggression. ZTR's seen it. The bomb still over here at ramp. There's 25 seconds left. You're not really left with too many options but to drop lower. And Vesa is here already, swinging out and dealing with ZTR. There's Linus dead on a bit of an A-lurk. And it's only Sapek left. He taps the bomb. The door swings, but Vesa's not committed to a gunfight. Tap again, and he gets run down. 9 to 9.
That could have really been something, but Linus makes a massive error there. He's out there trying to clear heaven for some reason, when really, like, obviously it's pretty screwed after Vesa picks a B player off and leaves a one-man to a 1v1 on B, but Linus can kill rotates. He can just sit in main, as we saw Vigo try and do earlier, and, you know, ZTR just called that they were in hut. You should know Astralis are trying to take lobby as you've cleared ramp and outside, and just sitting in main and killing vent rotates at least gives Sapek the chance to win his 1v1 on B and play the bomb. Like, it's a rough round anyway, but checking heaven is not going to do you any favors, and he just gets peeked from door and hut. So bit of a weird one there for Linus, but not the end of the world. Young Ninjas tried to make the best of that, but Altec's really threw a spanner in the works. No idea how he got a double. Vigo is very early B, 1v1, and that's a massive one as well. The spacing means no one can trade Linus. ZTR can grab the gun at least, but Vigo, he's got util to throw in. He's trying to stop that AK from getting retrieved.
Oh,
he saw it. He knows they're behind the smoke.
Oh!
Spam to ZTR, and don't you dare take my AK. Does it blow the gun back? No, they've got it, at least, but Sapek's been cleaned out behind the vent, lurks the door smoke. We know what he's up to. And a 2-on-5. This round is roasted.
Vigo doesn't need to fight this. He can just wait. He's got the info. There is going to be a B rotation out of Altex, and Vigo's just trying to buy time. He's going to do more than that, shutting down another. They have a guy waiting in the vents to drop. This is so weird. Rolf's now off the angle, and now he's able to call to the vent player like, yeah, mate, get down. Vesa coming in on the vent rotate. We'll elect to call that off, and that's because Altex is already here from ramp. So there's 10. Astralis talent. Brush that force by round aside like it's casual. 11 should be pretty much as good as done.
Did he reload his AK and then swap to another AK with less ammo? I felt like he did, but maybe that's just my eyes deceiving me. Lovely B-hold for Vigo. That smoke was perfect. Just having enough room to see the gun get grabbed, set him up to spam ZTR out. And at that point, you have no map control. Sapek just had to walk outdoor to try and make a hero play. It wasn't going to work, though. Astralis' A anchors keep their eyes on the prize, care for those lurkers. As much as Young Ninjas did, right? When Altex was up, Young Ninjas knew not to take lobby and not to, feed that guy. And so Sapek is that guy for the Young Ninjas. Not clearing, but luckily flicks back in time. And the rest are just Glocks outside. Should be easy squeezy. Or bombs even in spawn.
Mate, this is where, for Young Ninjas, the idea that they're they're such heavy favorites to make it to the LAN final starts to kind of work against you at a certain point, right? Maybe not yet, because it's still a close game, but eventually, you won't be able to help it. In the back of your mind, you'll be thinking, come on now, this is the team that's consistently, had rough times in the WePlay Academy League. We're the guys that always make it to those LAN playoffs. Like, we need to pick this up.
Pitch it this way. Young Ninjas probably saw Astralis beat, teams like fnatic and NAVI and went, good, we'd have to play fnatic or NAVI now, but obviously, as we've seen, Astralis have had great depth. They've had great comeback ability. They've actually got a deeper map pool than the group stage would lead you to believe. And now all boot camping here for the Gauntlet stage definitely made a world of difference. Because I don't want to just attribute it to maps, although that is definitely something to think about. Like, even Astralis have said, like, yeah, we're feeling a lot more comfortable now playing all together. And of course, no surprise. Here we go, Altex. I like the off angle, especially if they just pop through this smoke.
Stop quick switching though,
yeah,
please.
Making me nervous, making me uncomfortable. Vigo's here to try and help. He's going to try and stop the drop, but they don't have a molly yet to his position. He just gives it up. Again, 5-on-5 and Astralis go, you want ramp, have it. We've got that B site on lock, and the re-aggro is very dangerous. Fiddling with nades, they might punish you. They should punish you, but they let him get away with it. These meddling kids.
Dude, I think at this point you're probably a bit shaken. Like, you don't really know what you're walking into. This is definitely more than you bargained for, as the saying goes. And as you said earlier, it's kind of forcing you to play this uncomfortable style now. They're trying to recover, and this is nice. Rolf dealing with Altex and taking health control. That's massive, because now Astralis don't really know where this is looking to end up. It could just as easily be a recommit into the B site as it could an A split. You have no idea. There is a big asymmetry of information for Astralis talent right now.
They're walking into the 2.
Yeah, this double hold today. They've decided to hold their ground. 20 seconds. Time is of the essence, right? This bomb needs to get into the site. And with that kill coming in, the bomb's left all alone. Linus needs to come up huge on this main ramp. The bomb could try and drop vents, but Breeze is still down on B, and they don't even survive the crossing.
Wow.
That is so impressive. Astralis talent recover, 12-9. That should have, that had all the makings of a Young Ninjas round. Those are the moments that ZTR loves to be in. You're a man up, you've got all the control.
Yeah, I don't. Where's the punish on Altex? Like, the amount of times he reaggresses. Sure, Rolf kills him eventually here, but that's only because he's holding it. Altex is trying to get involved to help out Vigo as they push hell. There was only 2 players for Ninjas. But, the fact that Altex is getting so much done on ramp, you shouldn't be getting away with this. You can't keep getting away with it.
But this is where, like, the mind games of them knowing so much about you comes into it. This is where you're going, why is he facing so much? You would normally just drop off. Like, is there some weird... Yeah. Are they trying to get us to go B? Is there some double setup here?
Well, that's because Vigo showed hell early as his teammate dropped it. Then he just backed out, never recommitted. Quick, out through the door pop. But it's only pistols, Harry. It should just be a bit of a mop-up, and Fessor provides the goods. Mister helps out. He had an excellent, want to, again, draw attention quickly to Mister. He had an excellent A-hold in the previous round.
I need to say this. I feel like Astralis are actually very ready for that type of call. Young Ninjas, they do like to occasionally fake a vent drop. A vent drop, and then they just commit through the smoke. And I actually believe that was why, all the way back in the pistol, Breezer never spammed from CT vent, because that's the idea of the double setup, right? Is to counter that pop through the door smoke into an A play. And so he fires off earlier here. It's Fessor in the position, but this was all around the idea of actually countering this push through the door smoke. Bro, this is so nice out of Astralis talent.
Yeah, you can't say anything but it's good gameplay. It's a lot of prep, and it's very clear, as it was against teams like NAVI, and even NAVI tried to use it against Astralis. Like, every team is playing for this right now. The one land spot in each gauntlet stage left up, the $100,000 on the line each season, and this is unbelievable. To think that, we've had some teams like FURIA who've unfortunately just disappointed every season with every roster. For Astralis, they disappoint for 2 seasons, and then they come in and they're doing this right now. 2 Young Ninjas, one of the most formidable rosters, the most experienced roster. These players have played on the main team, for crying out loud. These players have had a taste of Tier 1 CS, while Astralis are kicking them in the face. Fessor with a vent boost. Grime time. Finds Sapek over the smoke. A rare taste of his own medicine. Smokes outside. You don't even have to commit with these. You could still go for that main split into A. Young Ninjas, though, man down. Smokes are out, and Astralis go, have B. We're up. We don't need to drop. Fessa will still. Gonna keep his eye on Secret. Breeze has just hit a random shot through smoke. And if Astralis, if skill wasn't enough, luck will help out. Main split, nice try. Not happening, or at least it shouldn't. A missed shot from Breezer. And a bit of space gain for the Ninjas.
Yeah, but dude, at this point, he could back up and play CT. The fact he's re-swinging is just confidence.
Oh.
He will eventually get punished for it. It's about time, but still, mate, he did his job. Like, 2 for 1, he'll take that all day long. And now both these young Ninja players are just lost to the hands of time outside. 35 seconds left. You got to make a play eventually. You're not really left with much. They're going to try and get in through main, but these crossfires in the A site have been really clean. You have one between CT, vent, and door. They're going to smoke Mr. off, but he sets up the vent player with a flash. However, they run it down ahead of time.
Watch out.
This is nice, young Ninjas. They've navigated this round really nicely, mate. 2v5, turn 2v3. Plant comes in, and Altec's dead on the heaven rotate. Just Rolf, but he's melted by Fessa up through the vent. And that's 14 for Astralis talent.
Oh, you can feel that one slipping away, right? Getting a little uncomfortable. Can't count the Ninjas out in these clutch scenarios where their individuals get a chance to shine, but...
Being real, I think the mid-round is where young Ninjas have to do their best work on this T side. The mid-round's where it gets unpredictable. Speaking of unpredictable, Pimp, he's got the paper aeroplane out. He's got a mug in one hand and a plane in the other, flying high. But he won't beat when I tear him down for his prediction in this game. Anyway, we're going to go listen into Astralis.
Starter bare lige højt.
Lad mig komme op.
Ja, det er fint nok bare lige at blive oppe.
Hvad laver du, Victor?
Jeg kan sætte udenfor.
Der er en til højt til starten. Vent, Frank. Kan ikke være nede. En silo. Wolf er silo.
Spiller omkring fissen. Kan jeg have back?
Han er nede i den. Fint. Jeg holder bagud, Victor. Har de ikke lavet os A-split nu? Ja,
vi smukker down.
Kom fra hjertet.
Ja, vi smukker down.
Kan de gå?
Jeg holder gate. Kan du holde min venstre mate?
Vi smukker down. Kan godt nu.
Okay nu.
Jeg kan godt gå nu.
Jeg står lige under høj lige nu før.
Jeg kan godt gå ned B.
Ja, det kan godt gå ned B.
Okay, vi satser på, de ikke går B, vel?
Kommer. En gate. Nice.
Done.
Disse 50 HP.
Chill. Jeg har hot, okay?
Jeg kommer ned floor.
Jeg har hot.
Jeg kommer med dose, Victor.
Til vent, tror jeg. Jeg er ikke sikker. Nej, en hot.
Han er 50 HP eller sådan noget. Du kan smoke down, Ben, også. Eller må
jeg holder bare hot.
Okay. Det går så fint, boys, man.
This CT side has been rip-roaring for Astralis. It's the same problem for NIP or for the young Ninjas that they had against Big the other day. Not able to break through the defense, not able to manipulate their opponents or play with their minds. Astralis knew that was going to be the main split the entire damn time. You can tell from the comms. Not convinced by the yard smokes. And why would they be? Fessa and Mr. on those A anchors have been excellent this half. There is no weak point. 7 in a row now. Ever since they got guns, they have put them to great use. And young Ninjas, one final hurrah.
Yeah, one last go of it, mate. And they're going to wait back in the lobby. Looks like this might just be an A-pop. You've got the utility for it, right? Lots of flashes. Mollies as well. Outside smoke's going to go in, but
look at this.
Looks like it's a bit of a ruse more than anything. And once again, I mean, they've triple dropped into the A site. Fessa making noise. Trying to bait them into Mr., right, who's playing this close hut angle. You see Fessa jiggling. You shouldn't be ready for this next guy. Molly will force him out. The timing's a little awkward there. The flash wrecks him, and Fessa gets shredded. So even though Astralis, it looked like they knew what was about to come their way, as we've kind of... don't let the pressure get to you now, Astralis.
Yeah, I mean...
Not immune to that.
They were kind of leaning towards saving, but then they looked at the money and they were like, I mean, we can't really... We can go for it, we can try, but yeah, no nades to do anything, or no nade... That nade didn't do anything, rather, and they are not convinced. Unless you want to sneak in for a ninja, right? In the back of your mind, you think about that round where they left the site very early. Altex will poke his head in, though, and now that dispels any chance of young ninjas leaving the door open. They're going to frag out, or at least try to. Good exits, and it makes you wonder, what would have happened if we went for it? Not to matter, though. Young ninjas break the 7-round streak. They get around on the board. That was awkward for Fessa and Mr. Right. the molly right in front of Mr. I think he would have probably preferred no Molotov there. Nip go right through it, and then great flashbangs through roof. Fessa can see nothing, and the double entry is converted. Very awkward A-pop for Astralis, who were ready for that round. But nonetheless, it's still a long road to recovery. However, this is what makes a good team great. Ones that can seize this opportunity. Will Young Ninjas do exactly that, or is it inevitable?
Problem is, right, like you can win a really nice little A execute on the back of individuals. As to whether or not you want to do that every round, whether or not you can, we'll have to wait and see. Yeah. I think whenever it's come to these more drawn-out yard rounds, that's where Astralis have often looked their best and just been able to strip players from the ranks of Young Ninjas one at a time. Even in this round, Breeze is already down in secret. He's going to be in a really good spot to actually spot this outside play when these smokes come over. Linus is moving in on this side of the map, and now that the smokes go down, Breeze are just waiting patiently, mate. The way he's going to clear this is by seeing if they come to him. He's not looking to make a move, not looking to be that first point of contact. It does mean you get the info fairly late as to whether or not it's a B play compared to if he was peeking now. But honestly, this might actually help Astralis talent. It's keeping a lot of bodies over in this A site, and this doesn't look like the commitment right away. I think they might try and vent drop. Yeah, that's what it's looking like.
It's probably your best play right now. You've already got some lower space, but they're actually fighting for this one, and no one's giving away the kill. Oh, there's a B pick. You may as well vent dive. You've got all the space down lower, but they're committed. Nipper going into the stack. Mister with a double. Fessa. Oh dear. It's not helped, but he can still recover the round. 2 on 3, and the last-ditch attempt to B. If that was their first go at things, this round would have been a lot better. Maybe regretting it, but you can't dwell in the moment. Plant coming in, Linus up close, they don't clear him, quick kill, double down for Linus, that's the rifle that we know and love, and Fessa now has to make up for his team kill.
Oh my god, but the bomb wasn't planted, the molly denied it!
Oh my goodness!
And now that's the bomb dropped, Fessa's gonna play for time, Fessa's playing the long game at 1 point of health, now he's running in, he needs this kill, and he hopes that that shot was gonna be enough to deny the plant. It's not, Linus sticks it, it was the only option he had. And now tucked in at dark, this should be a Linus round, 3 to his name already. And Fessa, when you're this low, you're in your head, you don't believe in your ability to win this instant fight. A headshot wins it for him, right? If he nails this first bullet, it relies on having the read, having the knowledge, and he walks in looking the wrong way, anticipates the rafters post-plant, and, it's a good try. Does all he can and more, but Linus, hell of a response, right? 4 kills in the round, including winning the 1v1.
I mean, what happened there? Like, you got team molly, you got flashed out. No, that was a mess.
Fessa, in his defense, got like full blind on the peak, and not full blind, but he got blind, and I think he just insta-reacted. Like, sees a molly down, he's like, just shoots into it. I mean, Mister was dead anyway to the molly. And then we need to draw too much attention to the TK.
You never know. Yeah, that was so scary considering, the best option, especially after Linus got that B pick. I'm shocked to see them not just insta-go down vent, but they know that CT vent position was getting used in all of these rifle rounds on the A site, so they try and molly it out and just force the kill where they have it. You're not expecting Mister to double up there anyway. Young Ninjas don't care about these details. They care about the comeback, and they're still trying to piece it together 2 in a row. Only 2 gun rounds in this T side for the Ninjas, and they've yet to break this Astralis economy. That's when this game gets easy, Harry. Suddenly, you win this round. Astralis are on the edge of not being able to buy. I think they'll buy 1 more. The question is someone like Breezer, who will be on a pistol armor, something of the sort. Again, this vent smoke that just... It's like the equivalent to the outside smoke precedent. Sapek, not again! Fessa's up over the vent, and you can't keep boosting up and not being expected. Using their own utility against them are Astralis. And now you've got to make do with only 4, once again, yard smokes, but Astralis don't often fall for these. More so ready for main splits when they come through. Linus doesn't decide to commit. Instead backs out, goes back to spawn. He might regress late, but no, just dumping his util and joining them on what looks to be another door pop.
Yeah, now door is kind of open right about now. No one's actually watching for this. Fessa does have that ability to come up through the vent, and this guy's very, very keen at doing that. gonna need to happen if they want to save this round. If they drop down into B, it is the A commit. They don't clear Vigo. Chance at the crossfire. Oh, it's a little ugly from Mister, but he does recover. Fess has come up the vent and is fighting, and he's going to nail the first shot. Is dead the second time around, but only Linus left. 30 seconds. He's got time to play with. A vent drop maybe, but the AWP in main, the timing's everything, and oh, he just gets down. He just gets away. Linus needs the ace in what was a 1v3 to keep this coming in for Young Ninjas. He might have been good for 4 in the last. The molly's going to burn him out of position. Linus, this should be unwinnable. Needs to nail the shot right away. Getting challenged from both positions. Linus, it's clean. It's so clean. What? 5 and 1 point of health, the difference. 12 on the board for Young Ninjas, and Linus keeps the clutches coming in.
My goodness, the B site is his playground right now. More clutches for Linus, more rifling moments, and this is despicable. Astralis talent, they just wanted to shut down the map right there. They wanted to hunt down that low man and B, and hell, you can't really argue against it. I don't know how he gets away with it. The amount of times that Young Ninjas are coming through door into these A stacks and still making the best out of the bad situation. Linus dropping vent on his own, and that's all you need right now. Unbelievable. This game is not over yet. Another 5-on-4 unconverted by Astralis. All they need is one round, and that final one, that closer, that can be the hardest. Linus shows them why. These are just sick headshots. And the spray to finish. We talked about the possibility of broken money. It's Mister who's going to take the hit, drop the AWP over. Respect to him. He's the second top in the team. But he sets his AWP up, and Astralis buy once again.
This is where the experience, the tenure of Young Ninjas is going to start to take hold, right? This is where the stress for Astralis talent is going to start to get to them. They've had 2 really good chances to close this game out now, and they can feel this inability to just get it over the line.
Big drop. Does that get heard? It doesn't time with a flash, and so they might have listened to the step. Fico's going up, but there's a temporary window, and yeah, Breezer watches across. I think he heard that drop. Would have been nice to time that with a flash drop. Could have done a lot of favors, but you know, that's a detail and maybe one step too far. A 5-on-4 should be easy, right? You got Mister and Hut, and he's been a pillar on A site. You've barely tried ramp, and when you have, Altex has gotten away with far too much. That might be enough to send Young Ninjas out, but they seem enticed. Something new today. Something new this round. Altex, don't you dare quick switch again. Here they come. Headshot spotted, and they haven't dropped him off the box. There's a peek, but they're so ready for it from Vigo. AWP is on the angle already. Altex is going to have to retreat. Keep that 4-on-4. Fess is already rotated. It's a heavy B setup. Young Ninjas looking like they want to commit into it, though.
Lovely opener, Rolf. It's clean. Altex, this B-ramp player, trying his best to stay alive. Linus is dead. Altex, oh, they're up above him. They're all around him. And Sapek with the spray transfer. It's another clutch. The Deagle and Mister is already here, though. Back turn, and that's the round. That's the game. 16-12. And Astralis talent, they do get it over the line. This time, 1 clutch too many. And now they're a map up in this series.
If only someone three rounds ago in the gauntlet had called this, Harry.
Yeah, you know, I've been trying to sell it to everyone. I've been trying to sell it, and now I really am curious. I want to hear what our analysts have to make of this one. I want to see if they're going to buy the ticket and take the wild ride that is this Astralis hype train with me. We'll find out if they do in just a moment.
Headshot, nice. Fist bumps go to the teammates.
Welcome aboard the Astralis hype train. For 2 days in a row, they were surprising us. And again, they take this map, they take away Nuke against Young Ninjas. And we know that Young Ninjas are pretty good at this map. There was a really close series against Big Omen Academy. But right now, how is this possible?
First things first, right? Astralis Talent clearly came into this game with a plan. The game plan coming out of Astralis Talent, coming out of the coach in Trace, we haven't talked much about him because of the whole, vertigo thing, so we haven't really gotten to see what he can influence his team and how he can prepare his teams, but it was clear to me that on their T side, Astralis Talent knew everything Young Ninjas were doing. They started out with the nade stack, you could see the way they were rotating around, the calls coming in as well. Trace, it's hard for a lot of the pro teams and hard for us to sometimes digest how much of an impact a coach is having, but it was clear to me, to see in this game at least, that Astralis Talent came in with a clear game plan that worked out most of the rounds, right? Young Ninjas still fought, they still tried to make the game complex, let's put it that way, for Astralis Talent, but they were the better team on Nuka and they came in with the better preparation, and it felt like it almost felt like they wanted it more.
Young Ninjas are definitely shell-shocked after that one. They did not expect that level of prep work. They did not expect to get hit by a quad nade stack on the first gun round in the face of ZTR. They didn't expect so many of these plays to be as complex, as strong as what Astralis are throwing at them right now. This is the exact kind of team you would expect that would wear the Astralis banner as a unit, and they're finally living up to their namesake a little bit. This is incredible what we're seeing from Astralis Talent, how every single day it feels like they're a team that every single round pretty much has a plan, whereas in seasons prior, sometimes you would think, what was the plan in that round? Now you see everything unfolding for them in the best way possible. It is seriously a sight to behold, because this is definitely some of the best game planning we have seen from any team in the Academy League, whether it's in the playoffs or the group stage or anything like that. I am really, really shocked by how well put together this Astralis Talent lineup is playing right now, because they are absolutely playing their individual ability. And when we look at Young Ninjas, it looks like they came into this game just kind of thinking, if we play our game, we'll win. That's the line we hear in every single interview from almost every pro player, that they just want to play their game. You can tell Astralis Talent, they're playing more than what their game is. They had an idea of how to be the team that's in front of them today, and they are carrying it out.
And I think that's the provocative thing to me, the contrast between the two teams. Because as said, it was clear to see Astralis Talent came in with a game plan, they had an idea of how they wanted to execute it, and it worked out well for them. Whereas for Young Ninjas, it didn't at any point in that game feel like to me that they'd sit down and watch all the demos coming out of Astralis Talent, or at least the one they played on Nuke so far. Fessar does the same rotation 9 out of 10 rounds. Every single time he's playing Nuke, he's going to find himself in single door whenever Young Ninjas is going to the lower bomb side, and it felt like they weren't ready for it. A couple of times Fessar got to open the door, got a couple of kills, played the position well, and it's like a simple thing like that. If you watch, just watch the radar or go into noises or use some of these programs online, you put in the demo, you can see his rotation patterns. Every single round are more or less the same, and you still come into the game and you're not prepared for it. That's unacceptable. So I'm all about the Astralis hype train in the sense that they were the better team on Nuke, so they definitely deserve to win.
Yeah, after 6 maps of Vertigo, I jokingly said like, hey, maybe Astralis Talent just don't want to show their stress. Maybe they're just keeping everything for the gauntlet. And now I'm kind of believing this. I'm like, no, maybe they're actually so big-brained.
I think that Astralis Talent simply have the best turnaround from group stage to gauntlet stage. This is a completely different team than what we saw during the group stage that was struggling to even put up a map victory on Vertigo. And now we're seeing that they do have a way to play future maps. I will say this, that moving forward, thinking about this longer term, it's going to be difficult to keep up this kind of anti-strat heavy style, but I will say that it's benefiting their players immensely. I mean, Fessar has elevated his play. Actually, if you look at the stats of the 3 best players from Astralis, they are playing better in the gauntlet than they did in the group stage. That's not supposed to happen. You're supposed to get usually worse when the pressure mounts up like that, but it looks like the prep work from Trace, the game plan probably working in tandem with Vigo, it has elevated Fessar, Breezer, and Vigo's numbers. All of them are getting better right now. It's seriously the most impressive turnaround in just a couple of days.
I just want to hit on the same point I did the other day in terms of Breezer. I think he was limited a lot by only playing Vertigo. He likes to move around with the AWP. He likes to be fluent. He likes to go for one shot, then move into a new position, etc., etc. You can't really do that on Vertigo. You don't have as much freedom. You don't have as many places to go. You're kind of limited, and you're always stuck behind a smoke like everyone is when it comes to Vertigo. So it feels like to me that when Breezer is finding impact, when he's having an AWP, even in games where he's not hitting 20 kills or 25 kills, he's still got going to take a shot towards ramp, then go outside, then take a shot outside, then go inside. So if you're Young Ninjas, or if you're playing against Astralis talent, you constantly have to fear, or at least be aware of the AWP can be in the position you're hitting. And that just installs a fear, I guess, in the opponent. So Breezer and the way he's moving around with AWP, to me, is one of the most impactful things for Astralis talent, and is one of the main reasons why they're looking so good in their CT sites compared to what they did in the beginning on Vertigo. Because as I said, you're just it's a very compact map. You're always behind a smoke, you're always stuck by a Molotov or whatever. You can't really move around. But Breezer right now, he's finding the freedom, and he's definitely playing up to it as well. So I agree, the 3 star players right now from Astralis talent, they're all providing more to the team, and it's showing on the server.
And you probably feel way better about your bold predictions, because I think both of you picked Fesser, and during the season he was not performing that good, so you could maybe put like a big question mark next to his nickname. Is he actually good? Or maybe like it's just like the fact that he is an FPL player is like maybe like, you know, like something is wrong with him, but like here right now, finally in the gauntlet, he is showing his skill.
His HLTV stats have gone up by at least 0.1 from group stage to gauntlet. So, I mean, yeah, he's performing incredibly better. I would say before on Vertigo, what we saw so often was that he would try to make these hero plays by going through a smoke, I mean, trying to weave through the enemy's utility. But now there's a game plan for him a lot of the time. I will say that some maps have less of a game plan for Astralis, but there on Nuke, it was very obvious that Astralis knew in every round what they were trying to do to start the round, get that opening pick. And actually, when you look at the stats for the gauntlet right now, Astralis talent have the best opening kill percentage. They are seriously, they're dominating teams in finding that first one and then converting on top of it. In fact, they don't even actually have the best 5v4 conversion rate, but they are getting so many, they're getting so many openers that it doesn't even matter. Because when you're always 5v4 up, as they are frequently throughout this gauntlet, you're just going to win more rounds than you lose. That's just Counter-Strike.
I was just about to say, we saw that, you know, on Nuke exemplified with Astralis, I think 6 or 7 rounds in a row, getting the opening kill, and only 3 or 4 of those rounds they ended up winning. So even though you don't convert, you know, 100% of your 5v4s, if you get the opening kill every single round and you convert 60%, well, you're going to end up winning the game regardless, right? So that's Astralis right now. That's even an area where they could probably improve at and then become even more dominant towards their opponents. This is the first time throughout the history of the WePlay Academy League that I'm getting excited to see Astralis talent play. It's been a little bit disappointing. It's been very flat, you know, in a way. You always sit back with a feeling that these players can do much better than we're showing, but it's hard to keep believing in it when it's the same thing over and over and over again. But finally, it seems like they broke through that defense, you know, they found the confidence, and right now they're one of the most exciting teams to follow, and they stand with a pretty good chance, honestly speaking, of winning Overpass and sending NIP out before we even get to the LAN finals, which would result in Young Ninjas missing the LAN finals for the first time ever.
Yeah, like from the bottom to the top. Also, like another thing that's very exciting is the veto, because yesterday when we saw the VP.Prodigy veto, like an Eternal Fire Academy, VP.Prodigy had to play Inferno, a map that they don't play at all. Eternal Fire had to play Ancient. Here right now, we have 2 maps, Nuke and Overpass, the maps that both the teams play. So we kind of expect that the scores should be pretty close and it will just not be like super one side. When it comes to the odds, Young Ninjas 135 and 305 for Astralis talent. And in all honesty, I think Astralis talent can actually take this map too.
Man, I mean, based off of what we just saw on Nuke, I will say that it's probably, it was kind of, this is kind of feeding into the point I was going to make earlier, that it's hard to have this much prep map to map. It's very difficult for a team to keep up this level of form as a unit in terms of anti-stratting, because when you don't necessarily know for sure what Young Ninjas are going to pick there. It could have been Overpass, it could have been Inferno, they could have picked Vertigo outright there because they've already beaten him twice on it. So I don't think Astralis talent were 100% sure that this Overpass pick was coming out, and because of that, I don't think we're going to see the same level of anti-stratting that we saw on Nuke. If Astralis talent somehow predicted this, if they somehow prepared this, then Young Ninjas are in for a world of hurt. But somehow, I just don't see that they're going to have that level of prep here.
I agree with you. I very much agree with you. The problem for me is in that aspect is, do I believe Young Ninjas have that prep? Do I believe Young Ninjas have prepped well enough for Astralis talent? Of course, Young Ninjas, they knew they were going to pick Overpass. So we assumed they've been watching a little bit of demos from Astralis talent, but how well have they done it? I also think that they would have, you know, guessed that either Vertigo or Nuke would have been part of the map pool as well, and it didn't look like they anti-stratted at all on Nuke.
Right.
I'm going to give you guys an example. Even the casters can follow this throughout the game, right? Breezer, the way he plays on the CT side, where Astralis Astralis is going to start out. Always up in middle, checking to begin with. Even if he's flashed out of position, he'll throw the smoke on towards trash can, go up, check out. Then he's going to position himself around toilet, take a shot, fall back, take another shot, and then fall back towards A side. He's doing that more or less 9 out of 10 buy rounds. If you're young ninjas, you should be able to know that pattern. You should be able to flash him out of those positions, and you should be able to make sure that he doesn't get any impact whatsoever by playing the same style over and over again. Then it's up to Breezer to invent himself, you know, and do something differently. But if I'm going to see young ninjas not taking that into account, or if it suggests to me that that's not the case, I'm going to malt, you know, because they have to prepare. They're coming into a matchup where they could go out, they could not even reach the LAN finals, and if you're not even taking it seriously enough to prepare properly for that, then what are you at that point? Same thing for the B-bomb side. We've seen Astralis play the same setup over and over again. A guy towards barrels, a guy towards side, who always throws the smoke in front of the barrel guy. It happens 9 out of 10 rounds. If young ninjas haven't found a solution to that, I haven't found a play to counter that, I'm going to maul again. It's so obvious because it's in every single demo you can watch from Astralis. So I hope the casters will kind of look out for it, and I hope you guys will as well. And then I sure as hell hope that young ninjas will prepare for it as well.
I mean, I do hope that young ninjas actually prepared, because I'm looking forward to find out who will win the Vertigo. I'm really looking forward to for us to have a third map. Just a short prediction. Do you think we will have a third map?
2-1 young ninjas. 2-1 young ninjas. That's my pred. I think that nuke was a shell shock for them. They were completely blown out of the water. But now I think that young ninjas, they thought these two maps that they're playing now, Overpass and Vertigo, this is what they thought the veto was going to be. I think they're going to have the prep necessary to take it down for the rest of the series.
I would like to think so too. I'm starting to lose faith though in young ninjas. I think it's been a very poor season so far. The individuals haven't really shown up either, and they make too many mistakes. It seems a little bit unserious to me. So before the game, I would have said, you know, 80% sure that young ninjas would win, even in this scenario. But I'm too close to a 50-50 at this point. I think young ninjas is going to win Overpass, but I'm not going to tell you that they're going to win Vertigo, because that's up in there for me.
Yeah, well, we saw already 2 overpasses from Astralis Talent. They lost one, they won the other one. So right now it's kind of is the deciding overpass when it comes to their gauntlet. There is a chance that we are going to have Vertigo, because of course it is the WePlay Academy League. We cannot avoid a series without having a Vertigo. There is still a chance that we'll have only two maps today. Will Astralis Talent manage to close this series? We'll find pretty shortly. Let's just go to this map with Hugo and Harry.
Thank you, Heku. And yes, this series is just getting started, I think. I'm expecting a 3-mapper. If not, it will be a disappointment from the young ninjas. Frame it how you want. Frame it how Astralis have done all this work. I'm sure you will in the cast. And that's what we saw on Nuke. But at the same time, young ninjas, they are the elite team. They are the higher caliber team. They are the team with experience, with players we've seen in Tier 1 tournaments. So for them to lose this 2-0 would, I think, be a bit of an embarrassment today.
Yeah, you know, I'm inclined to agree with you, you know, but I think something that's kind of troubling for me as well is, like, we had these phenomenal rounds out of guys like Linus, right?
Yeah.
Like, he gets back-to-back clutches to keep them in it. He's looking really good. FURIA had a pretty good game as well. Like, wasn't one of the ones where he, like, takes control, but I think within the confines, within what he was given, he did well. Looking at Overpass, though, I think you're missing some kind of key pieces here, right? When you look at Astralis, guys like Fessera are very, very important on this map. And, mate, he just had a phenomenal game. Look at someone like Oltex as well, right? Those ramp holds were so annoying. He was so consistently able to get away with murder. Well, down towards the B side, mate, he's going to be doing that. Then I look at, like, Sapek, who I look at as a similar player to an Oltex. He just kept getting ruined. He didn't look like his normal self. It wouldn't surprise me if maybe he's getting in his own head a bit. And this is where, when we look at the idea of young ninjas being favorites, that might do more harm than good, right? This is where you start to panic. You start to freak out a little. It was never meant to be this position. You were never meant to be a map down come Overpass.
Or we're in any way a little restart before things begin for the final time. And for the first time, Overpass between young ninjas and Astralis Talent. I'm so hyped to see if, you know, we get that same level of prep, the questions on whether Astralis expected this map in the series. And young ninjas, who on their side certainly will know some CT tendencies. We've seen these massive comebacks from Astralis on this map on the CT side. So I definitely want to say they have to start strong if they're going to be able to take their opponent's map pick today. Altex with the mid spot. Sees one, but doesn't know that Sapek is far closer than he has cut out for. He's going to try and back up. Sapek caught him in the open. Good flashbang as well. Sapek needs the kill and he gets it. Labored, but a frag nonetheless. A 5-on-4 with FURIA lurking B.
Yeah, nice opener. FURIA's going to take it one step further. now you're really stretching your resources thin. You're probably going to want to try and retake some map control here. And Fuzi, even getting the info that there's 2 on B, I'm almost surprised to see that bomb heading back, but Young Ninjas maybe end up going to play, maybe going to end up playing into the stack.
ZTR just goes for the silent climb down the entire way, and then Rolf just yeets off the edge. That's because they have Con, basically, now, with Sapek clearing it from deep. B-Smoke getting lined up. Astralis too strong here. It's a better of 2 sides. That smoke's not going to do nothing about this push, though. They run right through. Breezer blinded, hits a banger, and they're going to be able to trade that kill at least, keeping Fessel stuck in CT. Already the space taken to deny his retake. And while he saw that one player on his right side, it's not going to do many favors in this 1-on-4. Oh, okay, yeah. Only worrying if you get the second, but even then, you'd expect Young Ninjas to tuck in. But we never have to see it. Pistol round locked, and that's the start you want. Nay, need. Favored this time on the power match odds, more significantly than Astralis were, even when they were, 7-8 up after their T-side halftime on Nuke. So that shows the level of experience and what we expect from the Young Ninjas on a map like Overpass. There's one thing you can't doubt too much on that previous map. It was ZTR's leading, right? It was actually really good, even though there were some rounds where it felt like vent drops were the better idea over going into A. Funnily enough, they won those rounds nonetheless. By and large, I think ZTR did a very good job, and he was fragging as well. Always welcome.
Yeah, the way I kind of see it, if you're Astralis talent, I think you were either anticipating Overpass or Inferno to come through. Kind of my guesses. Right, Inferno, a map that Young Ninjas used to really enjoy playing. There is research to go off of there. But I do think that, a part of you would have had to consider the Overpass pick, so I'm sure they've done some research here. We'll have to wait and see. But, this one kind of goes both ways. There's also a good deal, and this was something Pimp was talking about, for a good deal to go off of for how Astralis approach this map, right? And so I do think we're going to see, kind of a return to norm. Good old Norm, going back to him. Return to the norm. Shout out Norm one time, baby.
What's good, Norm?
How you doing? Any Norms out there?
There's got to be some.
There's got to be at least one Norm watching the stream.
Is Norm in the room with you right now? I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe he's in Young Ninjas TeamSpeak. Let's find out.
Anton kan komma lite om man vill.
Ja. Jag skjuter över.
Gå till blade. Ja, lägg mina nits och bara backa sen.
Släck du, Love, släck du.
Ja.
Jag kommer lägga brollan flash. Jag lägger den brollan där.
Smoke massa.
Vi smyger cross. De nejdade PG.
Vi går inte att göra
det alla. Smoken
CV clear. Ja. Jag går balance.
Ja. Jag stannar.
Jag håller långt där. Ja. Vi gör det med Anton sen när han kommer.
De är en haxa från höga, jättedelayed.
Ingen
Jeff.
Ja, vi väntar in Anton bara.
Det är inget här. Gör till position, poppar och sen.
Jag hade ingen av er eller?
Nej, borde inte ha.
Vi låter bara söka tills vi får kontakter.
Anton lägger nades. Anton, droppa Kio, någon. Inte på marken, inte på marken. Jag lägger. Ja.
Behöver en till eller?
Nej, han har.
Nej, vi söker. Jag tar
med mig.
Ja.
Line trap smoke.
Ja.
In close.
Du själv in i till toalin.
Jag skugga.
Yep.
Lägg trapp. Och sen så 2 Kio, gå på en annan.
Kio där. Fuck, 45 där.
Tryck, eller trapp. One är lång.
Lång hörn.
En trapp.
En trapp och tryck. En till. Nice, det är en runda. En är CT också, en till var CT, du hörde han. Du är i toppen.
Sapek.
Gnarly!
He gave you a little reason to believe there, didn't he? And that was after, as you were, rightly calling him out, a bit of a quieter one back on that previous
Dude, that
map.
was nice. That was looking like vintage Cringelord style, dude. Like getting fought from everywhere, somehow winning them all. He was also 1 HP, which if you remember was the golden number that Linus was left on after the 1v5. It got me feeling some type of way. Got to give him that, but nah, they do get it back under control on the side of Astralis talent. Ooh. Words are hard. Yeah, I almost said 10. I was like, nope, that's not it. Because one thing, you stick in the ground, and the other, mate, is rising high. Breezer with the opener. Big AWP pick to have found, and he's just going to get on out of there. Now, I will say, a lot of teams have struggled with T-side overpass. A lot of them, right? But no stranger to seeing big old CT comebacks. So I think the pressure's really on for Astralis Talent to keep this as clean as possible, knowing that they can have some problems in this second half. Bit of a different setup towards Monster. I'm imagining this is because the MP9's in play. That flash is too shallow to knock the AWP off the angle, and so you're anticipating that this site fight's free. It's not. They do get up, but Mister's blinded. Still on for kills, and Vigo's going to save his life. Oh, this is a lovely bit of rotating, and there's the AWP to close it. Yeah, Ultek's normally the man at barrels, normally the guy there, right? Like a bit of a laser, bit of a turret. He's only got the MP9, so they've got him playing close wood. And with the AWP covering, right, he dodges all those flashes that were meant to blind that first player. Also, you've just seen the AWP in Con. He's been in B site since like the next 10 seconds, like the fastest rotate he could take to duck into B.
Super nice seeing Trace behind the boys as well, right? Like, yeah, we've already talked about the benefits of boot camping and having your team all together, but especially when you have this coach. It's a very tenured coach, especially in the Danish scene, going to have a lot of respect from these younger players, and he's always getting physical. He's always up there patting them on the back, hyping them up, keeping the smiles in for Astralis Talent, keeping them believing.
Is that the real Trace, not Stunner Saranthus?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, this boost, it's a bit late, but freebie, Linus, he never meets the rest of the ducklings as they try and cross up the curb. Now they're going to run into the AWP. Another freebie, no flash to get him off. Rifle, time to farm, and Fessa, he loves an eco. Double down, dinked low, but as long as he doesn't give away this gun to Sapek, yeah, that's perfect. Smoke himself off, let your team save your life. And it's a nice, clean 5 alive anti-eco.
Yeah, you're going to come back in with the reinvestment now. Something I'll say, I love how Breeze has been playing this AWP. She's always keeping you guessing as to where you're going to face it, if it's even going to make an appearance. This round, looking like another good example of that, right? He's already looking towards B, maybe going to see a B lean out of the AWP. Doesn't have the mid spawn, so seemingly just going for these kind of spawn-based picks thus far. And, you know, with how proactive he's been, it's probably going to make you a bit fearful down towards connector, down towards mid. And they get out into Park, for example, but they're expending flashes, having to clear all these angles to make sure the AWP isn't posted. As this com boost for a short play, it could just get walked on. They've heard Fessa fall. They know the boost is here. And somehow they get out of it like that. That should have been a disaster. Oh my God, Fessa!
The humanity. This isn't what we get out of Astralis CT usually. They're just farming. They're just fragging. They're having fun while they do it.
And it's a flawless round.
5 alive, 3 players, 10 health, and they had nades out in connector. Excuse me? How do you get out with that? I don't know. But Young Ninja's ruffled feathers, perhaps.
Also, mate, like, you know, you're even dropping hints about our future plushie collection that we're looking to drop, the Humanity. Right? That's his name.
Yeah.
And he's a manatee named Hugh.
Yeah. Nice. It's soaking wet, though. It's really annoying. You don't want it in your bed. It's going to ruin your sheets. But
sopping wet, I think, is
sopping. Soaking will do. Sopping's a gross word. And soon, if Young Ninjas lose 2-0, they'll be sobbing wet. Those eyes will cry. And rightly so.
I've heard you say wet too many times. It needs to stop.
Dripping.
Well, just pistols here. Little pop. Oh, yeah, mate.
Very bland.
Altex is melted.
Flash it.
Breeze, that's a little bit audacious, but there's time for the audacity. Oh, what? And somehow they swing out. And everybody's dead in the blink of an eye. 5 on the board, mate. The little pistol B popped. It looked like it was going to give you something at first.
Altex is just a pinata at barrels, right? He's full of sweets, and Young Ninja's just punching him. That's not what pinata is, but yeah. I mean, I love the music. He's just getting punched full of holes, Harry, and he's dripping candy, while the rest of his team trade him out and win the round with 4-5 alive. Let's listen in to the Danes for a change.
Bare husk at slukke.
Ja, nade døren.
Du
smukkede ikke,
eller
eller
hvad?
hvad?
Det vil du gerne.
Nej, jeg var med A midt.
Okay.
Ikke noget
Hvad så
firmand.
meget så tidligt, jeg ved?
Det er ikke noget kort.
Kan netkonteren nu, hvis det er?
I kan komme ud og søge kort.
Ja, vil du have den? Ja,
Bare kom.
netkonteren.
Jeg trækker.
Den er her.
Trækker fra. Det er flash.
Hop.
Går du ud af kort,
Flash
ikke?
kort for dig.
Flash.
Jeg er alene.
Flash, jeg får den der her med.
En monster!
Hop.
Jeg
Han
ved
var helt
kort.
tæt.
De må
Han var helt tæt.
lige ud balloner der, Ben. Lukker UG.
Vi går langt fra en sammen.
Kan du ikke flash monster, Victor?
Jo.
Bare kom.
Hvad er der, eller hvad?
Bare kom,
Jeg bruger booster.
Ja, det er nice.
En UG.
Ikke død.
Fordi ikke lister her. Jeg er ude kort.
Ja, bare kom ind.
Kom lidt længere over mod mig. Kom lidt længere over mod mig.
Du kan godt komme ind, Victor.
Jeg spiller
Der
med
var
til
en
det
monster
her.
før.
Hey, langt. Ja, tæt op.
Jeg kan trække med op af, hvis der er masser af næse.
Muller og Rain.
Du søger ham monster.
Frederik, jeg har en flash.
Kom med mig, Alex.
Søg
Lad os
noget
bare...
B,
Ja, vi kan ikke søge mere end det her.
Jeg flasher lige lang. Jeg kommer med
Det er
dig,
kort.
Alex. Eller Frederik. Nej, jeg spiller selv.
Kan vi ikke stack af, måske, Victor?
Jo, bare gå
Ja, jeg
op.
tror måske, de kommer B, gutter.
Flash har bare
En
lige
kort.
kort her.
Ja, jeg kan lige klar B.
Smuk monster, Victor, nu.
Frederik, jeg holder altså ikke lang med.
Jeg bliver
Bare
monster.
stil.
Bare selv mig.
Blok B,
Ja,
du
vent
har også
lidt.
måler. Du har også måler.
Ja, jeg venter
Du skal
Jeg
lidt.
sidder
nok
inde i side toilet.
Har du smuk,
Yes.
Mikkel?
Nej,
Bare gå op, Alex.
så er det lang.
Okay.
Du kan også prøve at søge, så kan det være, de løber. Inderside måske.
Stik af.
Ja, jeg kommer op.
Lav noget lang. 2 lang.
Jeg løber op.
Så
Tag
tæt.
kort, Victor.
Så tæt dernede,
Smukker
Mikkel.
størres.
Kommer langt. 3 langt.
Ja.
Jeg kan ikke hjælpe.
Jeg skyder planteren. Venter.
Han er til bank, tror jeg.
Ramt ham.
Bag 2 10 for.
Ja, prøv at spare her.
Bare en udlang.
Ja, du skulle bare booste mig sådan.
Jamen, jeg vidste ikke.
Banen.
Jeg vidste ikke,
Bare
hvor
Øj, lød. Han er optryk igen.
Spiller lidt
men
mere
der-
sådan iskoldt nu, gutter. Bare løb og tager dueller.
Ja.
Vil jeg flashplay UG? Jeg tror ikke, han venter.
Det er godt.
Jeg er på tilbage mod UG nu. UG.
Bare fra baset af.
Ja, han er så liderlig, mand. Flæk ham der.
I feel like we always get the comms of the losing team, but I mean, rightly so with that boost. Oh, we were loving that as well. Breezer going up and over could have been nice if he stayed on the head of Fessa, who I don't know how he lives, how he makes it out. Maui pointed out, Fessa had 18 armor in that round. He'd lived so long. You want to start rebuying around the 40 mark. That's when you can lose your armor, can actually break, and you can still be alive. Young Ninjas at 1.6 odds. It's closed a bit. We've had some good CT rounds out of Astralis. That's not one of them. They get rolled over in the A site. The bank plant as well means the flanking toilets does nothing. Even if it wasn't cleared out, Sapik would have been there. Little flash peek to middle.
Yeah, 2.25 for the Astralis boys, mate. And, you know, if you love more things, there's a 100% deposit bonus, mate. Now a little AWP duel over at long and a boost up on B. And in the blink of an eye, double kills are found. Minus. Gonna get tested here. Vigo will find him. Uh-oh, there's the push short from Mister.
Yeah, that's...
He's done that a couple of times, actually. Mister on short makes me very nervous. Very nervous. Sapek's gonna get this, mate. Cringe law play in the corner, tucked in.
He did that yesterday in the Navi game, and it screwed a very key round for Astralis where they had Breezer coming down, Conan flanking, and he just did it again. Like, you've got two of your teammates in T-Spawn. You know it's a B play because you've pushed Playground apart. You've cleared Connector. They can literally only be B, and he still walks into them. Mister's really impressed me this event, but the fact that he's done that twice in 2 maps and it's screwed rounds, like, that was a rough round anyway, but it really gets rough when you push like that. Not a fan. Couple of over-aggressive peaks here for Astralis in, you know, Breezer being boosted last round and Mister going through there. So, need to tighten ship. Pull those ropes in.
Plus, I mean, if I'm being truthful, I don't even, with the kind of T-sides we've gotten to witness, I don't know if Young Ninjas would have the ability, if you're not like giving them a chances at picks on both sides of the map, I think that's where it gets like real stressful for them to try and do anything, right? Like, when it actually comes down to these executes, that seems to be the stuff that Astralis talent are warm for. They know how to respond to it. They know what the protocols are. And there, you know, you offer up picks on both sides. Admittedly, you're not going into that going, oh, we're both going to die and we're both going to open up either site. But, you know, it's a lot of risks taken in one round. And ultimately, Young Ninjas capitalize on all of them.
That rifle was aiming for the quintuple boost from the top box. You saw Breezer earlier with AWPing from Heaven holding it as well. So if Young Ninjas do it, Astralis might just be ready for it. AWP now back on B short. And this is a better setup, right? You've got support for Mr. He can be baited in by the AWP, and then Mr. can activate. In no hurry to play, though. Young Ninjas haven't even taken water yet. They've done their defaulting towards mid. They've even forced Altex back up into the A bomb site. Still 0-6. And now peeled out the wrong place at the wrong time. We have to keep an eye on his rotation back to B. When will it be called? Will it be early enough? Young Ninjas setting up for a monster pop. With a flash clear on middle, that seems to have given Astralis Talent enough information to leave Altex there and send Vigo back on his rotate. Perfect, Molly.
Yeah, here comes the push. They're already in, mate. They're already past you, Breezer. Now they know about him. He's dead on that re-swing, and Fessa rather, going to arrive late from the short side. Actually, I did get the names right. Fessa just sniped the kill from CT, mate. I'm all over the place. Look at this. CTR works his way up close, and there's still Linus coming in on a short side flank. Now, Mr. might be screwed here. There isn't really a lot he can do. He needs to win this initial fight to Linus. Problem is, Linus knows where you are, mate. It's a nice easy one for him. Still get the dink off.
Worth.
So at this point, not an impossible round, but it's as they swing back in. That's a tag from the AWP that's finished off by Linus's nade. And Altex just tries to get out of there.
Don't turn too early from those flashbangs, you know. You will get swung with them. Very, very confident display from Young Ninjas. They're starting to warm into this game. They've got the number. Their A executes have been good. Now they're doing late B pops, even though Astralis were ready for it. That molly was so much info for Breezer on short, but he didn't think that the second swing would come through from Sapek here. He tried to gamble on the wrong side of Monster. And, you know, Mr. still had to cover short. Didn't know if they were getting lurked on. And he's left in a rough predicament. Nothing he can do there, like you said. Pause for Astralis Talent, trying to come up with solutions, maybe a more aggressive round. Their mid-pushing has been good. They've gotten away with a lot there. You just wonder if Fuzi's going to be starting to default and hold off with his own AWP. Is that going to be coming down the barrel?
I mean, one of the things that's often worked for Astralis Talent on this map is, as you were pointing out, like the aggression over towards this A site. I think when you've got Breezer and Fessa, two of your star players over towards this side of the map, you know, it's nice when you see them flexing that mid control, but because Breeze has largely been playing off of spawns, we haven't just seen him default into like the A plays. I think maybe that's kind of, you know, having this kind of knock-on effect where obviously you don't want to go aggressive on A if you're there just all alone, and that AWP's playing rotational.
No 5-man boost, and you certainly hope for Nip's sake that they never do it with how consistent Astralis are holding for it at the start of gun rounds. Altex getting back into his little jail spot. We've seen these double monster setups elude Astralis Talent before, but in general, they're pretty nice, especially if the flash doesn't come through early. Altex does get 1-for-1. Now Mr's trapped, and if you kill Altex there, you should expect the second man. Flash for a peek, now locked in behind Monster Tunnel, nowhere to go, but there's no nades on mollies to burn him out. Young Ninjas would have to manual clear with utility. That smoke's going to save Mr's life, and he can reposition if he wants. He doesn't need to, it's just the threat of how he could that is enough from that smoke. Young Ninjas don't know whether to check it or not, especially if Vigo is going to be a guy baiting for Mr. So Astralis reset up double monster yet again, leaving Fessor alone on A. It's not like your Linus's lurk is activated. That's a good flash. Mr. can call for help, though. He dodges the second one and recovers in time. They flash, but they don't push with it. It's so delayed for Young Ninjas that everyone can already regain vision before the trade or the kills come in. No trades even needed. Linus, that's a lovely execution onto Fessa. His rifling has been on point today, but is that going to be enough? The bomb is so far. This rotate, we're cutting it pretty fine, Harry. He can't go wrong. They're going to backstab him.
Yeah, he's got to win not one, but two fights in con. Oh, wins the first. Oh, wins the second. The Dual Berettas have done it. Fuzi should not be winning this round, and yet he is on the path to victory.
Who knew?
Planting just a spot that doesn't exist. And Breezer can't even blame him for not finding it. It's a dink, but not the kill. Any doubly doubters out there?
Hello. Yep. No, not anymore. On pistol rounds, maybe not, but on a rifle where Astralis are panicked to rotate, that's such a shame as well that they both just face him. Like, obviously, you're not expecting the duelies just tear through you there. The first guy, you know, understandable. Second guy, you're arguing, oh, I just want to trade. But even a couple of seconds of difference, let Fuzi get comfortable, let him look away, and then maybe you can shoot him at the back. Breezer, it came down to luck. If he hit the shot through the smoke, it's a one round, possibly, if he can duck down in time. Oh, that's a terrifying one for Astralis talent. And one that's torn from their fingers after an absolute failure at Monster. Let's be honest about that. Linus just cracks open the A bomb site. Now it's only Deagles. Astralis talent, they won a lot of these rounds on CT side yesterday against NAVI. Can't be counted out.
Yeah, I like that Fess is finally going. I hope we see more aggression out of him in general, man. Like, he keeps getting left to solo A. A lot of the time, they've been right about these B leans, they've been right about the B plays, but the one big downside to it is, as you saw there, like, if Fessa does die, it means they are in A, right? And so essentially, he's in a position where, like, you're playing to not die, but you also need to get the info. But if you could just get the info without dying, like, suddenly that becomes a bit more of an ask,
it's
right?
Like the, you know, just don't take fights you're going to lose, Harry. Only
exactly,
take
I think a wise man once said that.
Yeah, wise man did once say that. Correct. Young Ninjas... Can they fix their B play? Because that's the sad thing. It's like, do they even know that that flash is like amazing? I mean, obviously they should. They would have tried it before, but hopefully they worked out, all right, when we throw the flash, let's push with it this time. The reason for hesitation is they're scared of a left side peek as well. But you can't be scared. You got to commit. You got to be confident. Now they go. Triple monster. One. And now they back out. They try and get back into the bomb site. Fight the short split. Sapik doubles up. Lovely stuff. Breezes Deeg. Won't connect. Not enough for a kill. And he's picked by the AWP as well. Oh, even ready for the flank. Fessor, the aggro mid play. It's awkward now because you've shown it. You know, sometimes there's something to be said for not showing your flanks. Like you sometimes see players do this in post rounds. Say you win a round, like you don't want to run around the bomb because okay, cool, reasonable. You don't want to run around the bomb because you don't want to show your opponents where you were and give them info for future rounds. Like now you know that Fessor is thinking about these late mid pushes, these late flanks through T-spawn, and I wonder if Young Ninjas use that in an upcoming gun round. Try and force him early.
I mean, I'm really getting the vibe that Astralis know that Young Ninjas like these B-pops, but on top of that, I think they're trying to switch up how they play the CT side right now, right? To keep Young Ninjas guessing and to keep themselves unpredictable. Finally, this is a lot more standard. Fessa and Breezer leaning towards mid. This is going to give Fessa so much more room to try and make plays. I'm so happy we're seeing this change. It would not surprise me if this ends up being a round that does well for Astralis talent, because they've gone back to what they know and love.
Hey, the pick will help. Breezer had the spawn and a blind shot to Linus, who has been the guy cracking open A picks. So massive
contact out con for ZTR though.
Yeah, no flash. That's dangerous for Breezer. The scope just eludes his vision here. Cannot see.
Dude, he's actually really lucky that ZTR didn't commit to that swing. You know, now at least Fess is on the angle. They've traded out.
One thing that has been consistent in previous CT sides is Astralis taking B water, right? They haven't really done that this map. Young Ninjas has been getting that real estate for free and going for the boost. Oh, I almost sneezed.
I know, I could hear it. They're doing the boost.
Oh. Yeah, but they've been holding for all sorts of boosts all game long. You're not going to get away with that. Trying to flip this 4-on-5 back on its head. Maybe the AWP is the way to do it. Any re-peeking from Fessa. Oh, and Fuzi just went to check close. Still going to have to do so.
Yeah, but look at how much more freedom Fess is given because of this second man being here, mate. He's playing up close to the toilets now, like an immediate reposition. Calls for a rotate as he hears footsteps as well. They don't know that he's here. Won't get cleared initially. Lovely. This is a much better round, man, and you could just tell it from the setup. ZTR, while he does get that trade, it's still a 2v4. Now, Young Ninjas have still been able to convert a lot of these. This one, finally, looking like Astralis are going to get it past them. And, mate, I just loved everything about that way more. From the setup, I could just feel that that was going to be a better round. Suddenly, we go back to what we're used to seeing out of Astralis, where their CT side finds so much success, which is on this mid play from Breezer and Fessa. You're no longer playing super reactively as well, right? Even if Fessa had died going 1-for-1 there at toilets, you would have had ample warning to begin rotates, to get set up in the site. Not like in times gone by, where Fessa's death means the A site's compromised. compromised and you're scrambling rotates up, it just leaves you so many more options. And so it's good that Breeze has got himself another mid spawn here.
He's not going to use it, goes long instead. I'd love to see some of these water takes out of spawn for Astralis. They won't do it in this round, maybe rightly so, with Nips smoking the Molotov and taking that space. But even throwing the molly without going through sets the precedent that maybe you're not interested in it, and that could help later. Boost coming up again, off of spawn. The molly to push out a player at close wood, try and get them into pillar. And Altex is there, but not for long. 1 in 10, poor guy gets picked again. Rolf, lovely shot. And Astralis were ready for that last round. Fess has been seen? No, he hasn't. How has he not been seen? He swung out to Linus, who had no idea. It's equalized by the man himself. A reboost, I love it. Forget taking water when you can just do this.
Yeah, you know, water's clear, but Monster isn't, and here they come. Both players trapped in water. They need to hold on. Mister's good for the first. They're going to swing Big O together, and him going 1-for-1 there, about all you could have asked, really. He does his part in the round. Now it's on for Fessa and Breezer, but with Breezer's AWP dead in rotation, Fessa on this flank, and they're so aware of this possibility. He's going to go looking for the short AWP first.
Hey.
Fuzi, oh yeah, Fessa, stay true. Stay true to yourself. Stick to the guns, and here we go. A return of the king, perhaps. Fessa, a chance in the clutch. The bomb's planted for Heaven. It's planted for ZTR. Fessa, you need to be fast here, and with him taking his time clearing these angles, not even considering Heaven, ZTR's got the spot, and there's the execution. It's 8 on the board. And Young Ninjas, they've at the very, very least won out this first half of play.
Yeah, he could have worked out where ZTR was just by the angle Fuzi was holding, right? You saw Fuzi was watching the monster side from short. Sometimes you've got to consider that. It's very hard in the moment, but you've got to work out where your opponents aren't by where their teammates are watching. That can be massive info in a clutch like that. So he's not going to put 2 and 2 together. Was fully convinced that last play was jail or monster. And with the bomb not for it, tries to stick. It was his best bet anyway. ZTR was just jumping and faking. Vessel couldn't win that round if he tried, even if he knew. So Young Ninjas, they've really come alive on this T half. And a water take, that's more like it. An aggressive AWP. Don't stay here forever.
Especially not when Condor's been blown off by your own nades. That's brutal. Breezer's got to turn on a dime. How many can you really expect? There's one. Breezer combat AWPing, but it's only a 2-for-1. After his teammate goes down with nothing said or done, it's left him in a 3-on-3. Still recoverable.
Good info.
Spot for Mister. Spam could go both ways, but ultimately Linus doesn't want to take that risk.
Not again.
Push through Monster for Altex. The barrel's going to betray him, and he feeds the beast.
If you know one thing Astralis like to do on the CT side, even though they've switched up a little bit, it is those smoke walks on Monster, and not even the 2-man push to cover both sides of the tunnel. Just holding on. The kill is fed to Sapek, and now a 3-on-2, and I love this coolest slow down for Young Ninjas. They are going to regroup. They're waiting for Sapek to re-clear this space behind them so they can set up for an A-pop. Only 1 man on that site. It's Mister. Been pulled off of B in recent times. Sorry, it's Vessel rather still. Mister's... Yeah, I was going to say, I was reading the numbers back, but... Oh, dear. Vessel's got the self-doubt.
Taking a gamble.
He's dropped lower, yeah. Trying to play for the half. And they might have even heard that run down. Who cares what they hear? They're going for it anyway. 20 seconds, and they're so lucky that it's clear. Triple Molotovs going to be announced as much as it can be, and that's surely a round here for the Young Ninjas, as long as they don't overplay the post plant.
Oh, that's info at the very, very least. You know, one of them's heading into bank, and Linus... Whoa, the nade pull! That's so awkward on the timing.
Okay.
Fess is still in with a chance. I wouldn't put anything past this guy, but with the positions that are gained by Young Ninjas, this is going to have to be a very impressive clutch. Onto the AK, but caught fiddling with nades, trying to smoke the bomb, trying to force a peek out of them, and that will be his downfall. Couldn't really ask much more, mate. I think, you know, Altex, we have to home in on this. Don't like to highlight just one player, but when you are 1-12 struggling, 1-11 struggling as much as he is, you know, this was something that actually Pimp talked about on the desk, right? You know how these B plays are going to go. You know what they're going to look like for Astralis. You know that Altex is playing barrel. He's feeling a little one-dimensional. It feels like, well, the rest of the gang are trying to play very, very differently, even leaving Fessa in like these A-holds solo a lot of the time. He's been like the one consistency. always sticking true to that barrels or pillar position. It was also him who tried to push Monster twice in a row, which is something Astralis do a hell of a lot. And I can't blame him. You know, when you're having a rough time, you fall back into what's comfortable, what you're used to. But Young Ninjas have been all over it.
Yeah, a bit of a breezer-tage on the CT side, right? He had a lot of great rounds for Astralis talent, but at the end of the day, if you're 9-6 up on your T-half of Overpass, it feels pretty damn comfortable for Young Ninjas. Their map pick shining through. Some ridiculous rounds in here. Knife kills, BM, trying to get in the heads. And Breezer and Fess are really all the man of the maps, at least for Astralis talent. Flip the script, and they're going to have to come up with something ingenious on this T side. It did seem like at times Astralis talent weren't running the normal rounds that we expect to see on Overpass. And the few times they did, it was stuff that Young Ninjas were ready for, so that might lean into why. Odds are insanely one-sided, as they kind of should be. 1.05 to 8.5 for parry match, and 100% deposit bonus if you click the banner below. But for now, we have to listen into the Danes and see what they've cooked up for this T side.
Så han picker ballon eller noget?
Ja, jeg tror han picker op.
Ja, tak. Kom så med.
Nede eller ballon?
Han plejer at pikke op, han der på pys.
Okay, jeg skyder ham.
Ja. Bare hop rundt, Alex, og UG i hvert fald.
Ja.
Nede der. Vær ved med at battle.
Løb.
Paletter inderside.
Ja, lad os clear ham fra hunden.
Ja, smukker bare start her.
Opskill. Foran side.
Død. Flasher bare side nu i bøsøk.
Pas på bagom her. Tjek lang, Alex.
Jeg holder bag ham. Jeg henter ham.
En stik noget lang.
Ja, tæt. Jeg er tæt.
Jeg kommer mand ned, Ben, jeg spiller her.
Bag ham, dinget.
Det er bait for
alarm.
Ja, jeg prøver at komme med. Jeg kan pikke din.
Han er stadig sødt, Ben, ja.
Okay.
Du er ikke ham,
Der er en mere. Jeg battler her. En, Ben, ja. Sygt, Ben, ja.
1 minut for bank.
Begge
mig bank.
Jeg er med på din. Lad os battle sammen.
En med.
Hop ned her. Hold ham.
Kom med op sammen alle tre, kom.
Nej, Victor, bare spil rundt. Nok fucking flæk ham.
You got a bit worried when you saw the bomb was for short with a kit smoke available, but Astralis were never going to let him cross. They're not over their dead bodies. They're piling up right now on the A site. 7 rounds found.
So I will say, if you want to look for some silver linings here, right? This is where, like, all the research you will have done is going to be able to show itself, right? That was something we kind of saw on Nuke. CT side was where things started to get a little more scary. And hopefully this is where Altex can kind of find his footing, because you have, I don't want to say it, but you have kind of been playing 4v5 up until now. Gets one in the pistol. Sometimes all it takes is that first kill to get you a little more switched on, a little more activated.
Well, especially the side swap as well. You're going to be playing in your system. You're not left alone on your spot, having to just win your 1v1s when you're getting bombarded by utility.
I'm a little concerned about this one, right? Like, because you got the short control getting taken. Now, if they just go out Monster and trade places, maybe it's not a problem. But there are still some worries in this round, right? With short being lost and now these players getting back into the site, you're kind of unsure as to where to look if you're Astralis talent. Flash really good. Yeah, this is falling apart. It's a really nice play out of the Young Ninjas to strip that short control away and win it out in the force buy.
That was beautiful from Sapik, man. He gets the opening kill on B short, then he pops them back in right as Astralis talent are walking through the water smoke into pit. They surely have a double kill there. But full blind, they just start shooting out panic, and Young Ninjas overwhelm them. Sapik with 2 in the round, and well, there you go. You may have won the pistol, but you can't get comfortable after the fact. 10 rounds. Young Ninjas showing up, as we hoped, just a little bit later to the party.
Yeah, I'm never a fan of the B plays in like the anti-eco rounds, if I'm honest. And especially not versus Young Ninjas. I think these guys have such good protocols for how they approach this B site hold. I think it's going to take a lot more than that to pull the wool over their eyes here. I would have loved to have just seen a bit of mid aggro, you know, like hold B, watch for aggression, strip this control away, but instead, you know, the all-in B push.
Look at this space on long. I know it's only Deagles, but Vigo is beating the timing. Fuzi's considering this. He has so much to watch. Linus, that's a big kill, a big sigh of relief. Oh, Vigo got the spot. Oh, he's running, though. He's running. And I think they should know now. ZTR looks aware. This is so weird. There's a shadow on the site. There's a player in the bank. And luckily enough, ZTR, who heard the step, gets that kill. He should know Fess is here as well. Fuzi playing like he's not aware. Maybe they didn't see a thing.
No, Fess has dodged this like a beast, man. That's kind of wild that he's able to navigate that. Now, you've got a player in A. It's still an odd round. If he deals with Sapek, it could be huge. If he just dies here, it comes down to a 2-man B push through Monster. And he does, and look. Oh, Fester is the king of winning fights. He has no business winning. Can his teammates do good? Can they get out through Monster? They're going to walk the smoke, and that leaves them in the firing line of Rolf, who shuts down the round. It should be clean from here on in. Only Mister left alive. He's going to head into the short side. Seen him try and fail many a time in this position, and sadly with just a deagle, it's really going to take something miraculous if he wants to win it. He doesn't even know about the second man, not fully, and Rolf will lock it in.
Just getting up on the jail as well. What an awful place to have to clear. You blend in half the time, and Young Ninjas will not let that round get out of control. Literally, the difference is Vigo stepping in bomb site, right? He has so much space. He knows he's beat Fuzi's timing, and he steps. ZTR hears him, and that completely unravels the round, even though Fessel tries his best. That could have been, you know, 2 Astralis players timing through CT spawn, taking ZTR with them maybe, and then flanking the B play that would have had a lot more oomph behind it. Instead, it's just a smoke walk that Rolf deals with. 11-7, and now the full eco for Astralis. After getting 4 sport themselves, they've got nothing. Get the free damage off in middle. The Molly even finishes the kill. Fessel dies quickly, and the rest of Astralis are going to probably join him here. Just this one deagle they can juggle around on the T side. Otherwise, it's long-range fights. Not the gun for it, maybe. ZTR will hang about. Let these rifles reap the rewards. Flashbang gets him in, and it has at least dropped the deagle in a pretty difficult spot to retrieve, so he can farm Glocks. Although, why do I say anything? Even so, not worried about the round just yet. Young Ninjas, they do want to minimize their losses, especially coming to these rifles. Oh, that's nasty.
Yeah, but they will never be ready for Fuzi, who should have the round under lock and key. Only Breeze's deagle left. He hears him repositioning. He hears him backing up. He is ready for that. This is a very damaging round out of Astralis Talent, considering it's only this deagle that's been bought into it. You found 3 kills, and it's not even over yet. There's still so much more that Breeze could hope to do. He's going to take a long walk with that bomb. Sapek just hidden at bank. Going to play timing on the swing.
Oh, if Sapek stays here, what's the chance that Breeze just clears it, right? Like, he's nailed his pre-fire shots, his pre-aim shots.
I'm more paranoid that you might just try, like, plant for CT, but let's see.
He's got so much room.
Yeah, so much time as well.
Oh my God, he's done it. Now you know what plant's coming in. He's read it perfectly. The CT player is not there. It's a godlike plant for Breeze. He can even go get the gun, trying to get the info first, trying to risk it all. But at this point, if you haven't been killed from CT, you are fully believing, you are fully bought into the idea that Rolf is flanking. And so flank he shall. Full util, he can molly bank, stick the bomb inside a smoke. The options are open, but you don't want to be caught playing with nades. And that might happen. Breezer with the Deegs and 4 kills in the round. Oh my goodness. That was 1 deagle. They were just throwing it man to man, handing it over. Past the bomb.
Unreal, isn't it? That is crazy. And I mean, mate, we always give Astralis credit. We always say, like, yeah, they make these full eco rounds way more interesting than they have any right to be, but this is their most exciting one yet.
Oh.
Every step of the way, Breezer with the pre-fires, with the checks, with the reads.
Perfect peek on the molly as well. I love it when players do that. When the molly's coming down, you know you can peek as it pops, and no one's expecting it. They think, oh, I've mollied it. No one can run through a Molotov. Oh, yes, they can. Only the craziest.
The one thing that was making me paranoid, right, was like, I felt like some other players there, they might have spent too long like clearing angles like toilet, like that close angle, for example, making sure no one's taken that away. And then I was getting concerned, you know, like, what if he taps, tries to bait a peek? What if he's worried about a player at dumpster? But not someone like Breezer, mate. This guy's just got reads on the game right now. He's feeling it. And that should be abundantly clear as he sat top of the server. And now what, a 1v4 deagle clutch under his belt? Yeah, all right. All right, guy. That's kept Astralis Talent in this one. And if that doesn't pump you up, I don't know what will.
Yeah, Glocks to get it done. The 1 Deeg to rule them all. Fuzi, though, he's still got the money. Big AWP in middle. Takes a late peek. They've already crossed, and he's going to try and catch that ult, making it as well. They'll all cross over. Fuzi's in the open. They don't peek off that flash. That would have been a freebie. It was a beautiful flash. But Fuzi does live to tell the tale, and Linus needs to get out of dodge, but good luck. running backwards with the D, lobbing flashes on the way out. FUZI. Not side by side at least. And are you baited in by the fact that you just saw a deagle?
That's what they're hoping. They're hoping it all leads to FUZI having his time to shine with this AWP. Smoke's going to go down. He plays ahead of it. I love this. Right, hoping he can take a shot, back out, fade away, no trade potential. They're going to boost over, which means FUZI is going to have to flick this. He's going to have to land a gnarly shot. And
it's quick.
Instead, it's Fessa. I'm so glad we're getting A plays out of Astralis talent. They went B in that first anti-eco, and I really don't like it. Not versus Young Ninjas, and I think not when Fessa has proven to be such a reliable force up on A.
How does he get that pick, man? That was so lightning fast.
His A site entry ability and even like CT side, which is obviously like where he plays as well, is just disgusting. I feel like in the group stage, the entire T side game plan, it always just came down to like, Fessa, please get us openers. Please create the room.
I just learned an angle from Breezer. He just held the light of the SWAT van. It's like Mirage mid-window. Good trade back from Linus, though. He's very flash, still trying to escape the site. Give it up, play a retake round, but you do not have a kit on the Young Ninjas. ZTR's dropped the bomb. Now this round thrown into disarray. They get close. Linus, he's going to spam, but they can walk up on him. It hits. Still can't finish off Mister. Mister's doubled up. His teammate is low, but Fessa's going to get off the bomb, and Mister's going to find a third. Sexy shots as he swaps out back to the AK now, and ZTR the first to frag. They know he's here. He can't be far. The realization is yet to set in, but if you count the kill feed, you will remember, and maybe that realization.
Yeah, it feels like the penny dropped in that exact moment, right? Ultex is like,
he
wait,
killed me truck. Yeah.
Why am I holding behind? We know where he is.
Got to care the timings, but that would be a master bait if you got the kill at dumpster and wrapped round to con flank in 20 seconds. 11-9 and Astralis time as they continue to make us nervous for the Ninjas. Full eco. And I don't expect this one to be as winnable as Breezer's Deeg was. Going to try and pop middle with a decoy. Flash won't do a thing.
This could get weird. Don't lose the orb, whatever you do. They're blocking each other in the door as well. Fessa just trapped him out to dry with the AWP. Now, he can't make up for it if he kills everyone. And so he'll do that with the help from Vigo.
Phew.
Oh, dude, I was about to say.
It was
they could have got wild. Because Breeze is going like, please just let me in, man. And Fessa's like, nah, mate, sorry, club's closed. Feeds him to the Lions. Feed me to the Lions.
Knew it was coming. All right, now, no liars here. Astralis is somehow making this T side look fantastic. They've built in, ever since they got E-code as well, which would have given you a lot of faith that this map could be closed. Paramatch believe the same. 3 rifles in a row for Astralis talent, one of them being full USPs. Didn't have much short taking for Astralis' CT side. We'll see if Ninjas try and do that. It's going to be through con. But they are met by steep resistance.
What horrific idea have they got to deal with this, right? Because these double con setups is something you see out of the Young Ninjas every now and again.
Oh dear.
Got to be considering it, but... it's a double from Vigo. They try to swing together. They get mollied. They get trapped down in the connector. And they go, screw it, fight them. We're going to have to take this. And Vigo lines up that lovely little double kill.
Yeah, and I like that they hear that M4 A1S spam coming through and they just leave it, right? You know that is so dangerous with the door off and with no traces. You cannot fire back reliably either. So why risk a random 3-on-3 when you can keep the advantage and just pop a site together? Altex carrying the flank, going to come join the team now. I wouldn't mind seeing Altex just going first, just on the fact that he's not fragging right now, and you could use him as more of an entry player to trade out. But you got your roles, you got your spots. We'll see how they decide to do it. Working up long is Fessa. FUZI jumping around, no orb. This is going to be very hard to multi-frag with only one flash to get him into angles, and he hasn't even got info. They're getting closer. 30 seconds. Rotates are scrambling. They're even flashing from B. That's how far they are away. 3 just came up from barrels, and it won't make a damn difference. Blinded is Fessa.
They're going down.
It's still going lower. But Young Ninjas are saving. Yeah, okay. They won't commit with it. It's a nice call. With Fessa having this much space, going down into B would have meant that you're actually walking into the supposed saving CTs, and Astralis don't overcomplicate it. Good call to not convince themselves of that. and that's the round.
Something else I just want to draw your attention to is that this Astralis T side thus far is looking now entirely different from the overpass we got to witness versus fnatic Academy, right? Like, this leans into the idea that they've really worked hard to try and come up with anti-strats, try to switch up their game plan to keep Young Ninjas guessing. When they played fnatic Rising, it was a lot more centered around, you know, especially I think CT side is where you can draw the most parallels here. It was a lot of B-Water aggression, it was a lot of monster aggression, it was a lot of trying to catch lurking players, right? Think about KST, normally the guy that they were trying to catch there. Didn't really see any of that in the CT side. T side as well, it's so much more A-focused. It's so much more hinging on Fessa as the star to find and create this space. This is a really, really good-looking Astralis talent.
It's terrifying, isn't it? Because Young Ninjas should have had this map, right? And it's not over yet. I'm not super worried at the moment, but this lead is about to be conceded with a half buy around the pistols. So, oh yeah, it's shades of worry for the Young Ninjas. Even something new like that, the double con setup with a flash peek, Vigo just mauls them. All those flashes up from B, Fess is finding entries on top. Breeze's AWP has been popping all game.
Something that makes this even more impressive is like, you're doing all of this while Altex is 3 and 15.
Oh.
You know, Altex is having a horrible time right now, but it doesn't matter because his teammates are still making it happen regardless.
Now the boost failed because Breeze has jumped too far, so that's actually given time, not the Ninjas know, but to take this space to get a bit of real estate for free. And yeah, they've stacked hotels all over Mayfair. Although Landlord's kick in Rolf out, the flash is making bail. Back through the smoke just in time as Fessa gets around the corner. Then a molly divider. And only just setting the precedent on A, they don't want to commit. They're going to go group back down on lower, and it's already put the fear in Young Ninjas who have taken short and decided to rotate Sapik up. No way. No, oh, okay. I thought they were boosting as well on the long side. 2 players there, but that would have been a read. And now Astralis, yeah, they make a bit of noise at A, and Young Ninjas have fallen for it. Hook, line, and sinker. The more the merrier. Another molly lands, and that's only going to keep your stack here. Hey, maybe even increase it. Misinfo getting gained by Fuzi, and an execute on A with no commit.
Yeah, something else that's great is Fessa is normally the guy lurking in these kind of plays. Not in this round. It's Vigo instead. When you see him, your brain doesn't go, oh, this could just be a lurk. Instead, you're going, oh, wait, Vigo's here. They've thrown a full exec. Yeah, no, this feels like the A commit. Well, it's not. And they've actually taken the B site as you've rotated up. There's some serious mind games getting played in this game right now, and Astralis Talent are the ones winning that out.
Yeah. Shocking. But again, only a pistol round with these saved guns. They're going to try and use the guns, try and get out with some kills, something to be proud of. Rolf's head hasn't been seen, but there's the call coming in. And he has to drop off and save his gun yet again.
It just feels like any detail from games we've already seen has attempted to be just changed up entirely for Astralis Talent. And I don't think that's something that's incredibly sustainable, right? Like, I don't think you can always be a team that's like, oh, who's doing what now? But I don't know. I'm just really, really impressed because there's so many differences, and some of them only really slight differences, like who's responsible for this A-lurk, for example. But it makes a world of difference knowing that the Young Ninjas have prepped for this.
If anything, it was their undoing on their CT side, right? Like they weren't going for the traditional things that actually worked out really well in those NAVI and fnatic games on this map. And I was getting worried that, 9-6 is a pretty damn good T side for Young Ninjas. Astralis are one-upping it. 5 in a row. Young Ninjas need to win this gun round. They've at least got a lot of money, a bit more spare than they should have thanks to the double save of M4s. Fuzi's got an AWP and 2k in the bank. You have no excuses here for your other Young Ninjas. They need to have a game plan, a pause before they get back in. The most important round yet in the series, because this should have just been a lock-in. This should have been Astralis rolling over and going to where all good series here at WePlay go to end of Vertigo. But not the case, not today. Fuzi giving a smoke for the monster player, or monster smoker on the A site. But 5 in a row. Can the Ninjas break it? Molly misses on short. There's a massive opportunity, and Astralis might not even know. Could have heard the bottle smash. Breeze is holding on for aggression, but the flash is perfect, and he barely even fires. Sapik with a quick one, opens the door and bails out, playing with his opponents. 5 on 4, don't need to overplay your hand, and Astralis go back to A.
You know, Linus is going to hear these footsteps. Astralis have a nice flash setup for this, but instead they just go peeking it dry. I think it's because Mr. didn't have the flash. Fessa did, but I would have just loved to have seen them trade positions. Trying to keep the element of surprise has come back to hurt them here. Right, trying to go for the contact play, thinking you could wreck Linus with that. It's going to take more than just running into his crosshair to get by him.
Oh, Mr. was so ready for the flash out. Like, this is what we talk about when we say they know the protocols, they know the tendencies. Double jump spot is scary, but it's also massive information for Astralis, who just go, fine, you're 2A, you've got an AWP here, we'll see you later. That's one way to flash B short, popping over the top. Now, Ninjas hear this. They should know what's going on. The Warriors is there a monster lurk, but Sapik catches them looking the wrong way. He won't be able to get the kill, but he now knows they're bailing to B, and Fuzi's already on his way.
Yeah, really good info. Really well played, but now they need to hold on. Now they need to hold on to the side. They've got all their pieces here, and they win that initial engagement. However, are they ready for a second man in water? Altex is. He's had such a quiet game, but in this round, 2 kills might have just made all the difference. They get the info that ZTR's in heaven. I'm never willing to put a clutch past this guy, right? It's like the grizzled veteran at the helm of Young Ninjas, but Vigo just swings out and makes it look easy. They win that round. All the info for Young Ninjas, all the players down in B, and it's still Astralis talent getting it over the line.
Yeah, and you mentioned Altex again, like he was completely silent. He was 0-11 for the longest time. I think he ended actually the half 1-11 on that CT side, just getting wrecked to barrels, naded, spammed out, destroyed with flashbangs on every execute. He finally comes through with a crucial couple of trades, covers the plant as well, when they seemingly shouldn't have known about that second pit player after they fake out A, and just chilling now. Astralis talent up in the lead, destroying that gun round. There's still another one. It's going to have to come after an eco. It will be 14-11 when that buy is found for Young Ninjas, but do you really have any hope? Astralis have won everything. Is it just cope? This has been a reckless T-side, an excellent T-side, and with only this AWP dropped over by Rolf, you're relying on Fuzi to carry you through in essentially a 1v5. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have a lot to put forward in this round, right? Take control.
Oh, beautiful.
Open up the door, and that's where the AWP swings in.
The AWP's at the back, and the pistol opens it up close. It's so nice that it's so much further back. Astralis, even if they were holding that, they wouldn't be ready for such a deep AWP. But that AWP immediately back on the A side. Astralis go, fine, the AWP's B, let's avoid it. And in doing so, they walk right back into the Lion's Den. Spoiler alert, it's full of lions.
Yeah, mate, they're everywhere. Fuzi's on for a double. Oh, the flashes have brutalized the first man in. Fessa's gonna die. Fuzi finds another. Only Vigo left. 1v5. It's a flawless round.
Wow.
I mean, dude, like, you know, this
Talking of a game plan.
This is what I will say, right? It's rounds like that. It's the wild card rounds where I think you see Astralis fall down. It's where Young Ninjas go, you know, they throw the strap book out the window. They abandon all their normal protocols. That round is just Fuzi, highly mobile with the AWP, not playing a structure, not playing with any specific, you know, like big, you know, it's not rehearsed. They've never gone, all right, here's our one AWP hero round. They still have ideas for how they want to use it, like that door peek early on. But those are the moments where Astralis are going to fall short, because what you're thinking your opponent's going to do is very different to what's happening in reality, right? That is just Fuzi running amok, running around the map, and putting up numbers.
Yeah, I'm finally feeling free as well. Because Astralis are trying to avoid that AWP, it's not like they're running and execute. They're not using those triple mollies, not smoking out dumpster and bank and wrecking them with flashbangs. If anything, the util that's good there is coming from Young Ninjas. The pop flashes over the CT side, and, you know, Astralis is blind as they enter the site. So Fuzi's able to do everything he wants. He's not constrained by utility or executes. He's not forced to play retake. And Young Ninjas, who, you know, every kill just makes you more confident and more willing to push up in the face with a 5-7. So 12 rounds, finally break that massive streak of 6 you see at the top of your screens. And Astralis, it's not done yet.
Yeah, it's rounds like that get in your head as well, right? Like, you haven't really been given much reason to doubt. That's a cool run boost, but Mr. still finds the opener. Banging flash back in, but Vigo might be blind. He still collects his free kill, and they look to back out of here.
They had 2 in Monster. They could have just gone, but the key was all that info got gained by Sapik. He saw everything. He saw the bomb, and so, you know, committing there is a big danger. you know what else is a big danger? Giving Altex this AWP. It's fine. It's easy enough. He can hold his spot. He is low, but Breeze has come in with some serious high-impact T-side kills on this map. And even though Astralis peel back, they won't be going to A. They're just chilling at Monster. A reboost, again, is misinformation for Young Ninjas as they feel like short is clear. And they don't wait around long enough to see the legs of Fessa on Con. That could have been a free kill. Now Water gets taken, and Young Ninjas have just seemingly believed that Astralis have reset back in T-spawn. Just the pull back and the push back in 40 seconds later, and it's won them the round. They don't know it yet, but Young Ninjas are gambling A. This is 14. Unless ETR does something nuclear. He has a molly, but that low play is not going out first.
Yeah, I mean, he needs it to find something. He needs to find anything. A reason to go for this round, you know, a reason to believe.
Great space taken.
You know there's a player up close, but that little nade molly combo has already sent him packing. Good damage onto Vigo, not that you know about it, right? That's all spam through the heaven smoke.
They're gonna boost.
They re-smoke it. And nah, mate, they're just gonna hold under heaven for Breezer. He knows that as long as they can't go for any wild shit jumping in, he's won the round. And so there's Astralis talent up onto 14.
Yeah, and Altex, he's just taking the ride right now. He bought the ticket, Harry. He's sitting in the back of the bus having a good time with the cool kids. But good to see, you know, how Astralis are using him, right? They're not afraid of giving him the AWP. Breezer actually takes so much room in that B bomb site. I think even Astralis knew that they had it for free. Like, they completely pulled the wool over the Young Ninjas' eyes in that round. And that's a round where you would have loved an aggressive A player, someone who could get behind that play and come in on the flank like we saw Fessa do on CT sides. But Young Ninjas, a man down, without the manpower, without the info, they just had to make it gamble. They had to make it cool there. And it was the wrong one to 50-50. And the coin flip for Astralis talent. I love that flash, but it means nothing in the grand scheme. And let's listen into Astralis as they get ready to 2-0 and head to those LAN finals.
Ja, masser af nades, når vi kommer fremad. Har vi.
Vil I have mig med, kort eller monster?
Ja, du skal bare med os.
Okay.
Skal jeg slukke den, eller hvad?
Ja.
Og løb.
Bare lyst i vandet.
Ja, de kommer ud, tror jeg.
Bare lidt frem her. Kom. Vi skal frem.
En spammer.
Vi skal helt frem.
Det er nu, det er nu.
3, 2, 1.
Dødfigt.
Rain.
Rain.
Rain, en til.
Død, mand. Sygt.
Jeg planter.
Få lagt nades.
Hold lige back up.
Jeg låser høj.
Jeg går bag.
Med tøjet.
Jeg tager mig. Jeg starter kort.
Jeg har låst høj.
Frederik har kort nu.
Jeg kommer væk.
Du har også en mål til backup, Breezer. En høj. Bare mål og backup. Du kan smoke høj, Alex, for kort.
Nej, jeg resmoker bare her.
Okay, flash på dildoen.
Flash ud, de går efter den.
Fint, det står fint. I kan peek 2 mand kort foran dig.
Bare flash højt, Fester. Bare for at irritere dem.
Ja, flash, ja.
Kom med ham.
Gå højre side, Alex.
Lad mig, okay. Ja.
Jeg kæmper dig. Lad mig spille først.
Det er ikke meget tid.
Det går ikke på den, det går ikke på den.
Jo, jeg er
en gik. Back up.
Han er AV.
They're roasted. There's no other way to say it. Did you see how those entries came through? Astralis just walk out short. ZTR is spamming into Con like they've been doing all half. And Astralis just walk out short and kill him. There's no one watching. The short player, the guy meant to be covering ZTR, is not in a good enough angle to get that frag. Sapek playing close to the wood. And Astralis just take that space. It's such a risky play, but they trade out 3-2. And they just get in B. You saw what that did to the Young Ninjas. They felt like they had to go for that retake. That was undoable. Just getting held off with flashbangs. They even lose the AWP at the end. They have the money, sure, but they have no hope. This has got to have rattled the Ninjas. And they are looking like we've never seen them before. Vulnerable, beatable. And one more round, and Astralis go to LAN.
Young Ninjas have not missed a LAN playoffs yet. Astralis talent, they've never been even close, mate. These guys have been used to bottoming out of the league. But now they're looking like they're in a league of their own. Potentially about to 2-0 the incumbents of Young Ninjas.
This would be a 10-round T-side, Harry, on a map we wrote them off on, especially after that first half. Well, I say me, I don't mean you. You've been with them every step of the way. Yeah. This gauntlet stage for Astralis has been the best we've seen them play. And, you know, where some teams have, especially teams that have fallen short in previous seasons, like FURIA, you know, have crumbled. fnatic Rising just rattled. And hey, now that we see Astralis taking down the big boys in NIP, you see why. This was no fluke. This was no lucky day. This was no right side of bed. This was hard work and dedication. But they're not there yet. One more round. Young Ninjas just trying to hold on.
I mean, yeah, dude, this squad battled all the way from the first stages of the gauntlet, right? Having to beat every single person above them on their journey.
In the hardest group, in the group of death.
And now just one round away from securing the LAN playoffs in Kiev. Oltex with the opener. Oh, and the second man's gone as well. He was quiet at first, but now he's rip-roaring and ready to go. Vigo's in with another. It's only Linus and Fuzi left. Just trying to stop the inevitable, trying to save face, but it feels... You can feel it, mate. You can feel it in the air. Astralis talent.
Look at Breeze,
they're
just
not
spinning.
giving the fights up. They're not giving you a reason to believe. They're playing it safe as can be.
Save it
the
for
barrel
next
has been spotted, and they swing it together. Astralis talent take down Young Ninjas 2-0, and they're going to the LAN playoffs.
Unbelievable. You just can't take it away from them. They have played absolute mega brain CS this entire gauntlet stage with Trace, latest coach, back in the mix. You see him there. He's been egging them on the entire way along. And from going day one of Gauntlet and losing 6 pistols to now coming in and sweeping series like this, taking down the Titans of Young Ninjas 2-0 on their map pick, going down 9-6. I don't know how they keep doing it. These comebacks from Astralis talent are impeccable, and I can't wait to see them here on LAN in Kiev.
Yeah, just incredible scenes, man. Absolutely unreal. Astralis talent. I mean, congratulations. I think it's fair to say Vigo and Trace deserve the highest of praises. Fessa, Breeze, everyone looking good, and even the Oltex recovery
he came
right
alive
at the end, mate, didn't he? So yeah, we'll throw this one over to the analysts. I bet they have a lot to talk about.
Headshot, nice. Fist bombs go to the teammates.
I wanna hear your go, go, go. Wanna see you falling fast. Win the round. Win the game.
Pretty much. They play, you win.
Astralis talent started the gauntlet in the bottom. In the first map, they lost against fnatic Rising with a score of 1-16. Then they somehow managed to win 16-14, 16-14 against fnatic. Then they won another gauntlet matchup, and now they won against Young Ninjas, not with a score of 2-1, but 2-0. That is absolutely insane. This is madness.
They did it in style. They did it in style. Beating Young Ninjas 2-0 is something very few teams can be proud of saying, you know, throughout the history of the WePlay Academy League. As you said, it's a complete turnaround. Season 1, Astralis Talent were by far one of the weakest teams out there. No doubt about it. Season 2, Astralis Talent, I think we said that they look slightly better, but again, they lack firepower, they lack direction. It looked like the way they were playing together wasn't really coming through to fruition, and they went out, you know, in last place. It started off very rough for them in the group stage of Season 3, and nothing suggested to us that it would change, you know, this dramatically coming into the gauntlet. But I gotta give it to Astralis Talent. Against fnatic Rising, they look better. Against NAVI Junior, they look better. And today, without a doubt, the best performance Astralis Talent have ever had at a WePlay Academy League game. They fully deserved the victory right here. There was clear direction, there was a game plan, there was individual level, there was good communication as well. Every time I was able to listen into it, it sounded very, very good. They were motivated, they were animated. You saw on the webcams, you saw on the sound as well. They just felt that game massively. So credit to Astralis Talent. They got this victory, and again, they qualified for the LAN finals on behalf of Young Ninjas, who are, for the first time in their history, not going to be there.
This is a true Cinderella story with Astralis Talent making it to the LAN. This is going to be a team that I now have to keep my eye on for when they play at that LAN, because this was a victory that in our eyes prior to it, I mean, the only guy that called it was Harry. It never should have happen. This is unreal how much of an upset this is. Young Ninjas, like Pimp said, I mean, they have made it to the LAN every single time, either second place or third place once they get there. They have looked exceptional. The player quality on Young Ninjas is so high that for Astralis Talent to do this, it was an absolute team effort, top to bottom, from prep work to the individuals. I mean, it felt like Astralis just had Young Ninja's number. I have to give credit to one guy that we haven't said enough. I think Trace has gotten a lot of credit because he's that new coach, but I think that Vigo has developed incredibly well as an in-game leader. The mid rounds in this game were just, they were bamboozling Young Ninjas. They were walking into empty bomb sites multiple times. They were getting the better of ZTR and that Young Ninjas crew. I never thought I would say this, but they tactically outplayed Young Ninjas. This was a comprehensive victory for Astralis Talent, and I am so stoked that they made it to the LAN because they really did deserve it for how well they played in this gauntlet. This was incredible scenes.
This was absolutely incredible from Astralis Talent. Maybe in the beginning we would hear that like, oh, Astralis Talent is going to play at the LAN, we would think like, okay, if they get there, they will get destroyed because all of the other teams that will play there, like they will be absolutely insane. But right now, what they showed against Young Ninjas, I mean, if we see this kind of Astralis Talent at the LAN, they might, I mean, I'm not sure about MOUZ and XT, because like, I mean, those guys won Season 1 and Season 2, but maybe they managed to get something against WePlay Academy.
I think the way Astralis Talent are playing right now, they can definitely go toe-to-toe with WePlay Academy. They could definitely go toe-to-toe against a team like Spirit Academy, who I expect to qualify for the LAN. Even VP.Prodigy, I consider Astralis to be better than them right now. So for sure, Heko, I think they deserve their spot at the LAN. They're going to be competitive at it as well. I also do want to highlight, you know, we did see mistakes coming out from Astralis Talent. We also saw Ultrix having a very, very rough game. I think he went 1-12 in the first half. He averaged 20 ADR, and he wasn't really anywhere to be found. Yet Astralis was still able to win 16-12, relatively comfortable if you look over it, you know, 2-0 in the fashion they did. So there was still room for improvements. Mr. made a couple of misplays as well, where he likes to push out short, which we argued, you know, last time we saw them play overpass. He did the same mistake again today. You iron out those mistakes, and all of a sudden it looks to me like Astralis Talent is definitely a team that can go toe-to-toe against some of the best teams in the league. This is exactly what I've been wanting to see from them. This is why we've been so disappointed every single time we watch them. This is why we don't want to see them play Vertigo 7 times in a row, because they're actually pretty good on a lot of other maps, and they play Counter-Strike at a relatively high level, all things considered.
Yeah, Astralis Talent managed to show us that they actually are capable of playing other maps that is not Vertigo. And right now, like probably when it comes to Vertigo, it's their like least. The map with the least amount of...
They would have won Vertigo as well. The way they're playing, if we went to a third map, I think Astralis Talent would have won Vertigo as well.
If they were able to do that, yeah. If it went to a third, if this were a BO5, I think they closed it out 3-0 right now.
Yeah.
This is a really just huge shocker. I mean, Astralis Talent, I kind of hate that they painted themselves in this corner where it was as if they're just messing up vetoes in the group stage, because why didn't we see some of these other maps? Like their overpass looks really good. Their nuke is super solid too. Why did the veto go that direction? It almost is like they built up this storyline that they would have to have the hardest route possible to make it to the LAN, but I am super pleased that they did.
Yeah, but it's probably because of the format. Maybe they're just like one of the teams that kind of had Vertigo somewhere like high in their priority. Maybe like not number 1 or number 2. Maybe they had a nuke, an overpass, and just their opponents were banning it out. So we just kept on seeing that Vertigo over and over and over again.
There's definitely a lot of cases, you know, when you look into the video where I'm sure Astralis had Vertigo either as their first or second priority. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gotten it so consistently. So they are to be blamed for it as well. You know, they could have gone a different direction. Even in some of the matchup, they could have removed it themselves if they wanted to. So it's not fair to blame it only on the system. But I agree, you know, had we had the switch in veto format a little bit earlier, maybe we would have gotten to see more of that kind of stuff from Astralis Talent. But as much as we want to praise them, I also do want to highlight a little bit towards Young Ninjas and saying this was a very, very rough season for them. It was a bad season, all things considered as well. We talked about them coming into it as being maybe the main favorite together with MOUZ and NXT, given that they upgraded their roster, they brought back LNT, they finally looked like a roster where when you look at the players and you look at the experience, and especially the way FUSI impressed, especially the way LNC impressed when he was playing with the main roster as well, I thought to myself that that was a team that was guaranteed to go to the LAN finals. So for them to find themselves outside of that, not even winning their group, which in itself was a disaster, but also losing to Astralis in the gauntlet right here, the way they did it, that's just a disaster for Young Ninjas. That's back to the drawing board, and Are we going to see roster changes? Are we going to see something happen? I don't know, but this season was not okay.
It's a huge shock, and I feel like it might just be a motivation thing.
Yeah.
I think I've seen better looks from Young Ninjas in seasons prior to this one in terms of the strategy, in terms of the way they were able to hold bomb sites with better crossfires. They were caught unaware a couple times today, and I always just felt like that's an uncharacteristic way for Young Ninjas to look. I would give credit to some of the kind of misdirection plays that Astralis talent were throwing in their direction, but I also think that Young Ninjas usually do a very good job at prodding for just the right amount of information, for making sure that they don't get caught off guard. And today it felt like this was very much a game to me where it just felt like Young Ninjas didn't expect Astralis talent to be here, and when they saw that matchup, they just said to themselves, we got this. There's no reason to worry at all. This team's just going to pick Vertigo. We're going to walk all over them. And every season prior to this, I would have said that's the same case. But you can't discredit or count out a team that has won 2 consecutive BO3s, now a third BO3, against teams that were every time supposed to beat them. They were the underdogs in every single matchup, and Young Ninjas were always the favorites in every single series that they played throughout this entire group. It's a shame that they're not making it to the LAN, because I would have wanted to see Young Ninjas power up, as I assume they would once they get to LAN, but they did not deserve to be there today because they lost this BO3 fair and square, and Astralis talent clearly were the more motivated team. And I think it's true. It's a cliche, but Astralis talent, they wanted it way more. They showed it too in the server.
Yeah. When we started the series, I kind of thought that maybe when it comes to Young Ninjas, they can kind of self-sabotage themselves, because it kind of felt that maybe they're in the wrong mindset, because even during the interview, we heard like when they started the season, they were kind of like maybe feeling a little bit down, maybe they were not really feeling it, they didn't really trust themselves.
Yeah.
And right now, so like I feel it's just like this is the situation where like one team is actually really good, but they just don't feel it, and then the other one, you know, like you're going from the bottom to the top, you're like all together in the same room, having a great boot camp, and you're also performing so amazingly.
There's definitely something to be said about, you know, the way Astralis talent animated themselves in that matchup. You know, being at a boot camp, you know, sitting next to your mates, getting the fist pump from your coach, and constantly being at that energy level and that focus level is definitely better. Also, when you go into preparation, right, it's much, much easier, and this may be hard for people to understand, but it's much easier to sit around in a circle, 6 people together, coach included, and prepare for a game, talk about the different strats, talk about the different stuff, than it is to be in an online setting where you talk over TeamSpeak and like, yeah, don't forget that, because you can't read the face, you can't read the body language, sorry, is the word I'm using for. So if you feel or sense someone is not fully on board or fully understands, then you pick it up, you know, as a coach, you can see that, okay, what I said right here, it looked like Fessa wasn't really on board, I'm just going to try to explain it one more time. Whereas if someone on TeamSpeak is saying, yeah, I got it, then you got to trust that, right? So it's just a complete different dynamic. So I think there was a lot of, you know, points that pointed in the way of Astralis talent, but regardless of that, Young Ninjas should have been better. And I remember even asking, was it Fusi first time we talked to him? Mm-hmm. Is this a motivational issue? Like, are you guys motivated given that you've all been in the main team, given that you all had a taste of Tier 1 Counter-Strike, and now you're back in the, you know, Tier 3, Tier 4 Academy League setting? Is that hard of a switch? And I've kind of sensed that, you know, as a player myself, I probably would have found that very, very hard to motivate myself. And I think we saw that as a direct consequence on the server. Young Ninjas did not look good throughout this tournament.
Yeah. When it comes to Season 1 and 2, WePlay Academy managed to qualify to the LAN, but they would always just end up being 4th. Right now, seeing this Astralis talent, I think if I would be WePlay Academy, I would be like a bit afraid, because like you kind of already set up maybe like high expectations for yourself because you end up being first in your group, and now all of a sudden like this guy that was in the bottom is like going up. You're like, am I going to finish 4th again?
I'd say to Big Omen's likelihood of not coming in 4th, they're going to be on opposite side of the bracket as MOUZ NXT, so they're going to be facing off of whoever the winner is of VP.Prodigy or Spirit. I think Spirit has the potential to beat anyone on any given day, actually, but I think if it's VP.Prodigy that make it out of the B side of the gauntlet, then I think Big's a little bit more comfortable with that. And if they do fall to Astralis to play Astralis Talent in the lower bracket game, I still think that Big has shown enough in terms of strategy and individual ability that they should feel confident, but they just can't relax. This is an Astralis team that is very hungry, and if you do just think you're just going to coast through the game, you're going to be punished. Young Ninjas were punished punished today. I don't want to see other teams get punished in the future by this team because this is Astralis Talent team. They're surprising. You know, they're the Cinderella story of this season, but I don't actually think that they match up in terms of pure skill versus a team like Big or a team like MOUZ. So just don't relax and they'll be fine, I think.
Yeah, in the previous season, they played only 2 best-of-3s and they lost both of them, so they were out of the season really quick. But right now, we have an amazing opportunity to have an interview with one of the players of Astralis Talent, Viggo, the almighty IGL. Do you hear us?
Yes, I hear you clearly.
Nice, awesome. Viggo, how did this happen? How did you end up... Okay, let's start like this. How did you end up playing so many verticals? Like, did you actually prioritize this map like so high, or just like it was somewhere like in the bottom, but just the teams kept on banning the other maps?
I think it was like around the middle, like a 3rd pick or something, or 4th pick. So yeah, it was just randomly, I guess.
Wow.
Maybe we should have taken it out before.
I mean, we're kind of like during the whole season, we're like, okay, we just hope they'll be able to see you on a different map. And right now, we actually saw you play Nuke, and you won both of them and ran like Overpass. So like, we kind of have like really high expectations for you. Do you feel that the fact that you gathered for bootcamp like really boosted your performance?
Yeah, it boosted us like being together and looking at our mistakes from the group stage. So we try to fix them, and it works out.
Viggo, I argue that after watching a lot of Vertigo from you guys, where you were less successful, that you would be better. You know, I think Astralis Talent could show a better results on maps like Nuke, Overpass, etc., as we've seen, especially considering it's more open maps. The way you play with Fessa, you know, being able to be very maneuvering around the map, Breezer as well, you know, constantly moving around with the AWP. Would you agree? Do you think like maps like Overpass or Nuke or more open maps, so to speak, are better suited for the way you want to play?
Yeah, I think so. It fits us very much better than like closed maps.
And is there a reason why I know you didn't want to continue to play Vertigo, but is there a reason why you came into the tournament feeling so comfortable in Vertigo, given it is a very compact and very, you know, I'm going to stand behind a smoke and I'm going to burn up here kind of map?
I think it was like because we didn't have so much practice with the trace, so we just used our old maps, and yeah, and we didn't want to like let some of their good maps in the pool, so we just want to ban that.
Cool.
Viggo, I want to first of all congratulate you. This is an incredible victory that you guys just pulled off. I mean, none of us, except for Harry, admittedly, thought really that you were going to make it all the way through the gauntlet. So it's a huge, huge performance. But I want to ask about the way that you have developed as an in-game leader, because I would say that Season 1, we didn't have too much to be excited about with your team. And Season 2, kind of a similar story. But what we just saw in this gauntlet through the last 3 BO3s that you guys played was exceptional, and your mid-rounding in particular just dominated Young Ninjas. You walked into empty bomb sites multiple times. How have you progressed as an in-game leader? Like, what steps have you taken from Season 1 to now to have become an in-game leader that actually can just completely tactically outmaneuver teams like Young Ninjas?
Like in the first 2 seconds, I was not in IGL before I joined Astralis Talent, so it took me a lot of time to learn that. And now here in the new season, me and Breezer are calling together. Like, it's different from map to map, so that helps me a lot. And the Trace is also helping a lot with anti-threading and telling us like what we should do in specific rounds.
Oh, okay, actually, then I do want to ask specifically, what maps is Breezer calling and what maps are you calling on?
He's calling mostly on Nuke, and yeah.
Okay.
And then we're like calling together.
Okay. I also want to ask about your personnel change. So obviously you have Breezer and Fesser this season, and what do you think that does in terms of allowing you to run maybe different plays? Because Fesser and Breezer seem to be different. I'd say Fesser in particular is definitely like a higher caliber player. Does that open up your playbook? Like what does that give you in terms of freedoms as a leader?
It gives me a lot of freedom, like, because yeah, Fesser is doing a lot of stuff on his own, but we always know what he's doing, so that's really well. And the Breezer, he's talking a lot also, so we also know what he wants to pick, and he's moving around, so it's much easier not to like micromanage, so everyone is like talking.
Mm-hmm. Well, the LAN finals will be in a month. Will you keep on bootcamping until that happens?
I think we'll bootcamp like 1 more week from now, and then I don't know.
You know. Well, in any way, congratulations with your win. This was really, this was a journey. You managed to prove the guys wrong. Like, their prediction was just absolutely destroyed, just smashed. Like, I mean, usually they're like right like all the time, but like this time, like it just felt like really good, like for you, like to make this story. We go one more time. Congratulations, and just go and relax and I don't know, prac.
Yeah.
See ya.
See ya.
See ya. It's not like I like to see you suffer and stuff like that, but it's just like, I mean, a story like this, it's so good.
You'll learn it quickly, Heku. At least I don't give a flying F about my predictions. I like the good stories, and I like to be proven wrong. Nothing told us that Astralis Talent would be able to qualify for the LAN finals. There was nothing pointing us in that direction. So no one, even you saw the paramatch odds as well throughout the entire series, no one at all believed in Astralis Talent, which is why it's so impressive. So all the noobs out there in the chat, all the noobs on Twitter as well, like, your predictions were wrong. I love it. I love when the underdogs proves us wrong. That only makes it so much more stronger in a storyline for us to follow up on. That makes it so much more impressive. The fact that the noobs in the Twitch chat and the fact that the noobs on Twitter don't understand it, if you downplay that, if you're like, I knew it from the get-go, you should have believed in it. Well, so you're saying it's not really that impressive.
What evidence did you have for that to think that the people from the beginning?
By doing that, you're downplaying the significance and the surprise, I guess, it is that Astralis is playing so well. So I for once love to be proven wrong, and especially in this case where it's fully deserved. It wasn't a thing of, Young Ninjas lost a couple of close rounds, or it could have gone their way. Astralis Talent were the better team, end of story.
Yes, they absolutely were. It just felt so earned because it was in the tactics and the strategy and the way that they came together as a team and the fact that it was so obvious that they're playing better in the boot camp. Like, all of it just manifested this victory, and for that reason, I'm so happy for them. It's not just random individual plays that got them here. It was the strats were so good. The anti-stratting that he said Trace did, that's amazing that he was able to have that much impact that quickly as a coach. I mean, Trace really just earned his spot on this roster as the coach. Like, it's so obvious that he's helping out so much. It's so great to see that, and I'm just so happy for Astralis Talent.
Well, Astralis Talent gave us an amazing storyline, and they proved us wrong. But when it comes to the Group B gauntlet, so far our analysts are doing an amazing job. We'll go on a short break, but we'll be back with the next series.
Headshot, nice. Fist bombs go to the teammates.
I wanna hear your go, go, go. I wanna see you falling fast. Win the round. Win the game.
Very much. They play, you win.
We start our day with the Scandinavian Derby, and we'll finish it with the CIS one. We are guaranteed that we will have at least one team from the CIS region at the finals once again, because in the previous season it was NAVI Junior. We know, like, we saw MOUZ, now he's going to play in G2. Maybe there is like another like a MOUZ 2.0 when it comes to maybe Spirit Academy. We don't yet know. What we do know is that the two teams that are going to play right now is VP.Prodigy and Spirit Academy, and VP.Prodigy, just like Astralis Talent, they had to start from the bottom, they went up, and right now they're just like one step ahead, one step, and they'll be already at the land.
I think there's one big difference when we try to paint that picture. I think VP.Prodigy have scraped their way through this matchup. They look good when they win. I think we discussed that as well, Mauri. They really look good when they're winning their maps, and they really look like a team that is disjointed when they're losing, right? The fact that they were able to lose to Infernal Fire yesterday on Inferno, the way they did it was a wild one. You know, we can keep referring to that game, and if you didn't see it, then
it was an experience.
It was an experience. It was some of the worst Counter-Strike.
I need some eye bleach for that game.
Yeah, probably. You know, at one point, you know, I took my glasses off because I just couldn't see it. But we move on, and the point I want to bring up, you know, for VP.Prodigy is that after that, you know, when they're winning their maps, they actually look like a team that's in control. They play well together. So to me, it's a question of whether or not are VP.Prodigy turning up today in their best shape, like themselves sort of, or are VP.Prodigy turning up today a little bit flustered? Because I think the quality on the other side in Spirit Academy is way too strong for VP to get away with that. They cannot play a scrappy game of Counter-Strike and expect to win against Spirit Academy. They have to play the A game, and I haven't seen them play that over an entire series yet in this best of 3 format.
I would agree, because the map pool of VP.Prodigy is just very obvious. It's just very clear which maps they can and which maps they cannot play. I don't know what they were actually even doing in the veto yesterday against Eternal Fire, trying to ban out a map that's not always their permaban in Dust 2 and trying to play Inferno. We see the win rates right there. Maybe they're just experimenting, because right now it's very obvious here. When you look at these numbers, they have a 5 map pool. That's Dust 2 and Inferno. Those are maps they just don't play. They try to avoid them as hard as they can. So that's a potential slide in for a punish pick here for the side of Spirit Academy, because look at that. They play Dust 2 and they have a 100% win rate on it. It's just one game, but it's against it might be against a VP.Prodigy team today that really just don't go for it at all. When we look at Spirit Academy, though, I think what's great about this roster is not just the fact that they may have a slightly better map pool than VP.Prodigy, it's that their personnel just makes sense top to bottom for me. I'd say right now the core 3 players for me are the entry fragger Chiron, the Opper Artfrost, and then their IGL Sotfik. Sotfik, just the most experienced in-game leader here, hands down. I've been praising people like Shuhei or ZTR and now Vigo, but honestly, Sotfik has done it at near as close to the tier 1 level as it gets. He did it for Team Spirit, he did it for Espada, and now he's doing it for an Academy roster, trying to uplift these players. But the thing is that he's also a very solid player in his own right by Academy League standards. So there's a lot of weapons for the side of Team Spirit right now, and it's going to be very hard for VP to come together, even if they're playing those great games that we've seen from them before, to play against a Spirit Academy that's this strong.
Well, VP.Prodigy decided to ban Dust 2 once again. They are not banning Inferno, which means like there is a possibility that Spirit Academy will pick it, but the difference with the previous series is that like Spirit Academy actually kept on banning Inferno. So maybe they will just keep on avoiding, and we'll not see what we saw yesterday, Pimp, the thing that we'll not talk about. What we will see is like Overpass. Overpass is guaranteed our number 1 game, and we're also gonna see Nuke. I mean, I think when it comes to the Gauntlet, we kind of improved when it comes to maps, because from playing only Vertigos, we moved to playing Overpasses and Nukes. This is a delight.
I like the change of pace in that regard. You know, Spirit Academy is also a little bit limited in their map pool. Otherwise, they would have picked Inferno. That would have been a straight-up punish pick. They couldn't do that. We don't really know for sure or for a fact whether or not Spirit Academy plays Overpass and at what level they do. So in theory, we could be in a scenario where VP.Prodigy have actually punish pick into Spirit Academy. So there's still some question marks surrounding the map pools. I think Nuke makes an awful lot of sense from Spirit Academy. We've only seen it once, if I'm not mistaken, but they look solid. Chiron, again, as a rifler, you know, he's going to be here, there, and everywhere. As for the third deciding map, we're probably going to shake hands on, yes, guess what? Vertigo. So the exact same map pool as we just had in this game, but it makes sense. The question is, I don't know whether or not Spirit Academy plays Overpass, and I don't know whether or not the reason we haven't seen it is because they don't, or if they don't want to. So it could be a punish pick, it could be Spirit Academy feeling comfortable on all 3 maps. I actually don't know.
When we look at the odds here from Perry match, the 1.6 from Spirit just definitely indicates to me that even though we don't really have much data on their Overpass, it's just likely that...
It's for the entire match as well.
Oh, that's for the entire match? Okay, sorry, yeah. So for the entire match, I still think that even if we don't know about their Overpass, then just to spin it for the whole match, Nuke and Vertigo are maps that they are probably going to be stronger on than VP on. Nuke is a map that VP don't really play. I think they have like 1 game on it, even though they've won it. It's been... it's just not something that it's not a comfort map for them by any means. I don't think we could really expect the same level of impact from some of of their players on it, just because they just really are. The VP.Prodigy style just doesn't seem to involve multiple elements at the same time. Where Nuke, you kind of have to put a lot of pieces together in certain rounds. Like how is the lower guy going to connect with the ramp people? Just little things like that. It's not as obvious as Eternal Fires, but it's not going to be as all over the place as we've seen some of those Astralis talent rounds go, you know? So it's going to be hard for them to put it together. I, right now, going into Overpass, don't know exactly what to expect from Spirit Academy, to be completely honest. They don't really play it too much, but I will say that VP.Prodigy have gotten better at Overpass over the seasons. They've started figuring out how to play their T sides a little better, because Season 1, they just kind of defaulted and died alone everywhere across the map. Season 2 and 3, they actually started playing together, trading, throwing nades that you're supposed to take map control on it. So I'm actually looking forward to see if they can actually put a dent in the team spirit defense here.
Yeah, we managed to avoid Vertigo in the first series. There is still possibility to get that one Vertigo a day, but right now we'll just move on to Overpass with Hugo and Harry.
Damn right we will. We didn't get enough of our fair share of Overpass, I think, Harry. I think we wanted a little bit more, maybe out of the Ninjas, but they're gone for now. They're out of this season, and now we sit on CISCS, some of the best here at WePlay Academy League. And Spirit, they've certainly shown up to the table.
Yeah, they really have. Sorry, I was just swallowing there.
Yeah,
mate. So,
you know, it's
just getting it in me. You know, it's all right. So, as I was trying to say, yeah, Team Spirit, they've really impressed us throughout all of this, haven't they?
They're on a 5-map win streak. They are rolling over kids right now. These guys are the latest addition to the league. They were against Eternal Fire just the other night, and of course eliminated by VP in that second round. Kind of got bodied past the first map. Now we're breaking it down. Yeah, an Overpass. That's where we be. But for Spirit, this team, man, they just hit different.
Yeah, you know, I mean, if the last game was a tale of, you know, in a sense, a David versus Goliath, but it was maybe like a more buff David than we're used to seeing in the stories, right? This one would be more akin to man v car, right? And you know, VP, sadly, they're the man in this instance. The car normally wins,
car always wins.
You know, because what I'll say about Spirit Academy, these guys have been so good throughout the group stage, right? Haven't really seen many signs of weakness out of them. Haven't really seen them fall down all too often. This Spirit squad have just been an utter delight to get to watch. I think Chiron has really kind of captured a lot of people with his play style, with his ability. There's a lot of convincing parts. Then you've got Sotfik as like this tenured leader, right? This tenured player, lots of experience. I think you can draw a lot of parallels between how these squads are structured, right? VP have the same thing going on with Roofire. But in my eyes, Spirit is almost like the upgrade on VP.Prodigy, for my money at least, right? Similar situations, both having an older, experienced player and then structuring all these young guns around them. But I just look at it, and even if you look at like the experienced guys in Sotfik and Roofire, Sotfik achieved a hell of a lot more in his time up at the tier 1s. Roofire never really able to break through in that regard.
Yeah, he's still actually been, you know, one of the coolest talking points of these last 3 seasons, right? Because again, I'll bring back to the point I always make about VP is, you know, we have so many roster changes, especially for teams who aren't making it through, you know, to those finals. And even then, teams that are making it to the finals, Big, Navi, Nib, these teams have all gone through multiple rosters. VP have kept the same 4 throughout all 3 seasons. So there's a level of chemistry, there's a level of commitment that no other roster quite has on VP right now. Now for Spirit, while they haven't been in previous seasons, these guys have been grinding even prior to the first. And so, you know, I think it was long overdue that these guys were given an invite. And so it's great to see them here. But will they make it any further? Will it be the LAN final dream for Spirit? Right now we've had a double Julie drop from Sotfik, setting up his stars of Chiron Zontix, and a little B-lean with a bait and switch. We've got the flashbang, and Chiron starts to chew through them. Oh my goodness, there's so many guns in the kill feed. I can't keep count. 4 from Chiron, and I've never seen a Julie round quite like it.
Yes! Yes, Chiron! He's going to hit the ground running, isn't he?
And that's massive as well, because Chiron, you know, I don't know what's going on today. Yesterday he tweeted that he
wasn't
was very
feeling
ill.
well.
Yes,
I saw
he had
that.
a high temperature. He wasn't feeling up for it. Obviously, not just physically out of it, but if you're tweeting that, you're in your head as well. I'm hoping he's feeling better. He's certainly looking pretty good, I'll say, for a pistol round. And that's one way to just throw a spanner in your face. Bonk.
Yeah, I mean, it's one way to start, right? Oh, yeah.
Christ.
But, you know, VP, they're in much the same situation that Astralis were, and that they also fought through from the very, very start of the gauntlet, right, all the way to the final boss. And while Astralis Talent were able to get past him, VP, I think they've got a very big challenge here. The odds, very, very close, all things considered, 1.85 to 1.9. I think that makes sense. We don't really know where to peg Spirit just yet.
They've never played this map as well as, you know, in terms of officials, recent officials, not any data to go off, and that can leave you questioning things.
The thing I will say is knowing CIS teams, but more particularly knowing Sophic, and when he was in the main Spirit squad, Overpass used to be one of their go-to maps back in the day. It used to be a phenomenal map for him.
Yeah.
So always something to bear in mind. He's going to have a wealth of ideas here.
And if there's one thing we've learned from this season, especially with some of these new rosters, is just because a team has not necessarily played a map before in an official doesn't mean they're going to be poor on it. Even VP, you know, while their Inferno maybe lacked depth yesterday, it was still, they took Eternal Fire the distance. They went to a double overtime loss, and then they rolled over them on Ancient and Vertigo. Ancient, of course, banned in this series by Spirit. But Vertigo coming up as the last, if we need it, if we get there. And that's still an if. I don't know what VP and what Spirit we're going to get today. This is definitely one where upset potential is also there. Chiron, armed to the A1S now, locking down middle. There's Result lurking out B, but he's got a Glock, so it's going to be a bit of a bait as these A1Ss tear through the T's and Result. Oh! I mean, if you had the bomb, you'd be laughing. But you don't, and so you're not. And you might even get knifed, but luckily, going back to Con, Sopfic's going to spot him. And there's a done deal. 2-0 for Spirit, 5 alive. And they're looking for the 2-0, all right.
So, you know, coming into this, I talked about how you can draw a lot of parallels between these two teams. Honestly, I think they can also both have, like, similar downfalls in that sometimes you feel very, very dependent on having really two players step up, and I would say that's the case for either squad. I'll revisit this point in just a moment, though, because I want to hear some VP voices heading into this first gun round. I'd love to hear how they're looking. I mean, Spirit, rather. Let's listen in.
Я зажал. Я не попал. Потушили.
Кидай.
Готов. Дал. Бом.
Я фото.
Б-флэш.
Площадка еще.
Монстр вышел. Он не слышал.
Вышел. Погоди, не ссы. Он не пикает, Денис, не ссы.
Окей.
Просто под флеш попикал, никого
не
нет.
Не бойтесь их, парни, все круто.
Я иду на Б.
Я прыгать длину смотрю.
Они идут
Б заканчивать.
У меня МПшка.
Дим, дай мне лучше тайминг. Или идите пикать. Я даю хаешки.
Не, я хотел просто тут в упоре пикнуть.
Я банан туалет смог.
Иди на бочке.
Дал хая на воду туда. Дай быстро.
Я пойду в упор длины.
Давай.
Никого. Кон, вода, криллер. Кон, вода,
я даю
никого. Я отъебал на.
Выбили туалеты только сейчас.
Да, это должно быть так. Типа кон, вода, клир пока что.
Да, может, особо чекнем. Может быть, в упоре сейчас.
Длина близко, 2, 3.
Это
Я ушел.
Давай.
Длина 2, 3.
Я забачу первый, у меня первый контакт.
Давай, туалеты.
Вышел.
3.
Еще 2 лоу бегут. Можешь убить их просто, Тём.
Я буду хайдиться.
Пачка там.
Блядь.
Я молик скидываю.
Я первый буду играть. Хайдись.
Пройдите на 90 из вас. Пройдите на 90.
Я на 90.
2 чела, минус 50 точно.
Не слышу ничего.
Обычно под Б возвращаются после этого.
Тяни стояну, Тём.
Нет, все хорошо, уже стойте.
Это
он один, это Б игрок.
Я Дэл пошел проигрывать.
Скорее всего развернуться сейчас, даже если хотим.
Это Б. Можете стянуться, вы можете успеть, anyway.
Да не, гоусейвить.
Там 2 лоу.
Погоди. Можете успеть.
Дали смог 9.
Уже не успели.
Киты там длина лежат.
Я забрал их.
Я еблан, сори, мужики, я свидел.
Да не, мне надо было просто запикать Дэл сразу. Я боялся, что сейчас с туалетов чел будет выходить, сори.
Ну, парни, флешку предложите Зонту, что он там один стоит, слышит троих, дайте флешку туда, он убьет там половину чипов.
Да, я пытался к нему...
Просто не бойтесь их, парни, это же...
Вообще не парьтесь, это нашу игру играть, да. Потому что если мы зажмемся, то будет очень сложно.
It's a little save, isn't it? Just trying to get away with these M4s. You know, nice try. But ultimately, you go 4-on-2 up like that, you're left in a horrible little retake down towards B. You're always going to be leaning into the save. Nice stuff, though, heading into the first gun round for VP.Prodigy. What I was going to say is like, you know, these two teams, they actually sometimes get hung up on, like, the same idea, which I feel like it can be mitigated. We do have games where it feels like you get everyone performing, but it's no stranger to me to see games where someone like Artfrost, who's normally very, very dependent for Spirit Academy, I look at him as someone who can potentially be both hot and cold. When he's hot, mate, he's really feeling it. But in my eyes, him and Chiron are like the big firepower duo behind this squad. Over on VP.Prodigy, I'd say it's probably Resalt and Delusion. Cheerful can definitely have games where he just takes charge, and so can Lomic. But, you know, once more, in a similar vein to Spirit Academy, it's kind of a consistency issue there. And I think with Lomic, you know, switching up from being AWP onto Rifle, that's a bit of growing pains, perhaps, right? Still adjusting from that change in Season 2. So, you know, they both have similar pitfalls, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. Let's see who's going to be the more consistent team now, though. Little B pop. Flashes go over. Whoa. Not an Eki tries to bail Sophic out, but everyone in B is wiped clean, and that is a lovely B take once again coming out of VP.Prodigy.
Yeah, I mean, it's a different day, it's different opponents, but I'm just thinking back to that matchup last night where after VP kind of burnt Eternal Fire's flame on that double OT Inferno, they came in swinging with, you know, really, really one-sided games on Vertigo, on Ancient. Was complete domination. And it was rounds like that where you would just have simple one-flash pops and Lomic or Result would go in 3-4K. Very swift entry work, even though there's a whiff spray in there somewhere. Nothing to get hung up about with VP. It's the same as last round, a 4-on-2 full save. Not fun for Spirit, but very little they can do or say about it. I like that VP also don't telegraph that play with a Heaven Smoke, right? Knowing it so early on in the half, Artfrost isn't going to have an AWP, so just dropping the, you know, the flash and then the smoke means that, you know, firstly, no one's going to play in Heaven from the get-go, unlikely. And the Heaven Smoke's more just to cut off a rotator, not let someone poke their head in and get it on the retake, or as VP are getting into the bomb site. So flash is in first, there's no warning that play comes in. And then the Heaven Smoke lands just to ensure that Spirit can't even consider retaking the round. It means it lasts longer too. And 2-2 will do. Double rifle save. We have a quad B setup, and for good reason, right? It's all VP have really shown in this map. Perfect time to try and spice it up, switch it up. Go for an A attack, a mid-default. Artfrost is going to be that early rotate up soon, although he's just come down. So full gamble for Spirit. And one where the round will elude them unless any massive changes are made. A short water take won't change much. Even though you get the info, your real rotates need to happen now. And I kind of like it. It's a nice gamble for Spirit. They're going to move 5 up. As long as they do it silently, VP might walk into this stack.
You're not expecting this to spiral too madly out of control, but I think if that one Young Ninjas round with Fuzi, like playing that rotational orb with the heavy A stack, if you remember, that all crumbled apart, showed us that running into these pistol stacks when there's a rifle to support, it can still get dangerous. Sadly, VP.Prodigy, they've gone, actually, boys, I don't like the way this feels. We've gotten a lot of ground here. I don't think that's quite how Rufire sounds, but you know, maybe there's some similarities to be drawn. Delusion, hoping that patience will reward him, and it will. That's only going to further reinforce this stack up on A.
Yep.
And so as the B play comes in, it's a screwed situation. Sophic's seen feet, but the B site has been overrun. This is a VP round.
Save the rifles. 3rd time's a charm. Might be your best bet. That's a good kill. I don't know, maybe they're tempted in just by the fact that the buy round's coming up next. Chiron's got another. Sophic doesn't know they're in the smoke. On the site, on the bomb, and peeking out is Lomic to help. Cheerful doubles up with him, and they shut down the round. Nice little post plant there from VP. 3-2 up, and they're keeping a lot of players alive in these gun rounds as well because of the saves. So VP built up a nice economy in the early stages of their map pick. And Spirit, while they have been saving all these weapons, finally coming in with their first real full buy featuring an AWP.
I think it's going to be super important to have Artfrost just be a consistent threat throughout this now that he's finally donning that AWP, right? This guy, I don't really look at him as someone who's a phenomenal, like, recovery player, if that makes sense. I get a bit worried sometimes about this guy. It feels like he's having a bit of a rough one. Maybe you'll get a good game, but you won't get these incredible games where he just runs it single-handedly with the AWP. You know, even thinking to, like, the guys that Sophic used to play on this map with, you know, we're talking folks like Davcost, who, back in his prime, was a very consistent AWP player. I was going back a good few years there, right? Turning back the clock's like, what, 5 years now? It's been a while.
It has indeed. This is the future. Some of these players. Definitely someone like Delusion.
You know, I think, especially if you were around to watch that last game, I would draw parallels with this A-hold and the potential in it of like Fessa and Breezer, right? I think you have two very, very competent pieces here in Artfrost and Chiron. And so I hope that they flex some control. I mean, they've already made this contact in middle, so this has kind of drawn them back into a more passive hold. Now you're getting the info that B looks clear. Oh, not clear, sorry. There's people here. The polar opposite.
Oh, not clear indeed. They go right through the smoke. That's a desperate play, and it's absolutely mauled. Oh my god, Sophic with 3. I don't think VP realized that there was a player on the right side. That's why they wanted to go through. The reason being, Sophic swung left, and as he did, Notaneki traded places and ran right. I don't know if VP got that info that that was not the same guy going in and leaving, and that's what tempted them in, thinking right side was clear. Why not just double down? Luckily, Lomik saved anyway. Planning for the worst as he was given the AWP after getting tagged early. So you get something out of that round at least if you're VP, but money was never the problem anyway. Players reaching 10k after this. Ooh, they know, but they can't do anything about it. Oh, even got hit right at the end. Lomik bordering broken armor. Said this in the last match, as Fessel had very low armor in one of those rounds. Around the 42 mark is when you need to be thinking about rebuying. Don't want to be getting broken armor in a gun round and getting aim punched. Can happen, just very rare. Got to live long time. 3-3, and finally repelled from a B play. We're going to see more of what VP have to show us on this T side. Going back to a more middle-focused round, and there's going to be an AWP there to meet them. Party climb for Artfrost, dodging preemptive flashes. Needs to scope up eventually. Which side do they come from, though? Missed shot, drops out, and with the toilet smoke, Spirit are given room to escape. Ooh.
Oh, Resalt getting aggro. It's not uncommon to see him do this, these solo B lurks, right? These kind of hero plays, sometimes accompanied with a bit of a lurk smoke for his pushes. This round, though, it's nothing more than that, and that info is quickly collected by Spirit Academy. Even though a man's just come through, they get the knowledge that, yeah, it is just Result going for one of these swings and out through Monster.
That's probably part of the tendencies, right? You just know it's not going to be the full team there with no one else committing, with Rufai just lining up a flash for one of his entries. Yeah, it's a great read from Spirit. They can now rotate up heavy. You know, they can rely on Zontix to big flank. He will take some time. He doesn't want to give it up too early and allow VP to double back. But the more flashes and more smokes that land, the more obvious is that VP are committing 40 seconds rather. And Zontix is making this round happen. He's going to go for the big wrap. Crunch Wrap Supreme, the long take. If they drop Con, it would be free as can be.
Dude, that's so worrying.
The VP have no idea that they're boxed in right now.
A lot of players would have taken the party angle for that exact reason. And there's a world where they're almost ready for him. Oh, Lomik, I think, thought he was back in the toilets.
Nice.
Still going to get that kill there. Missed shot from Artfrost. Chiron's only good for one. Now this flank at long needs to show its worth, and it will. Zontix lines him up, knocks him down, and puts a fourth on the board for Team Spirit.
How can you expect that, right? You've cleared 2 truck players. You've also heard the AWP off in bank. You go, well, there's 3 here. It's not bloody 4. Well, there's a reason there's 3 here, and it is because of that 4th man. Lovely flank from Zontix. When he clears long, he doesn't doubt himself and go back or tell his team to rotate. He just full commits and knows they can't plant with him there. Let's listen into VP and what is a bit of a broken buy.
Go back.
Я взял флешку. Я потушу.
Конвейер хотите, да?
Не, ну мы не успеваем по таймингу.
Ну почему?
Ну можем, давай, я.
Да, пошли, конвейер.
Я похуй. Я дам флеш-банан глубоко, ребят.
Дал флеш-банан. Я фул, я не знаю, где он. Андрюха.
Go банан,
Подвал под слайфер, вал.
Убил подвал.
Не спешите,
можем
разыграть.
разыграть с ганом.
Трак уже. Дай мне ган, где он?
Два.
Ты есть армор?
Да.
Авик Дейл еще затащил под флешку, походу.
Я бы гранатки отдал, и бы вышел просто под это и все.
Б.
2D. Монстр, значит, никого, и 2. Можете Дел попробовать. Короче, идем А по плану. Я тоже иду Дел. Там, возможно, Авик вас смотрит.
Авик был... Нет, он был где-то под
Авик
КамАЗом.
только что, да, где-то там стрелял.
У меня есть охуенный план. Короче, смотрите, подходите как можно ближе, если возможно это. У меня 2 дома есть. Я один дам банк, один дам подъем. И дам флешку вам выйти под это. Дал
Мы уже
один
готовы
банк.
выходить.
Сейчас, ждите. Флешку надо ждать. Дал дым подъем. И даю флешку. Дал.
На руфе убил.
Подъем. Ушел, закрылся.
Я за ставлю.
Иди банк в упор с диглом, я руф сяду.
Дал хаевку глубокую.
Может, третий спина.
Давай вдвоем вдвоем.
Да, можете вдвоем банк.
Все, походу,
Стой со мной, передо мной. Хорош.
Авик живой.
Живи.
Меня подожгли. Сейчас слепой. Толпа. Два.
Еще один.
Those are some serious Hiroshes, and well earned as well. That was a broken buy, Harry. I don't know how they slipped that one through. Artfrost kicking himself.
Dude, it's kind of concerning me already. Like, Artfrost has had a lot of opportunities in this round, and every single one of them eluded him, even that last. You can see the odds still tipping in favor of Team Spirit, but closing up now at 1.8 to 1.95. There's also a 100% bonus for the first deposit. You can get more info from clicking the banner below, but only if you're 18 and over, and I will be checking IDs on the door, you better believe me.
Head and B now. VP, they had a game plan to just abuse Monster and Short in this early game, and now they're going back for it. No weaponry to stop them, only pistols. Sometimes in danger, but not with a bad setup like this. They're very lent back, and Result dies, and they just decide to bail. Cheerful gets dinked, but he does live, and Rufire is still committed to B, even though he's peeled out. Spirit haven't fallen for the second run boost. Dead man, surely. That's insane. Grabbed the gun for a second, but got traded. And hiding out at barrels is going to be another man. So you're not safe if you waltz back in for VP's sake. And in fact, the AWP has finally made its way here. Maybe some missed shots already, but this is the round to show up. Cheerful, who got dinked by that mid-push USP, is now taking the AWP and will be lobbing in util to get VP out into the danger.
Oh, that's a good timing on the flash, but Delusion still gets it. This is where Artfrost can make up for all those missed shots, mate. This is the one opportunity. A 1v3, here they come. Getting up into the site. Still scoped on the left side. Maybe they might just walk the bridge smoking, in which case he's a very easy target right now. And there they go, running him down. It's a bit of a rough one there.
Yeah, so many chances for Artfrost to hit shots, right? Like this, it's a little concerning considering Delusion's, you know, even though he's not really had this orb, he's given it to Lomic and Cheerful now. He gets tagged up early, but, you know, Delusion is in my eyes, one of the best AWPers in the league right now. And that's something to be said when we have players like Fuzi and like MHL as well up there. But incredible try from Spirit with just pistols. Sophic, Notaneki, Zontix, everyone gives it a go, but Ollie burns out the barrel's plate, and the AWP never finds its footing.
The only reason why it feels so much more grisly is that, like, they've made sure he's had the AWP in every one of these rounds. And
just needs a couple of warm-up rounds, hopefully.
I really hope that's the case. I really do. But like I say, Artfrost has been someone that I haven't seen been able to dig himself out of this hole before. Hopefully, what with there being so much on the line, that's a motivating reason for him to kick it into high gear, and he can't have that warm-up round because it would be a real shame if you make it all this way. And
oh my
then he falls silent. Look at Zontic.
That's bad.
Incredible timing, and he's out of there, mate. Bang! He gets away with the kill.
And he saw which way Rufai was going, so you know that A is the plan, and that's why VP is just waltzing out B right now. Timing almost missed, but Result checks Monster, even if that's not where he's coming from. Sophic is pushed. Oh, and Cheerful, that should not be his kill. Catches him coming back out of T-spawn, and Lomic even kills Karan on the push. This is wild. Zontix is re-aggressed back up Con, and it's just knife out players right now getting caught. Cheerful's going to make it to B, cover the orb, keeping him there, and the bomb plant can go through. It won't be a heaven stick. although it could have been inside of the smoke. Instead, they play it safe, and the flank may never come in. Looking like a save for Spirit. If they do go for it, they'll find out the hard way that the AWP is ready, so they shall not. So many opportunities there for Spirit. But I like that decision. After RuFi gets spotted running back to A, VP immediately walking B, knowing that Spirit are not expecting that play.
Now, this is a very compelling T side thus far, and these B plays just consistently finding success for VP.Prodigy.
Oh, haven't done the maths there. Wasn't even as far in the corner as he could have been. Might have lived. But, yeah. Oh well. Only one death. VP have gotten out like a bandit with that round. Sophic was on the bomb for a second, and Cheerful, what is that shot? Not even considering it really, but gun up, and it makes all the difference. So how Zontic's punished too. And those double saved weapons for Spirit's really been the name of the game here on the CT side. So many rounds where they're just having to hold on to guns. Frost needs to make the most of it. No mid pick presented. FAMAS down at B. Or AK rather.
Woo!
Yeah. Oh, I love
movement.
Run through. Any flash?
Result never really, you know, one to get like popped out there. Normally is just taking it dry, trying to keep the element of surprise. You'll see him do it a lot more before this T side's over, I can assure you. And they just leave him here. And I like this. Like, dependable, safe pair of hands over towards Monster. Someone who's always good at finding impact on like a Monster push. I feel like at the bare minimum, I always see Result go 1-for-1 on this B aggression, which is really good for selling a B fake, right? And keeping them worried. It's also going to deny any early info to Spirit Academy, but they do take a bit of a gamble here. And gambles have to be made in rounds like this. I'll set back up with 3 inside of this A site, but look at that bomb. It's going for a long rotation. This is all enabled because Result's kept this position outside of Monster under lock.
And RuFi is full faking it. He's done his deep long smoke. He's kept 3 on truck right now. If he doesn't even need to go first and he gets dumped with nades, but it doesn't matter. The B side's gone. It's done. It's over. That's the round. RuFi, great calling on this T side. The B executor's just been painful to deal with. And that molly's been thrown in a few times, sometimes missed. It will get rid of RuFi, but it doesn't really matter. Notaneki just go back for the gun. But that molly, I think where it's meant to land is probably not back default unless you're trying to burn out like a really rare angle, but hopefully back down in the pit here where Lomik sits. Make things very uncomfortable. 7 T-side rounds on overpass. I mean, we saw a 9-6 get eluded earlier, but this is still a great start for VP.
Yeah, and you know, I mean, you might be looking at the VP scoreline and going, oh man, everyone looks good, but this RuFi guy is 1-10. RuFi isn't here to be some crazy fragger. Normally, you know, scoreline's a little prettier than this one. But the thing that I love about him is like, I think he knows he's just not this all-out star like the rest of his team. I don't think he's under any illusion that he's meant to be the guy popping off. That round there, he essentially wins it, never firing a bullet, just throwing some nades over towards long. This is a guy who's had to use brain power to, you know, put rounds up before, and this one's no exception. Sells the A fake brilliantly. Delusion even getting the better of Art Frost in that AWP head-to-head. And now a tactical timeout for Team Spirit Academy. They need to figure out how to fix this this CT side.
Yeah, what is going to be the plan, right? Like, the one thing that's actually looked good is some aggression at times. We had Zontix with that con flank, even then on a lost round. Right now, RuFi, I've got to give credit to the calling, as you say. Like, they've been doing a great job of manipulating these CTs. In the many rounds Spirit have had only 2 guns. They've often been found on the wrong side of the map. Spirit were favored, but that's got to be slipping now, surely. VP are creeping into control. Another buy at least. Finding these CT solutions can be easier said than done. At least taking B water is something they can rely on that's easy. Artfrost has a spawn, could pick con or middle here. Looks like the former. So down he goes. Quick shot, but there's a gap being held, and it's hard to see through that. Rufire can get a little bit more info. Artfrost might know he's been spotted, but regardless, sees nothing, so bails. Back to Divider with him. Long peek. Zontix has seen everything with that flashbang. Oh, they got full blinded because he was jumping with it. Nice way of using the flash. Gets info, goes back, and even baited by the AWP, but with that deep long smoke in, it's very difficult for Zontix. He feels the need to get aggressive, to try and take kills. Jiffle's holding for it. That's a lovely shot from Zontix. Now he's out on his own, pushing through the smoke as the AWP, and Zontix goes up ahead of it. Oh dear. Now Artfrost is trapped here. Sorry, it's actually Chiron who's pushed up, still with cover. And so it might not be all bad after all.
I kind of like the idea, actually, of that double long bait and switch, but they decide against it when they go 4-on-3, and I like that, right? You don't need to take that kind of risk anymore, especially not with all the info that Notanecki's just gained on his B push. And here's going to get a little worrisome with Chiron going aggro there and faltering to the holding player. Artfrost is now calling for flashes, calling for rotates. The molly forces him wide, and he's dead.
Yeah.
Rufire has burnt out Result with the molly, but it's left in this awkward 1v1. Notanecki was all the way through Monster, so having to run the rotate just a tad. I don't think Lomic's heard this yet. He's looking for kills right now. He's looking for the man, and Notanecki already here. This is weird. Notanecki could get caught looking the wrong way. Timing's everything, and he will swap back just in time. So finally around for Team Spirit. Able to break that streak that VP are on.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it looks sometimes awkward for Artfrost. He's in sometimes good spots and just unable to hit it, but right there, really countered by VP. They're doing a good job of shutting out this AWP. They never give him the long fight that he's waiting all round for. They trade out Zontix's aggression, and the Molotov on truck was a perfect placement to really make Artfrost uncomfortable. Had nowhere to run. So in terms of shutting down this AWP, VP are doing a great job. Illusion's not even really had to do all too much on this T side, but that is yet to come. Artfrost back to a party peak. And again, mollied off and can't hang around forever. He's at least given the salvation to escape. Zontix, does he really want to push Con? That'd be ballsy here. He's in the smoke. Yeah, Rufire doesn't like what he sees. Shoots through. Resol just came in from Condor as well, so that's unbelievable timing.
Yeah, you know, I almost feel like in that situation there, Resalt's come in and he's like, man, I don't see him. You know, he's not here. Con's empty. And Rufire goes, Con can't be empty. They're always playing this spot. Oh, lovely round. Now, he won't be ready for Sophic. Surely not. Not even someone as smart.
Nice.
Oh, the trigger discipline. Oh, he's trying to milk this for all it's worth. Now, don't let the kill elude you. You still want to get it. And eventually, he is just going to have to take it, right? At this point, VP.Prodigy know that Spirit know it's not the B play.
Yeah, Chiron, that's a massive kill. It's the only reason this round's still up, and you might actually try and dodge this A site now. The AWP has always been a toilet. He's going to catch Delusion running back. A massive pick for Artfrost. We've been waiting for it, and now the B play's inevitable. Sophic, big brain on his shoulders, doesn't commit with the aggro. Monster plays back on the bomb site, and he's got a bit of support.
Spotted, has to jump down. Oh, the timing on that jump, and the trades are in. Artfrost, he's had so many opportunities and only just started to do good on them. If there ever was a time for a shot to connect, it's in a 1v1 like this, and the shot will, but it goes the other way. Lovely from Result.
He is sick.
Dude, I mean, that's with the A1S as well. Like, normally, I think AK player on this guy, man. He's so good at finding that, like, insta-headshot, insta-tap. Artfrost still gets destroyed by it, though, doesn't he? And, I mean, mechanically, Result is... It sometimes can look like the cleanest aimer, man.
Yeah.
Like some of the snappy, crazy headshots that he's able to find is just unreal.
Look at that. Yeah, it's dead on and no chance. Artfrost coming in, AWPing heaven. Here's the 5-man boost. Put Delusion on top. Nothing yet. Oh, he's holding Monster.
Hey, there's actually mid-aggression while all this is happening. Like, out of all the times.
Yeah, you don't want to stay forever. Nice little dodge. Lands on his teammate's head to avoid full damage. Sophic re-smokes in Monster. Gotta watch out. Still very precarious. And he's just trying to buy as much time as he can. I'd love it if, like, Spirit had thrown smokes over the wall into B so Sophic could keep re-smoking this, but I feel like that's his last one. And in all of this, Rufire's patrolling middle, saying, if you want it, come get it. holding for aggression from this mid play. Oh, there's the spot. He definitely saw multiple players there, telling his team just to commit at this point. Sophic alone on the B-bomb site should be an easy clear.
Yeah, I mean, that really should be the round off of that one kill alone. They're still methodical as ever, and they're going to plant it wide. That sort of plant could look to get covered from heaven. But they're not trying to take that control, not now. Oh, Rufire's dead. He did just look behind him. I thought he was going to hit some wild timing. And hell, I mean, you know, the Deagles may as well try and make it expensive. Try keep these bodies in the site. The more you can have lost once that bomb goes off, the better. But they don't find a damn thing. Not with Lomik holding down CT.
VP looking very threatening right now, I've got to say that much, right? Like, this is kind of the team we saw yesterday. I just thought, you know, it was a little more understandable. Well, you're dead. Considering Eternal Fire were not ready for this level, I don't think, and we're not, you know, they didn't have the experience that VP did, especially as a roster, but even in this deep into a tournament as well. So it wasn't a shocker to see VP, especially after burning out their energy on Inferno, to just roll over them with two more really favorable maps. I think the question, at least for VP here, is going to be a map like Nuke, which is coming up next. Obviously, Spirit's pick, something they showed pretty good fare on against Eternal Fire themselves. For VP, not a go-to at all, and so could be worrying.
They're doing the boost again. The 5-man boost is in. Oh. Not going to find anything from it. Ooh, once more, there's mid-aggression when this is happening.
Oh.
Rufire going 1-for-1 there is good, all things considered. Especially when you look at the guy he removed. Chiron knocked out of the round early. Whenever they've gone for these B plays, Sophic's normally mowed them down. Why would this one be any different? Oh!
TK.
Oh, he needs to get onto the AK. And Lomik will trade it out as best he can, but the AWP should have him here. He's crossed in. He's managed to make it to the site. Zontic's on the wrap as well. He's done a lot of aggressive plays in this map so far, so Lomik's going to have to consider it eventually. Might just have to fight his way forward. Instead, going to elect to go back and not ready for the monster swing. Zontix has got it in the bag for Team Spirit Academy.
Yeah, good flank timing, right? It was off that early mid-fight where he trades Rufire and just keeps going. So VP weren't ready for the timing. 9-6, it's a good T-side. It was what the Young Ninjas got last map on their T-half of Overpass, and it still wasn't enough. Are Spirit going to have the same T-half? We'll have to wait and see. It's you know, it's always hard with these two teams because their map pools aren't too deep. We've seen mostly Mirages, we've seen mostly Vertigos as well. Not much variety.
No, mate. You know, this is still a great T-side out of VP. Really, really nice to see. Lots of pace, lots of speed on it. You know, gets me thinking, gets me remembering of our new sponsor, right? Western Digital with their WD Black range of SSDs. They quick as hell, boy.
Oh, damn right. Yeah, saving stuff real fast. Run it back, baby. Western Digital. Every day.
You ever tried playing CS not on an SSD? Garbage, mate.
Doesn't work.
Garbage.
Yeah.
You get like 180 FPS. Why would you do that to yourself?
It's like using a Nintendo DS. Wouldn't do it. Wouldn't run it. You know, that's how it started. It fell a bit short for Spirit. Think about that T-half of VP. It was literally all B pops, Harry. Even though they sometimes set the precedent, they had 1 or 2 A clutch rounds in there. But by and large, VP were just showing, you know, mid-control, throwing some divider mollies, pushing back Spirit into the bomb site, and then executing, often even into stacks, and it didn't matter. VP did a really good job of just entering with Resol at the forefront over the monster plays, and now look at how the odds have flipped. They were Spirit favored despite this being VP's pick, but now reality setting in for parry match. And maybe for you at home, if you want to join this world, get a 100% deposit bonus with parry match. Click the banner below. But for now, pistol round, T-side strats. Let's listen into Spirit.
Знаете что, надо в темпе, короче, делать. Вы можете топать, можете быстро бегать, потому что, я думаю, они будут пушить нас на...
Окей, go.
Окей, go. Поехали. Пикает.
Банан убежал.
Дверь забрал.
Раз,
Два. Да, уже пикали. Че, готовы?
Проверь.
Да похуй на это, похуй. Иди сюда.
Да, флеш.
Еду монстр.
Смог.
Флэш.
Фанера.
Вода.
Вода пикает.
Вода 10 хп на рампе.
Надо убить.
Вода пикает. Он 10 хп.
Вода хп.
2.
Мост.
На мосту бейте бала.
Оба 10 хп.
Найс, 2-2.
Убили, 2-2, доиграть.
Хлопа один близко.
Я упал в
Убил. Один хп.
Один хп у него. Найс.
Убил.
Хлопа, 2 в 1.
9 разросился.
9. Дима, отец.
Here in the height for Spirit, but definitely a whiffed opportunity there for VP. 2-on-4 by Spirit with an incredible flank timing. Completely whiffed, of course. At that point, they must have heard him or at least read that Lomik went back up heaven. He was 10 health as well. Everyone was low. Bomb barely made it to the site. Lomik hit it mid-air. But Spirit get the plant, they get the kills, and they get the round. Now this comeback begins, or at least so they believe. VP want to stop that immediately with a force buy, MP9s. Delusion Scout, here's what I will say. Orpa is up for question. Delusion, best scouter in the Academy League, not even close. This man hits headshots like it's nobody's business, and so he's hoping they can come up along.
Oh,
yeah, second time's a charm.
Mate, if you're VP, you got him right where you want him. Like, they're ready for it, and now they know about the boost. They're ready for Roofire.
Wow.
Chiron, head on a swivel, mate. Cheerful and Resalt, the two left in this one. And they're both taking short water. Yeah, you know, this should be a pretty safe bet for Spirit Academy. Nothing really can go wrong unless they start team killing one another. You'd struggle to ever think VP could recover it, and they know that as well. They're saving these MP9s into the next round. And so this is 8 on the board for Spirit Academy, closing that gap more and more with the potential to tie it up as long as they can get past this double MP9 save in the next round.
It's not the save you ever want to go for, but welcome to Spirit's book. That's all they were doing. VP going to turn another page, and Spirit going to build back into this T half. And yeah, I wouldn't get ahead of yourself with a 9-6T side from VP. As I said earlier, if there's anything we've learned from these Academy teams, it's you just can't trust these vetoes. You can't trust the maps. Whether they've played it or not does not really give us much inclination as to whether they will win it or not. Spirit sneaking into this game in the T side, keeping it clean. Chiron, he's a bit quieter than usual, but I think T halves where he can really unleash. Right now, you're just saving one more before VP's buy up, letting things level out 9-9.
All right, Delusion did see it at least. That's something. He's not just going to die to this Mac 10 sprinting at him.
Oh, he might.
Well, yeah, I mean, he might, but not in a horrific way. At least he's been made aware of his death moments before it happens.
Bomb's coming up, and Artfrost, while he's got space, everyone's here right now. 4 players on A. I guess technically not everyone. But, ooh, Artfrost getting hunted down on the reload. No way he gets out with a double. Make it 3. Not the 4th, but his work here is done. And forget that you're walking into the stack. What stack? It's a 1-1 split. Zontix walks the monster smoke. And there might be a chance for a deagle kill, but faded. And Zontix won't let him get in the way. Only Cheerful pushed deep in toilets, and they've completely circumvented him. Can plant for CT as well, especially with Zontix down on B. And Cheerful, he may think he has a mega flank, but they'll probably be ready for it.
Bomb has been
He might not know it's A.
I hope he doesn't just save.
Well, something will try and help you out there, Harry.
Yeah, I don't mean I hope he just gets shot in the back of the head either, right? That's kind of the worst of both worlds. And welcome to the worst world, baby. Sotfik gonna lock it in, 9-9, and now a tie game. Here comes that first investment, though. VP.Prodigy. This is where they're looking to clamp down on them right away. Those odds flipped in favor of VP.Prodigy now. They've been convinced, the folks over at Parry Match, putting this at 1.7 to 2.08 in favor of Virtus.Pro. And just like they've gone all in, there's that 100% deposit bonus for your first time. More information in the banner below.
Jeez, all power for Delusion. I'm ready. I've been waiting. CTA WP on Overpass. That's the good stuff. That and Nuke. Best places to have it. Okay, Result. That is not alright. That is not allowed. Chiron spam through the smoke. Only his little toes tapped out. Gotta be careful on Con as well, especially with that door getting blown off. Monster commit ain't it. Not yet, at least. Molly. Oh, what a combo. The nades miss, though. They both fall short. I don't know what happened there. Neither of them got out the tunnel. They've done a bit of damage to Result, but they could have beat Cheerful up as well. Now it is just going to be the Monster Pop. One flash. Just to get maybe some more nades out. You got a minute on the clock, but ultimately, Spirit, this is their game plan. This is their go-to of a third smoke at Monster. Spirit don't care. They're going through anyway. Maybe they should have. First man gets mauled, and many more to go through. Trade out. Why waste time on a reload when your opponent can do it for you?
Yeah, this is a little rough, a little ugly. You don't have any options if you're Spirit other than to really keep fighting forward. You don't have any A control. For all you know, you could be getting flanked right now. And so this is just a save out of these two remaining players. Yeah, the B-Pops get super awkward, what with so much utility being maintained for VP.Prodigy. That re-smoke at like the 38-second mark, that just screwed it, right? They try to go through. They go, look, mate, let's just stick to our guns, go with the B-Pop. But lovely little double setup. Also, you know, you throw that Molly nade combo. Admittedly, the nades don't connect, but it was all with the goal of displacing Cheerful on this monster hold. Then when the re-smoke comes in, by that point, the Molly's already faded. Cheerful's just taken, you know, his house back, essentially. Remortgaged. And it's good to hold the line.
Sophic still got it, man. This guy individually, like, he's not there to be the big fragger. He's got plenty of firepower, but right now he's the top of his team and the server. And he's hitting some nice entries as well. That one falls on dead ears, though. VP with a CT rifle round on a lock and key, and it's all the smoke timing. Spirit try and push through on the fade. Lomic bounds out of middle. Lots of grenades here, but the real hit again towards the B water area. Trying to look for picks that aren't being presented. Nice safe setups here from VP. Oh, I say that. Result gets caught in the open. He may as well commit off that kill. Cheerful, he can get wallbanged, and he'll just get shot in the head. Double opener, and Spirit, no reason to get weird with it. You've already forced the save. May as well waltz in to your empty bomb site. Red carpet rolled out, and 10-10.
Yeah, I love that it's Sotfik and Chiron just hitting that short timing as well. Like, you know, back when we saw these guys, it was on a Mirage game, if I remember right. CT side Mirage, there's definitely similarities in how they like to play. Both very, very keen on exploiting timings and finding gaps. T-side, you don't normally get that kind of face out of Sotfik, right? Normally, he's a little more passive. He won't really try to make those nutty timing plays. But I think if one person can keep up with like the pace and the reads that Chiron tries to hit, it's Sotfik. And I like that they both walk up the short side, find that opener on a contact play, up through short. And mate, you got 2 kills. You won the round instantaneously.
Can't complain about that, can you? Artfrost even hits that shot on the saver, so VP only get away with 2 guns, and that's not really, you know, the hope. You want a little bit more profit to drop weapons over in this follow-up. You basically still have to buy. It's very likely they will. And there it is. Bit broke though, 4 out of 5 rifles. $50 off for Lomic, that's sad, man. FAMAS will have to do. Hopefully we get more of this AWP fight. We haven't really had it. You know, Artfrost has picked Delusion on rotate, but it's not been head-to-head AWPing. He's heading middle alone. Delusion run boosted for a B pick, and he sees a foot. Oh, and he takes a whole frag. Chiron's been getting picked here a lot now. One through the smoke, and that one, which, again, you can do very little about it. Very dangerous to spam that. Especially with no smoke, as Delusion could just be back on the angle. But very mobile AWPer is Delusion. Already on the A site with some support from roof fire, so VP, keep moving. Keep Spirit guessing. Lurk smoke up towards A, but it's just going to be that B pop yet again. A retake setup with a boost, very hard to clear.
Yeah, still, it's a super passive B-hold as far as they go. The danger with this is that, you know, you get locked out of the site, you're playing retake, and don't get me wrong, you're a man up, but I like that they dismantle it when they see the push, right? If it was a contact play, then the boost would have come through, but instead now they're here fighting like they never even left the site. Oh, it's awkward around the barrel, and Result will get bested in the head-to-head. Ruffire's come in, keeping it in the advantage of VP.Prodigy.
I'm so stuck. Oh, fights its way out.
Still, he needs to find even more. Oh, and there's Lomic up through short, saving the day with the FAMAS.
Worst gun does the most work, right? The little backstab that needed to for VP to keep them in their map pick. 11-10. And that has crushed the money of Spirit, who a bomb plant would have made all the difference, but it's a fast flank yet again. No one can get comfortable at this B sites. These CIS teams so aggressive on their rotates. And why not? Well, you're not getting punished for it. No one's ready for the barrel climb, man. I feel like no one's ready for that, ever. First man over the top always gets a pick through the electronic smoke. Delusion. Not to spawn to commit. And it doesn't matter anyway. You're going to get that early warning. Ah, it's Monster. I'm very blind. Help.
Oh! Rufire melted.
Ooh.
Cheerful still. An enemy in the backlines. Oh, fly in the ointments.
How?
Good for a double. We'll get traded eventually. Is that enough reason to give this a go for VP.Prodigy? A 2-on-3 where you'd be risking it all if you attempt it. Your money on the line. They might just have to save if nothing presents itself. Oh, no. They're still so close that they want to give it a look at. Oh, that's a shot that cannot miss. And with Lomic dead over on short, that's going to seal the fate of Delusion. Who will look to get out of there with the AWP.
Yeah, good escape as well. Second that shot missed, they don't try and re-peek him and fight that AWP, which will be ready instantly, but, you know, just jump through the smoke, put distance between yourself and VP, and you know time alone can win you that round. Spirit, neck and neck. VP get on the board, Spirit answer in due course. And even though the AWP hunt comes in, they won't get there in time. 11. Timeout finally coming in. First for VP.Prodigy. This was wild for Cheerful. It didn't make all too much difference. His team fell like flies upon the B rush. We've seen a lot of B in this map, honestly. No A executes, no standard works on that top site. And I think part of that is just knowing you have two very capable AWP talents on CT half, especially with Delusion on CT. Not a guy you want to be giving those dry fights to. Got to expend a lot of utility, and even then, it can be hard to guess the exact angles that he's going to be playing. No way, you're joking.
Brutal. They're going for another B rush, yeah.
Oh.
I don't love it. you know, trying to test the waters, see what you can get away with, sure, but you are committed at the point that you're rushing through Monster like that, whether you like what you see or not, and it lets the MP9 get away with so much in such a risk-free scenario, mate. And you've given up all this control at A. Even as you go back, you're having to clear everything. You know, you're looking at Party, you're looking at Park, you're worried about Long, you're worried about the toilets, Connector. You don't have information in any of these places. So this is going to take you a very long time. And by the time you're even set up to go for an A play, VP.Prodigy are already going to have bodies back on the site.
It's only going to get worse before it gets better. Even though they found the one gap, Lomic and toilets with an AWP is a bit of a problem. Dumpster smoke lined up. It's actually the deep long. That's to, you know, counter an AWP that can peek you from bank, but Rufai's just going to play on the edge of it. And as said, Lomic, once he realizes if any call comes in, if Rufai works out it's 3 long, Lomic can just go inside the toilets, play with his back to short, and stop this cross, stop the default plant. Having a smoke, he goes right past Sotfik with the kill, and Lomic now knows his back is clear, or at least he should. The call's not in. Bomb plant comes through. Arfrost tries to cover, but it's a reverse plant. They're just going to focus on fighting CT. Those rotates coming up very loud now. Delusion with a lights out headshot. 2-on-4, just trying to hold on. Arfrost caught in the corner, not going to go anywhere but the graveyard. And Sotfik with a plant not for him. They can just get on it right now. Tap, because they've got the manpower, they've got the time, and VP got the round.
Yeah, you know, I think you even do well to get to a point where you're planting there, really, if you're Spirit Academy.
Sure.
Just a very grisly start to the round. I'm never a fan of B-Pops as is. I just think early on you're at the mercy of so many, you know, really good counter flashes on B plays nowadays, man. You can throw them seemingly everywhere, and I mean, you saw what happened, right? Like the MP9 cheapest gun in the round, the guy with the least to make it work, and Result churned them up. So yeah, you know, you got a bomb plant out of it. It sucks that the round was very, very dominant from that point on in, but I think you did well to even get it to that area.
Got to write it off, right? Go back to more standard rounds, but I think that's exactly what VP are expecting. Delusion now back on the AWP, back on the top site, and he's got Lomic with him. So 2 heavy hitters side by side, even though Delusion's been fairly quiet. Risking it all along with this angle. Dodged the flash, but still out in the open. Lomic's going to be the guy tasked with a multi-kill here. Unless Delusion can get behind cover, Lomic can't. Dead instantly, Delusion, same angle, better result. Blind for the second, but goes back for more anyway. And Rufai caught jumping as the flash pops. These flashes are assaulting from Spirit. VP can't see a damn thing, and Zontix with a late long. Delusion thought he was safe.
That's more like it. You know, when you've got A plays like this up your sleeve, it makes you wonder, like, why you go for these desperation B plays? Oh, that's lovely team spirit. Really nice stuff.
Probably what VP are thinking as well now, right? I imagine we're going to have a little more map control on top. Even if that doesn't mean con, you know, just starting deeper earlier on A to have more of a warning. Look at the lack of warning, right? The reason Spirit get away with that is because VP first spot Spirit on Divider. Lomic, you know, gets immediately decked. Delusion may hit an AWP shot, but by that point, they're all out toilet, they're out long. There's just no room. And those rounds catch you off guard, but oh dear. Oh well. Write it off.
Not the end of the world, right? No, dude, I think, you know, one of the things that to me is so exciting about Spirit is you have so many players who are great space takers, and they all do it in very different ways. Yeah. You know, already touched upon, like, Chiron and Sotfik. You know, how Chiron is someone who likes to be very in your face, very aggressive, likes to do the unexpected. And so when you're up against him, you've always got to expect the unexpected. Sotfik, I look at someone who's a bit more methodical about it, right? He'll try to exploit little tiny gaps and hit these really specific timings on sneak pushes on like a CT side, for example. But then you've got someone like Zontix, who I think is a phenomenal lurk player, really good at finding these gaps. CT side, for example, mate, where he's pushing up the ladder and catching them rotating between A and B. You know, I think we saw a good example of that there. You have a lot of guys who have these very, very uncanny ability to kind of read the game. And I like that they used that to engineer around on the A bomb side. It wasn't even close. There was physically really nothing you could have done there if you're VP, other than just have some individual have like a pop-off moment, because every contingency was accounted for. Even the long flank, to deal with that long player before he could accomplish anything from that entrenched position. So, yeah, I think the A side gives you a lot more options for that. I do imagine now, as you say, VP probably going to step the defense up a little bit. Wouldn't surprise me if we have, you know, challenges earlier on in mid to try and get that information ahead of time. I hope so, at least, because I think if you give them this much room, this much control, they're going to keep using it against you. That's what Rufire's good at. You know, he's good at these mid-round adjustments.
And after a little pause, enough time to figure it out and see what they want to do. It would, in a mental sense, be the perfect round to just go back for the B pop, but it's just too risky of a call. You know, VP are always going to be watching Monster early, so I don't think Spirit would make that decision where they have the AWP and they have all the reason to go back for their default rounds. You can always feign that. Starting 4B, seems like VP are scared of the same thing. Spirit will be defaulting that side as they come through the short molly late. Smoking it, there's the flash. Delayed take, but luckily for them, no one there. VP sit back in their bomb site. Rufire up close, but no Mag 7 in sight. He's going to ask for a flash pop, potentially. Doesn't look like it. Maybe a reboost with a flash is something very common. So the quick boost. Oh my god, boost meets boost. Who wins? They both go over. Flash is heard. Oh, they seemed aware. They are certainly aware. Mid-air, headshot. Bye-bye, Cheerful. And they still boost. That's a flex.
I like that Lomic and Delusion are finally hitting the go button on this long push. I'm just worried it's a little too late, like a little past its prime. They're picking up pace now, but not Anetki's going to hear this. He's going to hear the running. And so now he's going to say, guys, don't go B. Oh, actually do go B. I hear 2 sets of footsteps, mate. Just full send. Just go. Only Rufire there. The AWP kills to the flank. Really nice stuff.
There's ways that can go wrong by just overcommitting, right? But you also don't want to go so cold that VP think, why are they not committing? They've got the kill. Maybe they're holding off flank. Maybe they know. But yeah, great info from Notaneki. Artfrost just doubles down on the flank. Like, that's Artfrost, all right. He's not up in the front line doing what Delusion does, sometimes picking on AWP. He will be that more supportive element. He will be lobbing utility, and he'll be killing the flank, apparently. So they saw a barrel.
Can I just say, like, that shot is nuts, mate. Like, when you see someone hit it from like the short tunnel on a jumping player, that's hard enough and impressive enough.
Barely got a pixel.
Sotfik literally had like a pixel's worth of room and had to flick to it, mate.
Sotfik's having to step up today because we've got a quiet one from Kyrone, right? He said he wasn't feeling great, and yeah, it's, you know, I don't want to look too much into the numbers and say, this is his temperature as a result, but you know, he's saying it, you got to believe it, and he's having a uncharacteristically quiet game for the level that he's set in this tournament, right? We expect big things of him. So I mean, if there were any game for Sotfik to show up in a massive individual way, well, hell, we're getting it right now, and it's worthwhile.
You know, throughout the group stage, he was the top-rated player. He was phenomenal. So, yeah, you know, it is going to be hard to keep up to that. You can get in your head a bit as well if you're ill, like you're going, I want to hit that normally. He's got the info.
He heard the door open, so that's a 4K for free, and no ace needed.
Well, so, you know, I've kind of credited almost everyone with the exception of Notaneki and Artfrost as like these very hyper aggro and like good at creating space, good at finding it. That's when Notaneki really does kind of complement the team, I think. He's a far more safer player. He'll take it a lot more slowly, go on these info gathering missions that a lot of the time are just based around sound, based around positioning, and he's doing a great job. They're reaping the benefit of it. Let's listen into Spirit, though. I want to hear how hyped up these guys are heading in to what could be their match point round.
Мы под Б машине так часто, что они вообще за Б переживают очень сильно.
Я подошу. Окей, даю флеш мид.
Погоди, я молик дам.
Давай.
Банан убежал, чел.
Окей, он в страхе, походу, съебался.
Я пикаю.
У тебя бомба лечу.
Я выбил шары клир. Я с шаров сейчас распикаю туалеты, подожди.
Окей, я не даю смог.
Я пройду кон сейчас.
Пойдем просто контактом, тут Руфика
ебать. Монстр с руки обновили, не Руфик.
Туалетов нет. Я сейчас зачекаю до конца, подождите.
Окей, да.
Нет кон.
Сагдай.
Фэнга нет. Мне кажется, он стоит опять в этой хуйне своей слева, блядь, в туалетах. Мы просто ебнем его. Дай ему ёбнуть.
Плохой смок монстра. 2 смока сразу обновили монстра.
Туалет.
Он 10 хп слева. 10 хп слева.
И сайт перед сайтом. Ушел 2 на плюсе. Точно нету туалета, точно.
Туалетов нет, да?
Да.
Я MOUZ распих.
Я пробую обратить.
Тюрьма.
Все, у меня хайка нет.
Лонг уже бежал, чел.
Пробуй выкинуть авик, чтобы у них не было авика. Нормально.
В длину бежал к тебе, типа, в туалет.
Хорош.
Хорош.
Это СБ вообще, чел.
Пробуй дальше бабки выбивать, просто идти пиздиться.
Хорош.
Хорош. Авик главное.
Yeah, the vibes are good, hey? Lost round, but Spirit aren't letting it get to them. They're not getting ahead of themselves or deep in their brain. Always the worst place to be when you're this deep in the game, as VP are trying to hold on to the map. It's their pick of the series as well. If Spirit take it, you would be presuming a 2-0, but at the same time, you never know what to expect from the VP nuke. Could be a good or a bad factor depending on what argument you want to make, right? Not that these teams seem too heavy on the anti-stratting side of things. Certainly had that more in the earlier series. Good flash to mid, but no one here. They're already in the playground. They're going to hear the pop, but Molly on party keeps VP honest. Is that toilet smoke? It's one way to throw the lineup. Bounces off the skybox. Re-aggro at long here for VP, but with the AWP out for Artfrost, if there's a boost or a deep peak, might just be the bait and switch. Delusion dies, but as long as they don't check that second man, oh, there's a boost. He's holding for it. Artfrost, lovely flick, had to hit it. Delusion, don't
He's
escape.
got to fight.
You've got to fight for your life. They are close by, and oh, it's the indecision. And Chiron with a kill. Maybe having a quieter game. He's still 17 and 19, but that's impact where it matters, where it counts. Looking for a 15th here. 5-on-3, moments away from it.
Oh, Rufire might have hit. Okay, he does win that fight, mate. He's playing with so many timings in that position. But he does manage to find the gap at least. That's something. Flashes leave him blind. Let this other player in the toilets in Zontix get that much closer. They're now calling for a third man to rotate up. But with Rufire dead, if you go for this, mate, you're all in. You're committed, VP.Prodigy. And Cheerful out on a limb, getting burnt, getting singed. He's just going to run for the hills. They have to give this up. They have to save. Only way you're going to be bringing guns out is if these two players stay alive. And even then, it's going to be scraping the bottom of the barrel. 15 for Team Spirit Academy. And 4 alive in that round there. Artfrost, I've got to give him credit, mate. I said I didn't think he was someone who's great at these recoveries. Well, he's made me eat my words here. He really has found his footing, and it wasn't through his traditional, the hunt's huge. Cheerful's so nearly dead. So nearly dead, and they find them both. That's massive.
That's going to kill VP right there. They've got nothing to fall back on now. They needed some guns, some weaponry, some drops, and none of that available.
But, I mean, what I said about Artfrost
what a
before we got sideswiped is, dude, phenomenal stuff. And I love the way he went about it. He stopped throwing himself in for those, early, mid-fountain peaks, for example. Stopped being, as hyper-involved in the early round, and instead just found his footing within the comfort of mid-rounds, within the 5v4s that his teammates have been able to provide. And it's through that his confidence is built back up into this game. And I mean, it's only getting better, right, with each passing round. So Rufire now trying to spur up the troops, but you really don't have a lot to get this done with. My one big worry is that Team Spirit might just go back for one of these B-pops, knowing that the money's going to be low, that the utility's going to be lacking. If there ever was a time to do it, I guess it's now, and that's why it gets me concerned, because the B plays have not been their friend. I need to make that abundantly clear. And I would hate to see them have it in this incredibly winnable spot and then go back to this tried... Yeah, they're not. Thank goodness. Thank goodness.
Yeah, I mean, even, I'm not trying to argue for Spirit going for the play. I agree with you, but it's the one thing with the B plays, the util the VP have been throwing, right? These monster flashes have been gnarly. The smoke molly stoppage on the quick rushes that Spirit have done, but none of that is there. That's one way to throw a lurk smoke, a lineup from T-Spawn, but really it is this A play. and Spirit start to take a lot of space. Delusion's in toilets alone, and yeah, with VP seeing a lurk smoke and no one pushing through it with a double monster setup, they know that this is a ruse, and I like the early read to just move 3 up to the top site. That being said, you might know what's about to hit you, but it's still going to hit you. VP need to put themselves in the way. This is dangerous. Getting caught out in the open with MP9. Oh my god. They don't have a flash for this. He's just going to walk in and not an Eki. Sweaty stuff. He's been great on these like lurk rolls, right? As you already talked about earlier, getting that con info, hearing the bulk of the flanks for VP. Shadow advantage. Lomic with a missed shot as that player doubles back to long, and now they know someone's close. They've got to clear Delusion out first, though. He's been very loud. Not an Eki pre-fires him down, but Lomic kills his teammate. He actually gets a 2-for-1. Screw it. It was worth it, or at least it felt like that. Cheerful holds the round intact by the skin of his teeth. Reese tries to kill the AWP, but it shoots him through the truck, and Cheerful running out in a 1v2. He can't keep the map alive. It's Spirit to shut it down, taking VP's map pick out of the series and looking to lock themselves in a spot here in Kiev for the LAN finals. This is their first WePlay Academy League, and they are making a wave.
Dude, yeah, I mean, kind of unfortunate, right? Like, Lomic's Deagle goes through, and team kills.
If you get the kill,
dude,
just a shame the context of the round was pretty scuffed.
Yeah, I mean, they do well to get it as close as they do, right? But, I mean, you still fall down, you still go a map down. Now you're looking at Nuke, and this is where VP have got to somehow pick it up. It's Team Spirit's map pick. That's coming up next. They're just 1 map away from joining the other 3 teams for the Kiev finals. So stick around. We'll be back with it in just a moment.
Headshot, nice. Fist bombs go to the teammates.
Even though Spirit Academy didn't seem too comfortable on Overpass, they still end up winning this map. 16th to 13 is the score that we see right now, and we really need to keep in mind that this was a map pick of VP.Prodigy.
It was a little bit uncomfortable in moments for Spirit here. It wasn't as clean of a victory as I would have hoped for. I kind of just expected more simply because Sotfik has a long history on the map, but it doesn't seem like they have gone over too much. And we saw that with some of their T side. They still won, and I'm glad that they did because I thought they were the better team overall. But you could see that it was a lot of the same B takes repeatedly, or the same kind of A creep up. It wasn't maybe as detailed as I would have expected for maybe other maps. When we go to the next one, I'm sure the approach will look a little bit cleaner. But this kind of speaks to how strong the individuals are for me on Spirit. The fact is that even though Chiron tweeted out how he has like a flu or a temperature or something, he's sick in some way or another, he didn't even have to do that well, and other people picked up the slack.
Yeah, I agree. It was a very simple approach by Spirit Academy. I agree. I don't think they played much Overpass together. I think, as you said and highlighted a couple of times, it was the same, B executes, the same slow A walks. It was kind of like a very one-dimensional and simple way of playing Counter-Strike. But I actually want to give credit to Spirit Academy for approaching the game like that. If you haven't had a lot of practice on Overpass, a lot of teams try to invent the wheel as they go along in a match like that. And that can sometimes, you get too much on your plate. You can't really figure it out. There's too many rotations. There's too many small details you haven't ironed out in practice, but then you end up losing the game. If you're aware that you have your limitations on a map like Overpass because you haven't practiced it that much, and you then choose a very simple playstyle, Spirit Academy just showcased that then you can end up winning regardless. It was... it was on the court of VP.Prodigy in the sense that they had to close out the game. They had to shut down for these very simple B takes, these very messy rounds that you see running back and forth through smokes, and VP just couldn't do that. So I applaud Spirit Academy for playing their chance right here, and they actually get away with a map win that I, before the game, wouldn't have anticipated. Now they stand in a phenomenal position in order to close out this game 2-0, and as you also said, Mario, when you can win in this fashion with this limited playbook, let's put it that way, and with Chiron just having a normal game, then there's a lot to still improve for Spirit Academy. So I worry on behalf of VP.Prodigy.
Yeah, when it comes to Spirit Academy, they maybe had a rough start. They got only 6 rounds on the city side, but once they got on T side, everything changed. And it was kind of refreshing to see that they did not need to rely only on Chiron. Yeah, the kid maybe he's feeling not so good. Maybe it's because he's not feeling that comfortable when it comes to Overpass, because this is the map that they kept on banning through the season. But in the end of the day, the only thing that matters is they actually take this map, and if they win also the next one, they're going to the finals.
One guy's name that I haven't been saying too much here throughout the WePlay Academy League season is Zontix. And Zontix did a really good job. He's kind of like a second, third in guy for them. And when Chiron isn't having a good game, I think the reason I don't say Zontix's name very often is because Chiron just gets clean entries very frequently. So Zontix doesn't have a lot to do, but when Chiron struggles, it's nice to see that Spirit Academy still have skill behind him, that a guy that isn't frequently called upon in this roster can still deliver a performance like this. And you can kind of see that the 77 ADR doesn't look like a lot, but it's a lot of trade frags. That's just exactly his role. So you would probably just kind of ignore that, and you would just think about that KD. Only 11 deaths is really quite special. That is a very impressive KD in terms of just the ratio there. Still finding so much impact there. And this leads me to where I think Nuke might head, which is another very scary position for VP.Prodigy, because Zontix was the best player in the one game of Nuke that Spirit played earlier in the season when they played Eternal Fire Academy. Zontix went absolutely crazy as that second in guy once again. So if he's already feeling it in map number 1, I think that Spirit Academy have a very strong chance to 2-0 here.
Yeah, we saw both of the teams play Nuke during the season, and both of them won, but they played against teams like Eternal Fire Academy and FURIA Academy, so it's kind of like really hard to understand like what is their level like when it comes to this map. Of course, it might be like really important to keep in mind the fact like who is starting on which side, because when it comes to at least like to our level, to our league, we saw that many teams kind of struggle with their T side. So like maybe the team that will actually start on the CT side will have an advantage. But I mean, when it comes to Overpass, that was not the case, because we saw, for example, VP.Prodigy, they started with 9 rounds. It looked so good, but then somehow they struggled. The odds is 147 for Spirit Academy and 255 for VP.Prodigy. So Spirit, once again, they are the favorites.
Yeah, one of the things I noticed that went wrong for VP.Prodigy on the CT side on Overpass, and something that you can transfer into Nuke as well, was whenever they tried to be aggressive in the middle of the round, push all the way up middle, or push into underground, or push out catwalk, or push into T-spawn, you know, from wherever they were, they got punished. I think Spirit Academy was very good at maneuvering around and spread out, so you'd always have one, you know, safe tap somewhere who could shut down a potential flank. So it never felt like Spirit Academy lost control of the map. Same thing can be said for Nuke. If you constantly have a guy in lobby, or if you have a guy who's making sure that no one is flanking through secret or something along those lines, you control the map sort of, and you don't get any nasty surprises. And I think VP.Prodigy, the way they like to play Counter-Strike is in a proactive sense, where they would like to push in hot. They would like to push indoor. They would like to push ramp once in a while, delusional with the AWP. They would probably go close yard as well. And the Spirit Academy is aware of that, and they can, I guess, played a very laid-back style, a defensive style, where you just try to punish the openings that VP.Prodigy will serve you. I think VP.Prodigy at some point will have to realize, okay, we have to play a much more defensive style, and I think that's where Spirit Academy can really shut down the game. So the fact that VP.Prodigy weren't able to be proactive successfully on Overpass going into Nuke is a problem for me, because I think that's the way they would prefer to play the map, but they probably can't, and probably don't have the confidence to do so either.
It's really difficult to do that, especially when Spirit Academy have a more balanced T side, I would say. Like, what we're going to probably see a lot in this game is they really love their lower hits, and they always will probably have a lobby lurker. And so those kind of maneuvers that Pimp is highlighting there, it's something that is going to get challenged very frequently. I mean, the presence from all the players on Spirit Academy is something that you really do need to keep in mind. And if they're not confident, or if they're just swinging in for those freebies, then those lurks are going to look extra powerful, because I don't really know if VP.Prodigy have necessarily the protocols to have really good crunches on those lurker players. It does seem a little bit more individual at times, or 2 people just push the same angle, and those kind of plays will get caught out. I've seen Roofire get punished a lot of times for that. He usually tries to be the bait, like he's going to just probably hop into HUD or something like that. Like, those kind of things are definitely going to get called out a little bit more against Spirit, because their player the caliber of players is quite high for this team. And on top of that, I just think the main plays are going to work out for them a lot. I think the outside smokes down to lower, that's probably just going to work outright because it does seem like Spirit Academy haven't maybe necessarily gone over every map in the pool, but Nuke is one that I've seen some decent structure on for them.
Yeah, I personally hope that Zontix will have a pretty good game because when it comes to Chiron, like, you know, like they kept on banning Overpass, so maybe he's not really used to playing this map. And I know that he personally tries to avoid Nuke as much as possible. So like maybe, you know, like just putting like this all together, he will just like maybe like, will not have over like an easy series, but maybe Zontix will be like that guy that will just keep the team in snap.
I think that's really good information, Heko, because that also, you know, gives me a sense that Spirit really believes in their Nuke. You know, they believe in the team Spirit and not necessarily Team Chiron. And we see this in Tier 1 Counter-Strike as well. We even seen video examples with NAVI, you know, where Blade will ask Simple, what map do you want to play? Simple says, I want to play X map, and then Blade goes, we'll play that map. You know, you sometimes let your stars dictate what map you're playing. If it's a 50-50 or 60-40 between two maps, you want to make sure that your star player, the guy who can win the game for you, feels as comfortable as possible. It's very likely to think that would be the same scenario here for Spirit Academy, but the fact that Chiron maybe, perhaps, you know, as you're saying here and alerting to, doesn't really like Nuke that much, and Spirit Academy still decides to choose Nuke going into this matchup, gives me, you know, a sense of confidence that this is more about the team Spirit and not necessarily about Team Chiron. So I think VP.Prodigy, if not before, then at least now, you know, knowing that information as well, it's going to be extremely, extremely tough for them. They get to start on the CT side, and I'm thinking something along the lines of 10, 11 rounds if they want to stand a chance of winning this game.
Yeah.
It's going to be tough to predict against Spirit here. I would go for the 2-0. I think I said it at the start of the series. I'm still continuing with that prediction. I think that Spirit right now are just the better overall team, and I'd say they're definitely the better Nuke team.
You just want your prediction to look good.
Maybe. Actually, I think I said 2-1 from the very get-go before the gauntlet started, but I've drawn into question a little bit of some of the things I've seen from VP.Prodigy, so I think Spirit are going to end it right here.
That's what MOUZ does, right? You said 2-1 before the gauntlet, then in our prediction game you said 2-0, and
I can't
and
lose.
now you're going back
I can't lose now, can I?
Right? No, you played on both horses.
I mean, I'll also just say VP online or something. I might tweet it out or something. No, wait, actually, no,
Let's
I said
2-0.
Let's go. Let's go with I got faith in myself. That's what I'm talking about.
The man doesn't
Consistency.
Even know, the man doesn't even know what he's predicting.
I got some consistency in there.
He has no idea what he stands for, huh?
Oh my gosh. I stand on a shaky soapbox, and that's what I'm yelling about. Okay, we're looking at why we gotta see this?
We didn't see that.
Why do we didn't have to do this?
No.
You didn't have to call us out like this. Production is a little bit mean today, but
I'll go have a talk with him.
You know, yeah, thanks, Pimp. I really need you to stand up for me here, okay?
Yeah, I know where you live, production guy.
I mean, at least in the end of the day, we got a great storyline with Astralis talent, you know, like from the bottom to the top to the land, like something. I mean, I'm sure, Pimp, like you're super hyped because in the previous season, you're like, yeah, Astralis talent, like, they're not good.
I remember starting out the first segment saying, yeah, Astralis talent, they suck. And then they ended up finishing last. So I guess I was right that time around. This time around, though, as you said, Heko, we were surprised by the level they put up. A massive surprise. The best playing team in the gauntlet as well. I think you and I discussed it in the green room when watching the Astralis talent game going up against Young Ninjas. We felt that was a good quality Counter-Strike game, you know, with a lot of brain, with a lot of rotation, with a lot of, you know, effort put into it. I felt like this Overpass game, at least so far, was a little bit more scrappy. It was more, you know, relying on the individuals. It was more relying on the chaos, sort of, and trying to control that chaos. So if I got to put my money anywhere, I would like to see Team Spirit win this, but I would like to see them do it in a fashion where they just control the game, where you never sit back as a viewer, as a fan, as an expert, and feel that they lose control over the game. Because if they can do that, that's also one of the teams I'm willing to back up going into the LAN qualifiers or into the LAN finals, saying that Spirit could potentially pull up an upset and maybe take away a map or maybe even a series against a team like MOUZ NXT.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I think they're going to win, and I think that they are going to be pretty clean about it. Nuke is a map that they just look pretty good on. And I think that one thing that works against VP.Prodigy here is that Delusion isn't playing that well today. I think he needs to be a disruptor for this game if VP want a chance to win this one, especially on those outside yard takes. He needs to rotate his op down towards Secret probably a couple of times in this one. And if he missed those kind of sitter shots, which he missed some, like, I'd say 6 out of 10 difficulty shots in this one, I think the pressure might be getting to him, and that can't happen. You need him to drop 25 frags, or this game is as sure as over for me.
Just one final note, right? We have seen VP.Prodigy lose the first map in both their Gauntlet series just to win the next two in convincing fashion. I don't think it's going to happen, but, you know, that's maybe a silver lining for VP.Prodigy here. Maybe. They used to be behind.
I mean, our whole day might just end in one map. Right now, it's gonna be Nuke, and we'll find out if Spirit Academy win this. They are going to the LAN. You know, like they didn't play Season 1, they didn't play Season 2, and right now in Season 3, straight away to the LAN. VP.Prodigy, if they win this map, there will still be a third one. Will that happen? Let's see. Let's go to Hugo and Harry.
Yes, indeed. Pressure's on. I think that really does show why we were so hyped about Spirit joining this league, right? We were waiting. People were saying in Season 1, like, where are Spirit Academy? These guys are grinders. And right now we're seeing the results, the fruits of their labor, if you will. You want to put some numbers on those AWP stats, Harry? Because we've talked about Delusion as one of the best AWPers in this league. Definitely the best scouter. Well, right now, in that previous map, in head-to-head, 6-4 in favor of Artfrost, 4-2 in favor of Artfrost in terms of AWP v AWP kills against Delusion. So right now, Artfrost besting him on every front, looked a lot better in that game. Delusion a bit shaky. If that happens again on Nuke, this series is washed.
Yeah, dude. And you know, like, it really does surprise me because it was like the polar opposite in the beginning of that map as well. It felt like Delusion was getting the better of him, right? But that links into this recovery story for Artfrost. I think especially as well, dude, if you're VP.Prodigy, like, you can't miss this opportunity where Chiron is not going to feel 100%. Be that because, you know, he's a little under the weather, but also because we're heading to Nuke, a map that we know he doesn't like as much, right? He's been very honest with us in that regard. So, you know, if there ever was a time for you to rise to the occasion and beat these guys, it's now.
Now or never, right? Like, why long it out to a third map? We saw what VP did yesterday on Vertigo against Eternal Fire. Very different circumstance. It was at the end of the night. Pretty worn out Eternal Fire, I think, after that Ancient game. But we know VP love a bit of Vertigo, and Rufai is a menace on that map. So, yeah, quell it before it's a problem. Quell it before you're doubting yourself, and shut it out in 2 with a qualification to LAN finals. That would feel fantastic for Spirit Academy in their debut season. All right, Nuke, let's get it on.
Yeah, it's Nuke. We love it. We love it.
We're always talking over it, but they even had a Geiger counter noise there as well. I've never heard that. Every little detail.
Detail?
Detail, yeah. It's the Beatles cover band.
Okay. Well, right now, on the green submarine, it's going to be Team Spirit with this T-side start. Makes a lot of sense what we're then picking into this, right? You want to try and hit the ground running here if you're VP.Prodigy. Yeah, you know, I hope we can get more out of Delusion. I think as well, someone who's going to prove to be pretty key here, someone like Result, man. I always look at this guy as someone who can just take ownership of games. You know, we had moments where it looked like that was on the cusp of happening, on the cusp of greatness, but couldn't quite make it work back on that previous map of Overpass. But let's get into this one. No more waiting around. Team Spirit, T-side start, VP.Prodigy coming in with dual Berettas on Result from the get-go. Nades for Lomik. What's he going to do with this?
Little door pop. They're running ramp. That's a lovely pick. Chiron helping out Notineki after the dink, and Lomik has to just respect the B drop as Spirit take numbers down lower. They don't leave a guy in lobby to, you know, kill vent rotates off of that door explosion, but it doesn't matter. Everyone is already here. Chiron does get a trade, but he's cleaned up by those Julies that we saw do so much work for him in that first pistol last map. Zontix might bail. He slipped the net. Can't really go up vent, though. They're already starting to run out upper. Oh, my goodness. They think it's a fake, but Zontix is still here, and Resalt's made noise. Oh, he might have him dead to right. This will allow you to recommit to B. Resalt, they know he's there, and Sophic cleans him up. Meanwhile, VP thought they were being bungled. They were not. It was B all along. A big rat from Zontix to set Sophic up for the kill, and now cutting off vent rotates as the bomb is planted.
Dude, I love that he dropped the bomb over to hold the vents. Oh! No! He does get it. He does get it. He does get it. He does get it. Cheerful running in.
Oh, dear.
Now they know about him, and they turn on a dime. They lock it down.
VP are in their head.
Yeah, that's an overread and a half there, right?
Yeah.
You're trying to get ahead of it. You're trying to be smart. But, dude, this links into the comments we were making back on Overpass.
Sure.
These are slippery fish on the side of Team Spirit. You can never quite get a grasp on so many of these players. Zontix hitting that miraculous timing, coming in with the goods.
You tell me a dry fish, I tell you a dead fish. Spirit Academy favored on those power match odds, and nothing fishy about that. 1.35 to 3.05 and full 100% bonus.
But this, that ain't bait either.
No, that is not bait. That's true. You can catch it yourself, reel it in, click the banner below. Simple as that. But 1-0, little pistol lock in, and yeah, just a really nice round for Spirit. 2 books at the same time for VP. An overread indeed is now they push into lobby in this one. There's a bit of a fakey, wakey outside crossing secret is Chiron, and that's what forced Rufai down B because of the call of outside smokes. However, they saw 2 in lobby with the bomb. And now, perfect time for Spirit to actually go back outside. They won't have that safety of the smokes, meaning Delusion. If he is staying here, he can get picks, but otherwise you don't have a lot to work with. He's holding for this double back. Or did that hit? Surely not. If that did, that'd be filth, and unfortunately he won't be able to stop him getting down to B. But now at least VP know what's up.
And what's up is down right now on this B bomb site. They're deciding against double stacking it. Cheerful playing ramp. He's going to be able to rotate in very, very quickly, but it lacks that same oomph of a double site hold. You're hoping that, I was going to say Cheerful can bait them in and Lomik can get kills, but...
Lomik's dead and Cheerful's mollied off. Molly and smoke.
That's nice.
Illusion scout.
Nice.
They're up close and he only hits the body. Couldn't flick that quick. Just take the shot while you got it, but that's not the guy he tagged.
It's not undoable here.
So
they're both low.
Oh,
another kill. Chiron, that's ballsy, mate. He swings out.
Wow.
And I do like that decision to swing, right? Because either Cheerful has to hit like flicks right, left, and then down and right again. You know, a phenomenal dig play, or you're able to get that quick trade while his attention's pulled away.
Yeah.
Chiron didn't have the HP to play around the bomb either, right? He is 2 points of health, so nice stuff there. Let's listen in to Team Spirit, though. Let's see how they're feeling.
Давайте, жестко, мужики, беремся и все. Пизда. Отдаю смог.
Молик, будка. Это
между чел. Это фор, да. Между скаут был.
Внизу разбил.
Это форс.
Окей, 2 вниз уже сами.
Да, окей, я прошел. Я ожидаю это.
Скажи, когда мейн давать?
Да, скажу.
Молли конец.
Я жду себя просто.
Можете кидать.
Дал мейн.
Окна не вижу, парня. По девятке,
Скаут.
Я же черный даю.
Давай.
Да.
Ну, вальк нету? Ага.
На девятка 2.
Тут 3 чела. Надо отойти,
Под малым где-то чел.
Надо влево уйти. Надо в мейн зайти вообще.
Девятка скаут.
Тём, можешь помочь?
Девятка по девятке и по...
Сань, нужно помочь. Сань,
Еду помогать.
Дефолтина.
9. Бил 9.
Найс, между
Ангар.
Ангар.
Я иду ангар.
Один.
Секретка. Я один.
The double force. And what's interesting about that is Spirit worked it out very quickly. They called it in the first few seconds of the round. Force. They knew what was going on. And still that scout outside is able to light them up while Result and Garage, who they also knew about, just tears through them, dropping the bomb. Reagra up secret. VP just crunch them in yard. Spirit try and run the same round back to back, and it does not go well.
Oh, look at what that's done right there. Second round came down to that 1v1. That's why the force came out in the first place. You're broke now. And Delusion's even bringing the AWP out, showing when he's got the big scout in hands, he's able to do even more. Lomik, this is ballsy. Yeah, with big balls comes an easier target. Chiron lights it up. Woo! Delusion! Only sees the head, takes it off!
This is what we needed, right? I mean, Arfrost hit him first, but the scout, not enough firepower, not enough lead, and now dead. Delusion 2 in and can rotate ramp as well. It's a good timing as Spirit regroup in the lobby. They're going to trade spots. Definitely heard running there. Zaneki not going to be able to do anything about it, though. And now you definitely avoid ramp with the AWP shown, but there's no freebie, there's no way in. Bomb's been thrown through the door. Zontix. Forced to turn, will win a fight, but that might be where you call it. AK is ready to close. Result's confident, and for good reason. 2-2. That door piece went flying. Put your 3D glasses on, you'll be freaking out. Remember that? 3D TVs? 3D movies?
3D is still very much the thing.
No one watches 3D movies. You tell me I've got to wear glasses? Nah.
Not like red and blue 3D, fair enough. Like, that's gone. It's a little more advanced than that now.
When was the last time you saw a 3D movie, Harry?
admittedly a while, but no one's really been going to the cinema as of late. Hugo, I
Why
will.
not? They're empty. I'm in there all the time.
Right, well...
That's the only way I can play, 4x3. You need as much monitor as possible.
Okay. It's a hard sell, but, you're able to convince him as the only paying customer. This should be a clean round for VP.Prodigy. But, like the Prodigy once said, invaders must die, and stabbed in the back, Sophic falls. Or rather, Rufire falls to Sophic's knife.
Don't win the eco. Delusion's having to do everything right now in these rounds. This orb is changing the game, and it's been spotted. That's a sick shot. Up the vent, they heard it as well. Ladder made noise, but Cheerful swings out. And Chiron actually now has at least set Sophic up for a round. The bomb, however, lost in the mist. Sophic got a double back lobby.
For a full eco.
Yeah, this is
This is brilliant. You've already done so much. Anything else, it's just icing on the cake.
Gravy on the roast.
Prost for the toast. And now Sophic walking outside.
Oh,
he's been seen, whittled down, and they do just finish him off, killing him where he stands. Not giving him the room. So they find the third, but it's costly. Costly across the board, and money is made for Spirit. That knife kill, allowing an AWP to get purchased up with very little repercussions.
Sophic was planning so far ahead that he dropped his pistol in T-spawn, his Glock, so that when he walked over a deagle, he could have just taken it without having to make noise. But of course, he'll never get the chance to get anywhere near those glorious guns dropped on the ground. 3-2, and Delusion, okay, right, it was a strong start last map and he fell off, but this is looking a lot better for the beginning. Rufire, this is common, right? Well, we often see Cheerful second AWP for this team. He's now taking it towards ramp, and this is the one map where you will see Rufire just constantly don that AWP. It's like Taco on Godsend, right? That gun goes around throughout everyone, but it's Taco, new corping ramp, familiar position. Delusion hits his shot, headshot. This guy is just, if he's forgot he's not playing Scout anymore, and he's deleted Chiron. Nothing worse than getting AWP headshot. And there's another one here. Are they ready for it? The boost up. Oh, Rufire turns. Oh, it's weird. And they catch him. Luckily, Lomic there to Molly. Does mean Spirit can't commit off the pick.
They've even pulled the AWP round, but that leaves the A site in one man's care. And it's too much for him to keep an eye on. The AWP now in heaven, going to be joined by Lomic. They could still justify, hanging around, giving this a little look in. They've got utility. Retake smoke going to go out. Lomic drops that in. Flashes to... Could have warned Lomic. He gets full blind from it, but here comes this little attempt at a 2v3 heaven retake. If they get a kill, they're going to go for it. That molly will force a fight. Oh, but Artfrot saved the day. Just Delusion left alive. They're playing the timer. They're playing around the bomb. And he will bow out. The AWP even looking to try and remove him on the save, but a missed shot from Artfrost. And so that AWP is still in play. You would have loved to remove it. It wouldn't have come out in this next round if you took it down there.
He was very far ahead of that. Even after he took the first pick out of heaven, he immediately ran main just to stop the save. Poor Artfrost. If he gets that kill, like, this suddenly turns into a very easy few rounds now. But like you said, it wouldn't have come out. It still will for now. Delusion, with a bunch of deegs around him, I'd imagine. This AWP can still be lethal. These rounds can still be won. Result, really nice try, just not a great position. Caught in the open when the door swung, and couldn't get more than a single kill. 3-3. Zontic's on a tech. It's not like the money is perfect for Spirit. Not like he's prioritized utility. There's always one. Ramp boost, I like it. Hot roof as Spirit don't run through. Oh, they're crazy. Resalt's traded places in the smoke. He's in the lobby now. They don't even know something will kill him. And now an entry from the Tech 9 of all weapons. Delusion's smoked off, but there might be a gap on one side of the main smoke. He's going to go look for it with the AWP. Rufire is making noise, but they're holding lobby. Sophic won't let you flank his hut players, and Delusion's already out of there. Forget the main smoke. Going back to save. It will be allowed once again for VP, but Spirit building into the T side with an AXX that should not have worked. Not with a result as deep as he was. But Sophic throwing utility kills all that lobby aggression.
I mean, Spirit, they are a team that can deal with the madness quite well, you'll find, right?
Sometimes employing it themselves.
And I mean, you know, I think Rufai is going to be in for a really rough game, if I'm honest. Like, so often, right, his kind of big defining moments hinge on either this double AWP setup we sometimes see at ramp, or on lobby aggression. And I really struggle to see a world where he's going to get away with too much versus Spirit Academy. It's something they're always going to be looking out for. It's clear that they've put time into studying how VP like to play. But let us study. Let's brush up on our VP knowledge. Let's listen in.
Ладно, все, я понял.
Как ты хотел, Лёх?
Нет. Это не то, что я хочу.
Тихо, пацаны, сейчас все будет, как ты хочешь. Дверь. Давай, бей. Открывал дверь.
Опять, скорее всего, будет, ребят.
Да, разбил.
Ребят, сейчас опять, скорее всего, эта хуйня будет на...
Будки один.
Хорошо, я с мейна помогаю.
Дверь, дай мне.
Дверь.
Радио подошел. Вышли. Юсп у меня. Да хуя, много, очень. Вниз идут, просто плюс В.
За красным.
Да я.
За красным, так и стоит, за красным.
Так и стоит. Хорош.
По 9, они идут, по-моему, парни, по 9. На Б никого не слышу.
Сейф.
Там
Ваня,
есть
делай, что говорю, пожалуйста.
Возьми М-ку.
Белого.
Авик, дверь.
Мне тут очень некомфортно. Сейчас со скалы лезть будут.
Авик выбивать стараться.
Да.
А где М-ковый?
За
красным калаш есть. Мне надо же как-то жить, короче, ну типа торговать баллом, чтобы Авик не забрали.
Скала, осторожно.
Да иди в секрет просто, там никого не было.
Синтов может быть.
Ульти не будет, Джека заберет. Я тоже не хочу тут. Давай глубже, там ничего не разбито. Пошли глубже. Только вент может быть там.
Смотрю.
Рампу могу забрать с Авиком прямую. Просто улица люркер один. А под фаста я не могу помочь никак, типа.
То и улицу помогай, и рампу не помогай.
I feel like we always get team comms on the losing team. I feel like it jinxes them. Maybe it's the pressure in knowing you're being watched.
Yeah, or maybe you are full eco.
Yeah,
that might have something more to do with it around the saved guns. But look at them odds, Hugo. 1.25 to 3.75 over at Parry Match. I also heard rumblings or rumors of 100% deposit bonus for your first deposit. So
how could I find that?
There's apparently a banner down below that actually contains all the information.
But what if I'm only 19 years old? Am I still
That's
allowed
fine.
to?
Yeah, 18 plus is actually
wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Quite the offer, quite the discount deal. 5 to 3. Talking money, it's all in the pocket of Spirit. They're ish. Now they're running wild outside. Orp almost picked that hot player, but the molly always creates a bit of incandescence. If you've heard that word before, I'm sure you have. It's been said. Not an original thought. Delusion no-scope Zontix. Is that down lower? No. Oh, that's a trade.
Nice response.
Oh, it was the hot player.
Delusion, he's coming out. He wants a word, Sopfig.
Ramp is damp.
Oh no, Rufai, this is going to be awkward now.
No, I think they might assume.
Yeah, they might assume the ramp's clear after this.
What a check!
Oh, Frost not letting any stone go unturned, and now Delusion's rotated into hell. It feels like a lot of this game plan is just trying to get that AWP to go where you want it to go, right? Because you don't know where he's starting, but you can guess the responses. And now, after pulling the AWP away from outside, Chiron's taken a lot of space. Now, Delusion looks aware of this possibility. He knows he's given up outside for a while. Timing's everything, and it's so awkward.
Oh, my goodness.
He's not going to hear the jump up, and now making noise going on towards the ladder. Chiron knows that someone's nearby in hell.
Oh, dear.
Something gets melted in the door, but Delusion dared on the heaven rotate. Chiron finds a double. Up close is Cheerful. Bought down low. They vent drop with the bomb. It's going to make it into B. And at 17 points of health, really Cheerful would love to have had a chance of that 1v1 again versus not an Eki, but with him getting out, it should just be a save. There's an AWP in heaven, that's what he's going to go for.
That's your best bet here, especially with the low health. And yeah, Spirit, they could have continued to try and play the spam battle or go into A, but I just like how they're focusing on the outcome of the round. They need every win they can get right now. And so, just bailing from the fight. The AWP actually fell in. He's going to have to make even more noise getting that out. And Notaneki's hunting. He's coming for you. Cheerful should be fine. Trying to get to T-spawn. And Notaneki didn't know which way he ran. He heard a drop. I guess he thought it was out of heaven into CT. Well, the spawn gets taken. So does the AWP. 5 now 6 for Spirit. And this T side's already building pretty aggressively. Didn't matter that VP the ones to go 9-6 up on their T side. We've had a day of T sides, ironically enough, after many teams have had troubles. And again, it's one of these awful buys here for VP.Prodigy where they can feel it slipping away and there's very little they can do about it with pistols.
Yeah, essentially, you're looking at Delusion and you're saying, look, mate, like, we got you the AWP out of the round. You're incredibly skilled. We just need you to have a round here. That's essentially what it's going to come down to. And hell, I mean, they've won a round similar to this before, I guess you could say, with that outside play where you had MP9s in Garage. I think it was Refire there, just wrecking them. Resalt, rather. I always put their names together.
Which one?
Resalt.
Yeah, well, that AWP is back in his hands at least. Delusion, that being. But is it delusional to believe that VP have a chance here? They are going to fully buy in. Roofire, not his famed Mag 7. Wants a bit more versatility, wants a bit more mobility. Maybe even a bit of a range on top of that. Momek throwing the quick Molotov, and a vent drop does come in. Zontic, they know about him. He's going to come up secret side instead. Meanwhile, Roofire ramp boost, perfect for the weapon. Momek gives up outside. Timings now have to be considered in VP's head.
Dude,
Zontic is still patrolling B.
It's a full cross with the smokes.
Yeah,
everybody going past. And because you've conditioned them to not go for these lobby pushes, Roofire isn't going to go for any aggression over towards ramp. Now, the guys in Hut are starting to take some ground, and so eventually the penny might drop, but they're so paranoid. Like, look at this, right? There's like an invisible wall, like, preventing you from going any further.
Nice angle.
Result. This might be good for the first. That's also the bomb, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, spotted on Sophic. So you know it's the B play at this point. However, yeah, you know where it is. You know where it's going. You know where it's gone. Is that going to help you in the 5-on-4, or do you just save?
That won't help you, but also won't really hurt you as VP don't look to capitalize. And yeah, I'm not against a save. Zontic's on these lobby lurks. He has been hunting exits, and he just heard them run T-spawn. So while it's not the AWP, every little helps, as you know. And so getting either of these guns out of the game would be massive. He might even call for some support. Chiron's coming back as well. So while VP is split, at least guaranteeing at least 2 saves, the other 2 are not guaranteed. Does Spirit want to throw themselves around the corner? Do they really want to risk arming their opponents? Doesn't look like it. They know there's a crossfire here. They just don't know how deep the corners are. And actually, Spirit just give it away. Fully assured that their T side is good enough and that their economy is built. I would have liked to hunt personally, but considering they never saw the guns, they don't know if they're M4s or MP9s. Well, it's a mix of both. 70 rounds. And Artfrost, we've been talking about this head-to-head AWP. Delusion's hit the shots when he's not been forced to save, when he's been allowed to play into the round. But now Artfrost hasn't really had to do much. And now we're starting to see those outside smokes, players crossing with them. That's an AWPer's nightmare.
I do love how they've counted Delusion, though, as like the big threat. It feels like so much of the response is, okay, he's AWPing out, let's take ramp, let's force that AWP to ramp, and then we can start to look elsewhere. Once again, he starts it with an opener, doesn't he?
That's what he's doing, yeah.
Chiron dead outside.
I love the position change again. Zontix has fired through the door smoke to kill Result, so that's a nice trait. And now they're going to line up these late smokes. Roofire hasn't had the AWP in some time, so it has to be Delusion AWPing ramp. And Harry, you called it once again. It's not the outside smokes first. It's a bit of a fake into a vent drop. They're not going to drop, though. They're just putting the seed of doubt in the mind of VP as this yard play comes in. Finally, smokes land. Rooffire's going to try and put a stop to them. He could go through. This would be a good play with the weapon he has. His molly's fallen deep as well, so they're going to run on by.
Yeah, but Lomic isn't near enough to like throw a flash over, and I feel like that would help a lot. I mean, he is going to walk it, and they've all got their back turned. No one even considering the possibility that someone's going to push that smoke. And so Roofire finds the double. He can't find the timings in lobby. They've been far too aware. But outside, he catches them by surprise.
Nice trade. Don't get 2v4 now. This is your first way in for VP. Your first chance in 5. It's been 5 saves in a row, Harry.
This is big from Delusion. It's really ballsy. For all you know, mate, they could have been in secret this whole time.
No way.
Not an Eki's going to hold for it, but he can't hold forever. There's 20 seconds left, mate.
Oh my god.
I'm so worried he's going to look away. Oh, the shot misses,
Wow.
but Delusion doesn't.
It's the round.
And that's the bomb, yeah. Sotfik, it's a damage-dealing mission, and the only damage dealt is to him.
Damn, Notaneki had the read, man. If he gets that kill, he just insta-drops main. Sotfik comes in through door. He probably still dies to that pushed-up lobby player, but maybe there was hope. Maybe there was another trade available. And at least you could have taken Delusion's AWP out for yet another round. But VP will grab on and try not to let it shake them off. Double up now. Rufi's got the cash for it. Why not? Nothing else is really working. Rufi's been relegated to trash weaponry all map, other than the one AWP he's already had. Here we go. Fast AU to again this Preston set at the vent drop. One player at red, Lomic, ahead of the smokes, and they love to walk it, so they might not be able to trade this. Oh, there's one. Nades out. They're over the top, and Chiron's gone. Sotfik will have to trade. It's a costly engagement. Delusion does drop vent. Only just. Zontic's a nuisance in the lobby, but now he's carrying the backstab, and even the front stab. Result with a spray that does just get the kill off. They're going to try and wrap Heaven instead. They know Delusion's down B with the AWP.
Yeah, but VP is so aware that outside's been open for a long while now. And with Delusion getting the info, the guys, they're not down B. No one's challenged me yet. The read feels all too easy for Cheerful. Sotfik probably not going to check this. I think Result might die. Oh, that's ugly. It's a lot of damage, but not the kill.
Oh, big nade.
He takes him down half. All these players are tagged up. At the very, very least, you've got a chance to deal damage again. Rufi's even scavenged an AWP from outside here.
Rerouted.
Oh, Frost!
Oh,
Rufi's going to beat him in the head-to-head.
Sick.
And so Sotfik at 9 HP, probably just going to elect to save here. Maybe look to grab that AWP from AC Vent. Not an easy spot to get it from, admittedly. He's going to have his work cut out for him.
Yeah, VP's just roaming. Rufi's on silo now. He's just red, Harry. How is he silo?
And he does it with the P2.
Yeah, all right, reasonable. Someone called he was low. Cheerful knew. VP up to 5, but winning the half, even then, Spirit are going to be happy with this T side, and I don't think they want to even give away that kind of lead. Even saving money with this buy. It's a fast one, Harry, and the reason I can tell you is because Notaneki preferred a Mac 10 when he had money for the AK. They're also leaving a bit of cash for later. So a fast one indeed.
He could also be looking at vent drop. He had a pretty good spawn for it. No, instead it is the ramp push.
That AWP off. Nice angle though.
Fire over in hell. First shot misses. Nice. Second shot, not the case. He's taken that man advantage, triggering the drop down to B as well. They send Result immediately down through vents, who's already set up in control room. I think Sotfik saw something there, just an elbow, looking to give it away. Lomic doesn't want to overextend here, right? You're still in the 4-on-4. You can still give this retake a go. Eventually, you got to cut your losses and give up this B site. Look at the fear that Zontix has put in them, mate. They're clearing lobby, even though the bomb's down on B, because time and time again, Zontix has been coming in on these big lurks. Now that you know there's not a lobby player, all your attention's on getting this control back. Oh, Chiron open to ramp as the smoke fades. Oh, Delusion! There's a man close, and he's not ready for it. Now they swing out, and it looks like he's done enough, but Sotfik, the hero, there's so little time left. Oh, Rufi's got to stick it. No kit! No kit! The spam! Sotfik finds him, and that is an incredible clutch. All alone. 1v4, and he rises above them all to put 8 on the board for Team Spirit Academy.
Sotfik is a beast right now. This guy in the lowest site. He did it all last map, Harry. His entries right now are saving Spirit, especially when Chiron's getting cleared in post-plants. That's a guy that you want to be popping off in the late round. But Sotfik, double entry down into B, double to closer as well. Just hiding out in the smoke. And he knew that was a stick. Rufi, no kit, had to go for it. My goodness. Artfrost still silent, but none of this is a matter for Spirit. VP's money on the line in this round. Back to the late smokes. Delusion somehow, so rich, still sitting on 4K. This round's not live. Artfrost does look like he's crashed, although he's back in now. Wonder if they'll keep it going or replay. We'll have to wait and see. But it looks like Spirit want to call it off. No damage has been done. Should be all fine and dandy. Had to wait and see. But either way, That's an awkward one to go down for Spirit, but they won't let it get to their head. 8 rounds on this T side. And it all feels like it's coming together. This team is going to be so exciting if they can make it to LAN.
Yeah. I mean, dude, the thing I love is, like, Sotfik has given us some of the best clutches, some of the best near clutches, I think. Like,
sure, that 1-4, yeah.
Exactly, right? And it's in those moments where you see him in clutch situations that, like, his experience just really shines through, man. He'll very rarely get caught overstepping. He'll isolate every single engagement, looking like he's, you know, like someone like a Zywu almost, just without the orb. Like, he's so clean in those moments, mate. And I think, you know, that is really where you see why he's here and what he brings to the table. Also, you mentioned how he's kind of filling the gap presented by Chiron having a less than stellar performance, which...
Woo! Okay.
Good turn for Lomic.
Finally, Artfrost actually getting that pick on Delusion. It's never happened. But he's posted back door, and Delusion goes for his first door peek, and there's the AWP. So, huge opening kill. Delusion has been just tearing through this map, running all over the place. Lomic has taken his AWP. Oh my god, that's optimistic. Rooffire, desperate times and desperate measures. Zontix on his lurks as well. Another guy to look out for. Just constantly coming in with impact, killing rotations down vent. They're going to try and get out into this A site. There's another trade for Zontix as Artfrost is overwhelmed, and Lomic, who grabbed that AWP earlier, is nowhere to be seen. Going 9-5. Spirit are really upping the pace in these last few rounds as well. They know they have VP rattled, and they can tell with all these saves, VP never getting to play the round how they want.
Might not even get away with the AWP. They know where it is now. They want to remove it. They want to take it out of play. Zontix, 9 points of health. Go for it. Go for it. Make him rue the day he ever chooses to hold on to this AWP. Oh. Lomic now will just hide out. So he at least brings that AWP forward, chance at a double AWP maybe. I almost hope it doesn't go to Rooffire at this point in time. I think he's one of the only guys who I would say, like, yes, put him on an MP9, mate. He's fully comfortable there. Or, well, maybe you even take ramp. Maybe you give him a mag 7, let him work that hot position. That would be so nice. But instead, Rooffire will don that second AWP. They should be aware. They should. Oh, we've seen this. We've seen them use this run boost before. They come up with a couple of little innovative ones.
Oh, careful. Vent spam. Rooffire with the AWP push. Harry didn't want it, but it's here whether you like it or not. And they've cleared him, so maybe you were right in the assumption. Not an Eki has just picked the AWP and run ramp. And Spirit wanted to hit A. They were setting it for a top execute with util, or at least a fake for it. Molly inside of the smoke. Zontix just cowers in a corner, low health. Oh, he's going to walk.
They've dropped 3 to B.
Zontix walking the smoke? No, he's holding. And yeah, VP full panic mode. Oh, back up the vent. Oh, on the ladder, it might work. He's so low. Yeah, he is caught out, but he gets info 2 here.
That actually might force you into this B play and into the stack, so this might work quite nicely for VP. Delusion might be smoked off, but he's still putting up numbers. Chiron can't seem to dodge this AWP. Delusion chance is all it's going to take.
Knife out!
Oh, no!
Don't give him a clutch.
Do not say that that's what ends up cursing you. Luckily enough, everyone else is facing. Could you imagine if that was what betrayed them?
It looks crazy, but, you know, half of me admires it because it's Delusion. He's going crazy. He's having a great game. And, you know, that's probably not a clutch that's ever going to happen. But also, the other half of me goes, man, where are VP's head at?
Yeah, why is it saying that?
Because you're going for a knife. In that moment, when you've got an AWP, when he's behind the smoke, you can just keep shooting. But maybe he's just trying to tip the scales. However, I don't think you're going to tilt Spirit at this point in the game. They are feeling fantastic. 9-6 half. It's a beautiful showing. Some very quick rounds. In that half, they forced 5 saves in a row. How often do you see that? And they were very decisive as well. So many of these rounds, you know, getting locked out within the first 20-30 seconds. Some beautiful A splits. The secret smokes walking behind them the few times they did it.
And man, I don't want to say it, but like that CT side RuFi, I've always admired this guy's calling. I've always think he's been great, but it just felt like a real one-trick pony almost. It's like, I wonder if RuFi is going to push ramp again. Oh, he gave us the kill at ramp, guys. It felt all too consistent. I mean, especially when, to double that up, to make it even worse, Zontix's lobby lurks were already finding tremendous impact without getting given an invitation to ramp. Look at the odds, 1.15 to 5 over at Parry Match. I think those speak for themselves. I think that speaks volumes. And talking of speaking, I would love to listen into some comms. I hope we're going to get the opportunity to do so. Woo, yeah, team spirit, bringing the heat. And also bringing their voices to the stream. Let's listen in.
Rush рампы знаем, да.
Улица.
Слышу.
Улица.
Слышу челоби.
Один улица. Пешка.
На улице. Несколько челов.
Полетел дым.
Да, это рак. Это там.
А там гаром флеш дал.
Вниз?
Вниз прошли, вниз прошли.
Вниз.
Проходит,
Три минимум.
еще два низ, еще два низ.
Я внизу.
И за красным один.
Пикает секретку, чел.
Один за красным пикает.
Внизу не слышу.
Секретка один. Пытается
И за красным живет.
Я прошел за черным, похуй, я не дерусь.
За красным.
Походу мы бомбы их не пускаем. Они не могут... Низ один прыгает.
Это я.
За красным убил.
Хорошо. Секретка. Я жду чела в секретке. Он красный,
Давай.
ему в пузо нахуячил очень жестко.
Будку убил.
Один,
Нет,
два
да,
вроде низ, по
один.
идее. По идее, два низ.
Имею в
Да,
виду,
два низ. Я вен буду падать. Когда не
Давай.
будет.
Я внизу.
Длинно открыл, убил.
Найс.
Я иду
Закрыл,
по
закрыл, у
раку.
вас играет, у вас играет.
У меня.
Живи
Я
там.
живу.
По мне.
Я иду вент еще.
Он отошел.
Длинный. Всё, по мне
Я с
просто.
тобой.
Красик.
Окей.
Го,
Он там стоит.
Го давить вместе.
Найс!
Найс.
Nice.
Very dialed in, very focused
Clean
there
comms.
for Team Spirit Academy. You know, sometimes you hear guys like Chiron being like very vocal and like screaming, but that was actually very measured. And I think it's because right now everyone's on that like next level focus where they know as long as they don't get ahead of themselves, as long as they keep this up, this game is in the palm of their hands. And I doubt they're going to be really getting hyped until this game's over. I will say I didn't like that pistol strat.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, a part of me just thinks if you were always going to go outside, that was always the plan. One smoke to try and do it versus USPs.
Oh. Chiron, dude. Vent drop attempt. Chiron, they had a smoke line up to land on the garage roof, and Chiron played behind it, man, and got a double kill. He did get glocked.
Dude, a little detail there.
Sophic, he got the gun.
Yeah. He stopped fighting the guy at red to just knife out and go for the jump and left it for Artfrost because he knows the only way he can get to the M4 is to stop fighting and actually drag the round out for that extra second. And it makes all the difference.
Break.
Like,
so yeah, MVP of today, of this matchup,
Sophic,
Yeah, on Overpass, he was destroying on T-side entries. The calls are perfect. They were in VP's head. This game, absolutely T-side. They were in VP's head. They forced 5 saves. Amazing calls, and like at the front of every single fight, and coming in with high impact just in terms of fragging alone. Like not even thinking about how he's the in-game leader and the guy bringing experience and being that older voice to this team. Sophic has beasted today, so props to him. And you know, considering RuFi, we've been hyping him up for seasons as well, Harry. If there were ever a time for him to go quiet, as that comparison to Sophic as the older, as the in-game leader, this is not the day. This is not the match.
Sophic is about to die on the event drop. There was no one outside, and admittedly, there wasn't smokes down for VP.Prodigy, so you can say like, yeah, we didn't know. But it does feel like a bit of a swing and a miss there to have not even considered that possibility on the vent rotate. You're kind of devastated you're even left saving. Like, you got MP9s on the bonus. You know, it's all the rifles that were mopped up. Oh, clean off, they'll get hunted down.
Yeah, no saving for you. Save your dignity, maybe. Buy up, but it's not going to be much prettier than the last. Artfrost could glass if he wants, but honestly, I wouldn't be against him saving for that first gunny. 11-7. This game can close up. I don't want to get ahead of myself here, even though it was pretty one-sided. Bonus round swept aside. VP full rifled out. This is so reserved, but I love the call. And it's come from probably Sophic, who has 1,500, who knows he's screwed no matter what next round, but his whole team can buy up everything, AWP included.
Ooh. Ah! All right, they're going to run at you.
Nice.
They're just going to run at you. Now, Lomik is low, but holding on. He will mop up 3. Pretty nice stuff there. Zontix takes him to the grave. And that M4 is actually really nice because, as you touched upon, Sophic won't be able to buy next round. So
good luck saving.
Take this out of it if you can.
Yeah, there's not a game where people are going to be allowing saves. Spirit did their best to quell the economy, especially in the early half. VP, it's the game plan. Get these guns out of here. But we got new guns in. That little eco was for a reason. Everything available for Spirit.
Yeah, a little pause for VP.Prodigy. They know the importance of grabbing the ball by the horns, as it were, and taking a lead in this game, right? Or, you know, a lead. Taking a lead, I guess, in the second half of play, right? And getting off to a good start. Because if you get in control of the money, if you never even let them build an economy, you can keep streaking together 2-for-1 rounds. And that kind of impact is massive when you're the squad on the back foot. So this round carries an awful lot of weight. If you lose it, you're not staring down the barrel of an eco. It's not all doom and gloom. You can keep the pressure on. But what you won't be able to do is stop these CTs from building up money. And that is really the big goal here for VP.Prodigy.
Rufai with a sweaty lineup. Got those outside smokes, 3 of them. Vent smoke as well. Arfrost, is he playing for knife in the vent? He has an AWP right now. He's stuck in front of it. I think he wanted to go inside the vent, but it wasn't broke. And he might be now. Lomik's lurking these smokes. He's made it to garage. Which gap does he want to go through here? Right, the credit card. This is amazing. What pathing for Lomik. And Rufai's in no rush. This back garage player has no idea and will never see how deep Lomik gets unless he goes wide. Lomik, does he even want to clear this or just take the space? Crouched in case of a CT player. But instead, you don't see this often, but climbing up Rafter would be so good. Zontic flicks back.
I cannot believe that.
He's on one today. Chiron swings outside, killing the second luck, and this A-split that should have been beautiful, should have been a masterpiece, is shredded. Oh my goodness. From hero to 0.
I can't believe that. I can't believe that, Hugo, dude. Zontix, how does he manage it? Like,
it's because Lomik gets so much room out that he doesn't want to climb on the stop. He doesn't want to climb on the outside of heaven. Because he thinks they're CT, right? He thinks that maybe they're an AWP behind red. But it's not. The outside player was back garage, who just never checked it, never saw him. And so he kind of just... I actually liked the heaven climb, but dear oh dear. We got this smoke up again. We got the odds once more for parry match. 1.11. No surprises here, especially with that round, but that's more like it from Delusion. Opening kills is what we need from him. Maybe even then closes as well.
Yeah, I was saying, you know, the whole point of that is trying to get this CT money on the line. I will just throw out, that was a flawless round for Team Spirit. So, you know, still a chance to take control of the game. You haven't completely lost out.
Oh.
But up through Secret is Sophic. Ready! And still knocked out. He's feeling it. Delusion's been an unstoppable force, but Sophic is the immovable object, and now on the A play they move in. Zontix with the first, can't make it anymore. And we're left in this little 2-on-2, but the bomb! The bomb! It's back in T-Spawn!
You can still make this round weird. It's the equivalent to what we saw, I think it was from VP the other day, where they like tapped the bomb on B and ran away. Oh, the barrel, just play for the kills. They don't know. You don't have the bomb. They're going to fight you. Cheerful. That could have been the fight for the round. And instead, it's Artfrost, who's been quiet on Nuke, steps up when they need him most. VP shredded again on this top site, but they wouldn't have been put in that awkward position if they had the package in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, suddenly it's like... The whole thing about getting that bomb down is it puts your opponents on the clock. It makes them have to be the ones to make a move. It lets you play crossfires. The moment you don't have it, that situation's reversed. And what should have been a really good spot for VP.Prodigy turned super sour, and it's all on the back of leaving the bomb. That is not a mistake that you can afford to make at this point in the competition, and it might have just lost them the entire thing.
Yeah, well, it's this point of the competition, which is why they made the mistake. We can see the pressure of VP, and it's put on by Spirit, right? You never get a chance to breathe. Even the fact that Artfrost goes for those 2 AWP picks in A shows the point we're at in this game. Like, it has been non-stop action all map long. Overpass is a little more slow, a little more tactical. We had those resets. You can't just play for rushes in that map, but you can get away with it on Nuke with good util. And you know, VP, they've had good util. They know their stuff. They got the smokes down outside. They've got these little vent lurk smokes, but none of this matters because Spirit just don't let off the gas. Quick, I was gonna say pick, but tag.
I literally don't know how that wasn't a kill.
Where did it go?
He's looking at it like, no, I'm gonna wait till I can really get this.
That's
he gets
more
that
like
one.
it.
There we go.
Boost.
Oh, they get the bomb passed.
Good luck planting.
Inventive way to do it, but speaking of invent, can't spell it without invent. And that's where they'll be on the rotate. Not even needed because Zontix moved in from ramp.
Yeah. Zontix, kill-wise, 14-15, nothing spectacular, but he has had, behind Topfig, like, forget Artfrost, Zontix has been incredible in this map. His T-side lobby lurking was such a nuisance for VP. It was part of the reason those saves were coming in, always backstabbing, never letting VP take lobby control. This half, he's been super aggressive as well, but not like Rufai aggressive. He's actually been getting away with it. Let's jump into some team speak for Spirit as they look to close.
Потом упади сайт. Через тайминг, типа, если там матч рашен будет, никакого.
Хорошо.
Ну, первые секунд 20, по-моему, посиди.
Да. Выкатили двери. Открыл.
Давай.
Я дал радио. Он.
Канал мог упасть, парня, аккуратно. Падай, падай, Денис.
Тебя вниз перейдем. Вниз разбил или это мы разбили?
Я разбил.
Я внизу стою.
Секрета не пройдет.
Я на ксист встану.
Они пройдут, да, секрет?
Не, я смотрю вас.
За улицу кинули что-то.
Мог по 9 вроде летит.
Я двери
Да, смоки, чтобы по 9 играть, парня.
У нас по 9 есть?
Да, я
прям придет, да?
Айк пропикал по 9.
Айк за красным.
Вниз, вряд ли есть.
Они улицу заняли.
Вряд ли тогда не
Ноль, выбьем гол.
Парень, я к вам.
Видите вдвоем, я просто с мейна попробую убить человека, который по 9 проходит.
Ты первый или я?
Не, ты первый, я Савик.
Я пойду с ними, Зонт. Если я умру, они побегут. Они побегут за тобой.
Не иду даже. Радио.
Разменялся.
Это с улицы чел вообще.
Вообще, да, не уличный.
9 аккуратно, парня.
Радио. Бил его.
Найс. 3-9 по
Больше нет радио.
Не факт.
Я съебал, они
Я жду по 9 аккуратно.
Он у меня в дверях был.
Можешь файтиться.
По 9, чел, ты видел, Дим?
Да. Один внизу, один по 9, один внизу, один по 9.
Я жду по 9. А внизу разбито?
Нет, ничего не бито вообще.
Хорошо.
9, походу, пошел. Либо рамп.
9 нету.
Рамп я жду.
Он под маленьким. Минус 50, идет за черным. Ванкар идет пикать. Хорош, минус он.
Вас внизу, да?
Вас внизу, да, был внизу.
Вышел рамп. Найс, мужики.
Все разбито.
Yeah, so little detail for anyone with a sharp eye for detail. The bomb, once again, left towards T-spawn. Admittedly, this time it's outside, but that doesn't help because I think it was actually Henry Greer that said this. You can't plant in mid, and admittedly, that's not mid, but it's about as close as you can get to
you
it,
also
right?
can't plant without the bomb. They wouldn't have even gotten it. They had no time to get it. So, yeah, I mean, VP look roasted this game, and I think Spirit are a large part of that, but the pressure has definitely hit them as much as it hit Eternal Fire last night. It felt like VP looked like the best team in the world.
Mate, like, you can even see it, and at times even hear it. I think... I mean, you know, Resol's still smiling. He's a very smiley guy.
Yeah,
but I don't know, man.
I'd like to come in. I'm going to interrupt you.
Okay. I think we were about to say the same thing.
I hope this doesn't, like, wreck VP, you know, long term. Like, they've had a great tournament. We've been really impressed at the resurgence in the group. And, you know, the Eternal Fire game, again, a new team to the league. They destroyed them, man. VP actually looked like one of the best. That was one of the best games I've seen from any team in this league, albeit against a lower tier opponent. But yeah, Spirit, they have maybe taught them a lesson today. But VP, I don't want them to be disheartened. However, this might be disheartening. Chiron again on roof, finally locked out by Result, and the vent dives are in.
Oh yeah, they're quick. Dude, that nade is so meaty. It slows down the B play, and even more than that, they catch the next two. The bomb still alive, still in with a chance, but they're just swinging
Crazy.
roof fire, mate. He's dead. It's only Cheerful left. Now he does have the bomb, but with not an Eki holding the top events, this is not safe. Not a safe point of rotation at all. He's even going to start to consider the secret timing, backing away from the vent angle, and now holding the main wrap. This is feeling like a done deal, man. If this was in the group stage, if this was earlier in the gauntlet, I would never be ready to write Cheerful off. But this 1v2, with 50 seconds left, with the whole map just being a big question mark, it's going to take something miraculous for him to win this out.
Yeah, I mean, he's really making the most of it. He's gone the longest route he could have, and I respect it, but Notaneki's moving out, and he might just have the backstab to close it. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. Spirit Academy are going to the LAN finals in Kiev. A well-earned win, and a dominant one at that. That's going to rumble VP's feathers, but as we said, I don't want that to be, the end of VP. I really like this roster. Delusion is like one of the most capable AWPers in this tournament. It's a shame his team couldn't step up in this map. Rooffire definitely had an off one today, but for Spirit, let's hype them up because these guys are up for the job.
Yeah, inaugural season and now go into the playoffs, right? It's sick. They join our complete list of teams: Big Omen Academy, MOUZ, NXT, and then obviously earlier on today we had that surprise victory out of Astralis Talent.
Nice.
So yeah, man, we've got one hell of a roster. Go into those LAN finals in Kiev for one final time. It's going to be our wonderful analysts to talk about it and break it down after the break.
Headshot, nice. Fist bumps go to the teammates.
Go, go, go. I wanna see you rolling fast. Win the round. Win the game.
Pretty much. They play, you win.
First they won Overpass, and now we saw them win a Nuke. I think it's a well-deserved series when it comes to Spirit Academy. They really deserve this invite to the LAN.
They do. They were the better team again today against VP.Prodigy. I think Spirit Academy, they showed us that there's still room for improvements when it comes to Overpass, when it comes to the map pool in general. I think Spirit Academy played a good game of Counter-Strike, taking the work conditions into consideration in the sense that VP.Prodigy did everything they could in order to punish pick them, bringing Overpass to the surface, and I think it was a scrappy game that could have gone, perhaps both ways, but here in Nuke, Spirit's own map pick, they just dominated from start to finish. They even got to start on the T side. As we talked about, wanted to, if successful. If they went yard, they were successful. Everything for Spirit.
Just about every single T-side play was working out for Spirit, and then the CT side was even better. So that was not the most competitive game for coming out of VP.Prodigy, which is unfortunate because they showed a lot of promise this season. This was the best VP we have seen in all 3 seasons so far. I would say that there's a couple highlight players. Delusion, definitely with the op. He's been the best opper that we've seen out of the VP squad, and I would say that I would give a shout out to Lamek, Cheerful, even Result. I think actually nearly every player on this team has contributed in some fashion or another. It's just that they couldn't get it together as a team. It was clear that Nuke wasn't really their forte in terms of map choice. And at their CT side, they could have probably done a little bit better, but I just don't think they've gotten reps in on the map. That's kind of what the case has been for a lot of Academy teams, where they just don't necessarily have the map pool to compete against some of the other squads, the ones that really made it to the LAN. Feels like those teams all have a nice pool to work with.
And now 3 seasons in a row, they end up being in the middle. When it comes to VP.Prodigy, they definitely managed to improve their roster. Like in the first season, they had Bloody2K, then they had Xeris, and now they brought in Delusion, and we can see that this is what they needed. But still, in the end of the day, they end up being somewhere in the middle. And I'm not sure if this is something that their organization will be happy with, because it doesn't seem like you're improving. We even gave you a boot camp, but you didn't get to the LAN.
I think they improved. I think they were better this season, to be completely honest. I think they can be proud, and I think Delusional coming into the lineup has definitely elevated VP.Prodigy. I still think their map pool is a problem. They need more time together, but I would honestly, I wouldn't say, for Fnatic Rising, make roster changes. For Young Ninjas, look into whether or not there's someone better. You have no weak link, but I'd say there's for a lot of the teams that didn't perform this season, I would probably go towards the option of changing the roster. But in VP.Prodigy's case, I think a little more time would do them well. I think Delusional has been a great upgrade, and I think overall, VP.Prodigy played a good tournament, all things considered, and if they would widen their horizon a little bit, get stronger in their map pool, I think they could have qualified for the LAN finals, so I wouldn't necessarily pull the plug on them just yet.
I wouldn't really think that unfortunately, I think that the one change that I would have to look at is there just a better in-game leader out there? Nothing too negative to say about Rufire in terms of what he's bringing in terms of the structure with the limited time that he has, but he does make a lot of mistakes as a player, and it really does pain me to say this, but you kind of look at the other side of the coin, and you have Sotvic. This guy is bringing a lot of experience. He's bringing tons of plays out the gate for his team, and he's just individually a standout player. He was the best player on this map for Spirit Academy. So I kind of want to flip things. I would say this: Spirit Academy definitely deserved this. They were the second best team in this group. I would say that they're probably the fourth or fifth best team in this league right now, and I'm really excited to see what they can prove to me on LAN, because right now it does feel like they're a little bit uncomfortable with some of their maps, but their skill and just general Counter-Strike ability can propel them to find victories on maps like Overpass, for example, where it's clear that they aren't really that tactically deep, but the fact is that they can shoot heads, and honestly, their spacing and some of their basic fundamentals are good enough that it can carry them through these types of games.
I agree, and I just want to, add on top of that, we saw today the depth of their lineup. Kyron didn't have a great game. He was okay, he wasn't bad by no means, but according to his own standards, right, he was just having a decent game today. If they can play this well and they can win, without any major problems, let's put it that way, against VP.Prodigy, without having your absolute star player playing well, there's still potential for more. So I think Kyron and in general Spirit Academy, they go into the LAN finals and they'll be an underdog, at least in my head, in terms of they can beat any given team. Right? They can beat VP Academy. I also do believe they can beat Astralis Talent, and we have seen them take away a map from MOUZ NXT when Kyron went absolutely nuts. So you cannot discredit these guys. I think there's a lot of potential coming in when it comes to Spirit Academy.
There's no doubt that Rufire is a great IGL. He's not the player that will be getting you the kills. The person who will be getting kills is Softic, who is the IGL, and also actually the oldest person on the server. He's 27 years old. We actually have an opportunity to talk not to their IGL, but to Artfrost. Artfrost, do you hear us?
Oh, okay.
Hello guys, can you hear me well?
Hi Artfrost, congratulations with your win. Yes, we do hear you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so you managed to win in your series here, when it comes to the Gauntlet. It is your first series. It is your first season, because we didn't see you in season 1, in season 2. The whole Twitch chat kept on saying us, when we're gonna see those guys, when we're gonna see those guys. But the thing is, when you joined this league, you went through some changes, because you end up changing one of the players who is actually 14 years old. We didn't get to see him on the server, so I'd like to know, can you just tell us a bit about Dong?
He's a monster for sure. I can't wait to play with him. He's one of the nicest guys. Even though he's so young, he has really, how to put it, he's well experienced. And he is just insane. I'm pretty sure he's the next upcoming talent like Monacy or yeah. I can't wait to play with him.
That sounds very interesting. To be completely honest, a lot of us, including myself, didn't know too much about you guys coming into the season, but I think the way you've played, the way Kyron have played, and the way you played as a team has surprised a lot of us. What were your expectations coming into season 3 here? Did you believe that you could qualify for the LAN finals, or was it more so of getting some experience together as a team?
We certainly believed that we could qualify for the finals, but it was first tournament for me with this organization, so I didn't even show my best game. I was super nervous and so yeah. But yeah, we were certain that we would qualify to the LAN finals with this when we saw the group.
So you said you haven't shown your best game. I remember a couple of halves, especially on Mirage, where you went absolutely off and were by far one of the best players on the server. So you're telling me that we can expect, when you get your nerves under control and when you get more comfortable to play like that more often?
I can assure you there is certainly a lot more to come. I haven't played my decent game even I can assure you that for sure.
That makes me
100%.
excited. Yeah.
So Artfrost, you don't have too much experience under your belt, but it is pleasing to hear that you think you have way more to offer. I'm excited to see that, and I'm really definitely excited to see it at the LAN. I would be curious, what is your opinion on playing under Sotfik? Because it's a guy with a lot of experience. He's played pretty much tier 1 before, depending how you grade that, and I'm sure he's probably the most experienced IGL you've played under. So what does he help you with your game?
Yeah, Dima Sotfik is a really, really experienced guy. He helps a lot, to how to put it. He says he helps a lot when we are losing, and he helps us to clear our minds, to keep our head clean. So he when we are starting to do shaky, show our nerves, he is telling us to calm guys down. We got this. Everything will be fine. Just do what we practiced and so on. Yeah, and he's always motivating, and always has some good words to say to keep the how to put it.
You can try.
Spirit, keep the spirit high, yeah.
Yeah.
The nerves, the spirit.
Keep the spirit high, yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
I saw the pun that you did here. I kind of want to ask about one of the players on your roster. Of course, it's Chiron, because we are impressed by his performance, but the thing that we're not impressed is his posture. Is he going to change something for the LAN?
I'm not really sure about that. I'm not really sure how to answer on that. We will just have to see, basically.
Yeah, I mean, I just I really hope you need to do something with it. Maybe not personally you, maybe I don't know, your coach or IGL, because it hurts to watch. I'm sure maybe that's one of the reasons why he's so insanely good, but in a few years it's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt.
Short, yeah, I agree with you on that one.
Okay, Artfrost, congratulations on for that you won. We'll be more than happy to see you here in a month in Kiev. I guess just go relax and celebrate.
Yeah, congratulations.
Thank you very much, guys.
Congrats.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Okay, that makes me excited. I'm not gonna lie. If we haven't seen the best from Artfrost, I think he's been one of the few that we've highlighted. Where he's been a little bit inconsistent. We talked about that. Maybe that's where the nerves came into play. But I think he's shown us that when he's hitting the strides, when he's hitting his form and when he's feeling comfortable on the server, even today, he looks like a player that can make the difference. If you both have Chiron, Artfrost, and Softic, as a core, as a stable unit, I think Spirit is a team that we have to consider for the LAN finals being I like to call them dark under horses.
Yeah, they have a lot of room to grow with, because they did have to make that roster swap like you were talking about. I mean, the Donk substitution was for Artfrost. I don't think he even played with the roster before, and I think he was playing for some team called Imperium. I didn't really know too much about them, but I think he has under 30 HLTV games under his belt. So if he's just getting his reps in for the very first time, and this is the performance that he's showing, I'm really excited to see if he can develop as a player, if they can grow as a team, strengthen their map pool. Because in terms of skill, I feel like this is actually a roster that can compete with the bigs, with the MOUZ NXTs. I really do think that this team has so much ability on paper that it's just about unlocking it. And Softic has already shown that he has the potential and ability as a leader to not only create some tactics, but to calm their nerves so that when they get to the LAN, they probably are going to feel a little bit more at home having a veteran guy right next to them that's saying, guys, just breathe, it's okay. Artfrost was not shy about talking about that.
Yeah, and I kind of feel this is what's maybe a team like Fnatic Rising is lacking, because we more hear Keve maybe not participate that much. He's really silent, he's not really vocal, and maybe that's what Fnatic Rising is missing. But right now we see when it comes to Spirit Academy, they have that guy that if something is happening, he's there to support them, just put them in the right mental state, maybe not overhype them to just. This is the type of guy you kind of need, and I just really hope that Fnatic Rising will find a guy like that.
Yeah, sure. I think we're also entering a stage where it's for the historical concept of looking at the WePlay Academy League seasons. you look at modern days what is it called, like modern day and age Counter-Strike, and we have moved to an era where you cannot afford to have too many players who don't put up the frags. The Rufars, the Kivas of the world, they don't work in Tier 1 Counter-Strike anymore. They used to. And I think we will, over time, see the Academy League teams come to the same conclusion. It's great to have them here, don't get me wrong. It's definitely great to have guys like Kiva, Rufire, all these experienced in-game leaders to teach them and build them up. But we get to a point where you hit a skill ceiling, you hit a limit where you can't go any further, and they've taught the players what they can. And at that point, you got to find someone else, or you got to cater a new player into becoming the in-game leader so you can bring in a new fragger. So the teams that have an in-game leader right now who can put up the frags like Softic, like Shui in MOUZ NXT, you can go down the line as well. Big Omen Academy as well. I think Crimbo is doing a fantastic job as an individual player. They're, funnily enough, also the teams qualifying for the LAN finals. So I think if you're a GM or if you're an organization right now and you're looking at your team, sure thing, you can use a couple of seasons on bringing in these, experienced in-game leaders who may be over the edge when it comes to fragging. They can't really keep up with it anymore. But you will at some point have to make the difference. You will at some point have to make the switch where you go for the firepower, you go for the raw talent, and that should bring you to the next level.
It does depend on the team's objective if they're trying to just develop talent, but it does feel like every team in this league
want to win.
Yeah, exactly. They all want to win. They want to make it to the LAN because you don't actually get picked up for a team by just doing well as an individual in the group stage of this. It's when you prove it at the LAN that then you can be blooded or vetted out by just other organizations. Like, I don't think if m0NESY didn't perform well at that LAN event last time around, I don't think G2 gets him. You have to first get to that point. And the thing is that Fear was good enough as a leader and an individual that he was able to help prop him up to that point. So yeah, I think Pimp's on to a very good point there. The fact that you just need firepower all the way through, or else you're just going to be hamstrung the entire time. And with how the quality of the teams that are at this league, that are improving, that are joining the league, you're going to be left behind if you unfortunately just have a Rufire type player. It hurts to say this because it seems like he's a great guy.
I mean, we kind of love his Max 7 play. So even if you will not see him, you don't.
Yeah, we were going to miss that. Yeah,
we're going to miss that. Of course, but like our final team that will join us at the LAN is Spirit Academy, and let's just check out how exactly they actually managed to get to the LAN, because they were in the top of their gauntlet. They just had to wait for Virtus.pro to first win against FURIA Academy, then Inferno Fire Academy, and then in the finals they ended up winning against them with a score of 2-0.
I think we should just show my bracket now.
We'll get to that. Well, don't worry. You can rely on our production.
Let's go. Perfect bracket in Gauntlet B. Let's go. Got all the maps right. Got all the picks right. Pimp got all the picks right too, but not the map numbers.
I don't remember anyone asking, but...
Oh, okay. Of course. Oh, you're going to play the Innocence card. I see, Pimp. So confident about the other things you say, but not confident in the map. I'm just going to gloat for myself, honestly. I don't want to put Pimp down. He does a great job on the desk beside me, and I really just think that, this is just things going as expected, more or less.
We should have a look at Group A, huh?
Production, can you please show us Gauntlet A predictions?
Heku, why are you sabotaging us? Okay, well, this is the result.
Let's first explain you. Okay, like Astralis Talent won with a score of 2-1 against fnatic Rising. Then they won against NAVI Junior.
Why?
And what happened? They won against Young Ninjas.
And I would like MauiSnake, the king of predictions, to explain us exactly why you're wrong at all occasions. Because I just copied your homework. I didn't give a damn. I want to know why we're wrong.
You know what? This group, Astralis Talent. You know what I just didn't see coming in this group? Astralis Talent being the most prepared team in Gauntlet history. We have never seen that before. We've never seen a Cinderella story. We've never even really seen a team move up 2 rungs in this ladder. It's always just, one team wins and then they're out in the next round. But this time around, 3 games in a row, 3 bo3 straight, Astralis won. No one does that at the WePlay Academy League beyond MOUZ NXT, of course, but no one else in the Gauntlet has ever done that. So this is a history-defining moment. I mean, Astralis just broke the whole WePlay Academy record books open. Good for them. That's why we got our predictions wrong, Pimp, and it's okay to copy my homework sometimes, but this time around, we both failed. We both failed for Gauntlet A.
He failed. I didn't.
No, you failed too. You were with me. You can't copy my homework and say it's just me.
You're the biggest failure.
All right. I'm done. I got B right.
I mean, both of you kind of got B right, Well...
No, I aced it. I got every single one right. But you know what? Go on, go, Haku. Get us out of here. Get us out of here. Send us home. Get us out. I'm just thinking about Gauntlet, man. Astralis good for them, but man, my bracket got screwed there.
Got some serious issues, man.
Okay.
I mean, this is actually...
I need Sotfic to calm me down right now.
No, you need Cyclone to massage your shoulders.
Oh man, but
we're gonna miss that. We're gonna miss that on the line. Like, that guy was a legend. He was just walking around, massaging, helping his guys. But this is actually the end of the online phase of the tournament. We will be back again in a month. We'll have a LAN event between the 11th and the 13th of February here in Kyiv, Ukraine. So we'll be more than happy to see you here at this broadcast once again. We are happy that you spend your player break with us. We are not saying farewell, we are saying goodbye and see you again